of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the clergy. May I now respectfully invite the Commander 37 Military Hospital, Brigadier General Obodai, to give his welcome remarks.
Rebecca Akufo-Addo, Ministers Designate for Health, Defense and Information, the Chief Directors of the same ministries, the Acting CDS, Service Chiefs, members of the Diplomatic Corps and WHO representatives and directors, the Director General, Ghana Health Service, media personnel, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. Your Excellency, we are gathered here this morning for a short but very important ceremony, that is, to roll out the COVID-19 vaccine in Ghana and to administer the very first shot. The world has had no peace since COVID-19 hit us a little over a year ago. As we speak now, over 113 million people have been infected worldwide, with some 2.5 million losing their lives sadly. Nations, economies, companies have all had their share of the problems. We have gone through lockdowns, border closures, observance of protocols, all aimed at stemming the spread of the virus. Your Excellency, thankfully, we have a vaccine now to help in the fight against the virus. The ceremony this morning, I believe, will help change minds about the conspiracies that people have against this virus. On that note, Your Excellency, I would humbly like to welcome you to the 37 Military Hospital on behalf of the Director General, Ghana Armed Forces Medical Services. And thank you very much for your attention, sir. You are most welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. Shall we give him a round of applause? Honorable Kweku Achimang Menu.
His Excellency, the President, Service Chiefs, Excellencies, and Health. Over the past year, as you all know, the pandemic, COVID-19, has engulfed the entire world, and we all have been battling with this pandemic. Ghana, during the first wave, adopted strategic interventions in containing the virus, which gained WHO acclamation. Unfortunately, we have been hit by the second wave, and there is the need to add to our interventions an additional arsenal to combat the virus. These and the vaccine is already here, but we are about to see the presidency due today is part of the vaccine deployment plan to ensure that leadership, by example, which is the hallmark of the Akufo-Addo government is clearly demonstrated. I urge all to support this agenda of getting our country returned to a new normal as the government deploys these vaccines. With these words, I welcome you warmly to this special occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Shall we give him a round of applause? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor to respectfully now invite His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to give his remarks.
Thank you very much. I thought I was coming to get a job. I didn't realize we were going to have this elaborate ceremony. But first of all, let me thank the Commandant of the Military Hospital, the Ghana Health Service, and all of you for making it possible for us to begin the vaccination of our people today. We've all had a very difficult time this last year. Unfortunately, scientists in the world have now found what could be a permanent antidote to this, I can only call it a pestilence that has affected all of our lives this last year. It's important that I set the example that this vaccine is safe by being the first to have it, so that everybody in Ghana can feel comfortable about taking this vaccine. It is important that everybody, at the end of the day, is vaccinated, and that's our objective. And in doing so, UNICEF, the managers and the contributors of the COVAX facility, for the opportunity that we have in this country to begin the process of vaccination. The vaccine doesn't mean that we're throwing away all the other protocols. All the other protocols remain in place until we are satisfied that the the virus has finally disappeared from the soil of Ghana. So once again, Commandant and the people of the military hospital, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, we have now reached an important part of today's program, and his spouse to proceed to the enrollment area. The enrollment area involves a series of some basic steps. First, the details of the president will be captured, and a unique COVID vaccination number will be given to him. Then a barcode will be generated, and the president will be enrolled onto the national database for vaccination. And then finally, he will be given a shot of the COVID-19 vaccine. Shall we all please be seated while this process goes on? We will take a short musical interlude while the president and his spouse go through the enrollment program, and after which he will be given a shot of the vaccine. has just been given his shot. President will wait for about 10 minutes for monitoring. It is now the turn of the spouse, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, to receive her shot.
Additional protection against the disease. The vaccination exercise will take place in March in health facilities and other designated places near you. The vaccinator will tell you when to come for the next dose. If you feel unwell after receiving the vaccination, please report to the nearest health facility. Remember, the coronavirus vaccine is an addition to the existing protocols, so continue other practices such as wearing of face mask, frequently washing of hands with soap and running water, hand sanitizing, and social distancing. Remember, Ghana needs you. Stop the spread. Get vaccinated against coronavirus for additional protection. This message is from the Ministry of Health, Ghana Health Service and partners. This advertisement is FDA approved.
The Ministry of Health, Ghana Health Service and partners are introducing a vaccine against the deadly coronavirus. From March 2021, Ghana begins a free national vaccine rollout for all persons 18 years and above, starting with healthcare workers, government officials, security services, the aged, and persons with underlying conditions. The COVID-19 vaccine is safe, effective, and has been tested and approved by the FDA. Please remember, the vaccine is an additional preventive measure, so all existing protocols must continue. Let us continue to wear our face mask, frequently wash hands with soap and running water for at least 20 seconds, or sanitize often and practice social distancing. Stop the spread. Get vaccinated against coronavirus for additional protection and prevention. This message is from Ministry of Health, Ghana Health Service and partners. This advertisement is FDA approved. Fellow Ghanaians, the Ministry of Health, Ghana Health Service and partners are introducing a vaccine against the deadly coronavirus. From March 2021, Ghana begins a free national vaccine rollout for all persons 18 years and above, starting with healthcare workers, government officials, security services, the aged, and persons with underlying conditions. The COVID-19 vaccine is safe, effective, and has been tested and approved by the FDA. Please remember, the vaccine is an additional preventive measure, so all existing protocols must continue. Let us continue to wear our face mask, frequently wash hands with soap under running water for at least 20 seconds, or sanitize often and practice social distancing. Stop the spread. Get vaccinated against coronavirus for additional protection and prevention. This message is from Ministry of Health, Ghana Health Service and partners. This advertisement is FDA approved.
For Defense designates Honorable Dominic Nitiru to give the closing remarks. After the closing remarks, we'll take the closing prayer, and then 18 other persons will also receive their vaccination. This will include the Chief of Defense Staff, the service chiefs, and other 18 dignitaries. May I respectfully invite, shall we please be outstanding? This marks the beginning of the national vaccination program against COVID-19. Shall we please be seated? We will now respectfully invite the Honorable Defense Minister to give the closing remarks.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency Rebecca Akufo-Addo, the Minister Designate for Health and Information, the CDS, service commanders, members of the diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen. I take pride today to be part of this historic ceremony. Today marks a watershed moment in our lives as a people for two basic reasons. That we have a president who has decided on his own free will to be the first to take a vaccine that he has brought for his people to take. Mr. President, you will be remembered as part of leaders who have decided to show the way for their people. Even when some of the people doubt what they are going to do and the vaccines they are going to take, you have decided to take the risk and to let them know that the vaccine is safe, it's effective, and so every Ghanaian and everybody living in Ghana should take this vaccine. Mr. President, the people of Ghana cannot thank you more than this. And may God continue to bless you and your family to continue to take decisions that will give the people of Ghana hope, that will lead the people of Ghana at these times that we have. We don't know why God gave you to us at this time to be president, but today we know. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I also stand on behalf of the men and women of the Ghana Armed Forces, the staff of this facility, to thank you again for choosing this facility as the place to take this jab. Mr. President could have decided to take it in the comfort of your office, whilst the cameras will roll it to the people of Ghana. But Mr. President decided to come to this health facility, the military facility, the facility for the president to take this jab, and to assure the people of Ghana that it is safe to take this vaccine. The men and women of the armed forces and the workers are proud of this singular decision, and they want to really let you know they appreciate this gesture, and that they will avail themselves, all of them, to take this vaccine to make us, to make people around us, and to make the people they come into contact with as frontline workers safe and protected at all times. But Mr. President, just before I close my submissions, I want to thank the Almighty God for your life and the life of all the workers of Ghana who will volunteer to take part and carry these vaccines across the whole length and breadth of this nation. They need our prayers, they are traveling nurses, they need our support, and they need our cheers. This is a war without guns, that our common enemy, COVID-19, will be defeated. Mr. President, this singular action of yours will lead to the defeat in Ghana. And I believe, with God on our side, this disease called COVID-19 will be eradicated from the world. I thank you, Mr. President. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. President, this marks the end of the program. May I now invite Imam Mohammed to give the closing prayer.
Let us pray. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, we thank you for making this program a successful one. Lord, as we are leaving for our various destinations, shower upon us your traveling mercies. اللهم ربنا لا تجعل فينا ولا مانا شقيا ولا مطرودا ولا محروما. اللهم ربنا اجعلنا من جندك فإن جندك هم الغالبون، واجعلنا من حزبك فإن حزبك هم المفلحون، واجعلنا من أوليائك فإن أولياءك لا خوف عليهم ولا هم يحزنون. اللهم اجعل His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo وجمهورية غانا بلدا آمنا مطمئنا سخاء رخاء وسائل بلاد العالم يا رب العالمين. مالك يوم الدين، إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين، اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Thank you very much, the clergy. Mr. President, this marks the end of the program. After he departs, the Minister for Defense, Health, the Chief of Defense Staff, service chiefs, and other dignitaries who have been selected will receive their vaccination. Shall we all rise for the departure of Mr. President and his spouse? To you all for joining us in this landmark event, which is the beginning of the National Vaccination Program. I am Flight Lieutenant Elizabeth Fadla Tisalifu. Thank you.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. You are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
Humor, we've got you covered.
Me from TV3 incident to GC, me na me face a plan. Me who say beef, me who say as I move plan here. Because I say back from my TV3 buy ya boom. Yeah. Na ko YouTube ya say me patcho. O patcho say.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
I just had good people around me, I think, that knew who I was. So they were like, girl, if I had this your body, I'll do this. Pastors' wives are doing it, politicians, lawyers, doctors, everyone is just getting their body done. So, but I think because I was the first person to sort of do it, I'm the Ghana Kim Kardashian, so yeah. And I've done a lot of things I'm not so proud of, but I just cry over it and I'm like, you know what? I'm still going to fight and become a better version of myself.
Who in what profession or what kind of person in any other profession would you never date?
And principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
Bema is one Baba Wari. And no Bano about Baba Warugana. Misha, we in a Yankwasiasem. Because Yakupa Oba and Yakupa Bema. While share Oba for an hour, I'll be beauty and the chin in them. Now Yanko Bema no to Barry, now so the fatty, and I'm sure what was grandpa Yan Sampian with him. It can't best I say. Ghana, we in Ghana Mla Etiaway, into Ghana Minjintum. Where I was about to say, or Banner Bellman from Ghana, where I see Sandy a chuk you come. Well, about Fuaso. And as a president be a begiatum, and a best science say, or Ba and Fa, or Ba, Bellman Faber Morgan, O president sound as own Puykum. I just saw 1 year. Because president, wow, begiatum, no, when your uncle of our year down, Chihuahua, ma. Now, Obi, on says or Wally, or Ba, no one know. Send a Bible catcher, say, young Wally, young, they are not the simple and one yano. Now, also send a Bible, I can win this. So now, only power to say, oh, young Kubama, or better India. And yet, no one who have a war with him. I just say, a Abadam Sam, a Abadam Sam, Bema Fabema. And I mean, who I cornered young Crampo and was animal. It in Jamaica, say, Ghana, you're supposed to animal into what be a bear wagon say, or bar over 4 bano. Your choke grandpa, Serbian place, I say a song. We are Bema also Fabema near to say, your son, Quama, because you Ganamla. Into the sea, and I say, I suffer for and say, Monso, Monfire preaching. I suffer for Monswari. I say, I suffer again of one da. Into I suffer for Monswari. I am suffer for Monswari. Now, Monquintias animal because a near Mla, a Niganam, yes, a speaker of parliament. So, all friend is Nina. Now, your Mlebianas, yes, your man paying. So, family living control parliament. A more mobile, no more young land to say. What Bama Fabemano, Yeshua. Over jail and I say your best son.
Obviously, I do know the Abana and I'm a word be a word be before. It's and yes, yes, a woman, never put the Emma say. Maybe almost you on more office, a day in assassin. Almost DC office. One at the assassin here. I demand. We can back when you do a one. Almost hired a almost after you see on the day they better say,
Yede, California, yede, Yafio, Omo, 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 mind, Yom Bay, and Yede, Yebeka, Tia. It is a Debacoso, Anna, Ebacoso, Kama, Kukwe, Kama, Kumiasa, Kama Bema, open your Kama Bema. Kama Oba,
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside of the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
Adia Sodo and Gomo, a day, a Silcurano. Oh, then a debia Macassa, a Christian cancer for more than Hanamon Canocre, Nucledia Numafan. Cecilia Dumlas as a Christian cancer for a summer cassa. Just say, you Ghana, young to me, Emma, Uncle for Bear Timby and say Ghana. Just say, Emla, yes, you quite say, so don't go on. Now, a man for the and you know, Omoya Sadino, you so far. Omo bufonas or the Simon. Into the Ghana for Eka say, Omo Amurat, Omo Amurat. Omo Nirat, me say, who cabbage comes in the park or rat and Mapuasum. Me to Guandia, to me, every German catch say, Nipanu and rat and Mapuasum. Manamacacho. Sadia Nidia, yes, and yes, as I say, as social. President on Casa, President Nanado on Casa. We am and say, good be nearby, my man Cabon sent before, adding and I'm saying, Nanado, you show me. Debbie Messina Kufu, the president. On no one, Omokan, Oma Baby Sisa, Adian Owa. Yakana support MP before supporters on Pessia Becca.
We don't have any reason why the homosexuality is coming in Ghana. And why is it possible? It can be possible. To me, I don't accept it. If I am a Muslim, why my religion does not accept that? Neither of talking, even if you are not married, you are not supposed to have sex in the with your colleague. When you have not even gotten married, and you are not getting married to your own man, your own woman, why? Why can it be so? Islamic does not accept that, and we will never accept it. Never and ever will we accept it. How can a man marry a man, and how can a woman marry a woman? And who are those to give birth? And who are those to have feelings to themselves? Who is releasing who to who? And why is it the homosexuals are coming to Ghana, and the government is signing about it? Who knows about the signing? We don't know anything about the homosexuality because any government who is bringing this thing is trying to condemn the Ghana.
I'm not supporting it because girl to girl, boy to boy, how can you give birth? You can't give birth. So tell the government that you should forget about it.
No, we will not agree. We will not agree in the sense that since our forefathers, we've never heard of that before. Yeah. So we will never accept that thing. And those who are saying that thing should be in Ghana, we need those people. It will never happen. We don't even want it in Ghana.
We don't need them.
We don't need them. That's why we are saying
we don't need them.
We don't support that. Even like those who said that thing to happen, if they are here with me, I'll do something to someone. That thing will never happen in Ghana. That's why we are saying.
We don't accept what a woman body is not like. A man body is not like that. What a woman also have now. You can't use man to compare a woman because a woman feels more than a man. And me, for me, I can't just follow a man like a hard body. A man body is hard. I can't just leave a soft body and go and meet a hard body. God don't make us like that. If God wanted like that, He will make us to be only females, and so that we can continue to marry each other. Not a female and a male, and we are married only female, and the females will also marry female. It doesn't show sense. I will not agree.
We shouldn't look at other countries legalizing homosexual to be something that, because other countries have agreed for that thing to happen. So Ghana should also give them that opportunity. But to me, it's no good. That thing is going to destroy us. How can man will be sleeping with his man colleague? Huh? That thing, I don't see that as good. So if it was that, I don't think God will create Adam and Eve. Then if it was that, then she would create maybe Eve leaving Adam or Adam leaving Eve. But God knows what is good and He created those things. So I don't think that thing is good for Ghana. So the government, we are pleading on the government to look more serious on this matter.
Talking about the gay rights or LGBT, I am of the opinion that I don't think government should even give them a listening ear. Because in the first place, when you are talking about human rights, yes, you have the right to do anything you want. But if government goes ahead to legalize it, there is a tendency that one day, even armed robbers will also come together and say what they want to legalize their trade. So I don't think it is something we should entertain at this time of the moment. I mean, I think what government should do is they should take a firm step, send a well-worded bill to Parliament to make it illegal for people to practice such an act. To me, that is my opinion. Because if you are hiding under the constitution that are natural carnal knowledge, but let it be worded that gayism, lesbianism is prohibited in Ghana.
This whole business of lesbianism and gay is not accepted in our country, and our culture doesn't allow that. So it is absolutely unaccepted to be practiced in our motherland Ghana. So I think even in our Christian life, it's not new to us, because we've been told emphatically in the Bible that in the end days these things will come. So for us as a Christian country, I think it is not accepted to practice lesbianism and gay in this country. So in my part, if I am given the power, I think in nowhere will I accept this practice in our motherland Ghana. And for our ancestors, for us to give respect to our ancestors, I think we should not adopt this foreign practice called lesbianism or gay. It is absolutely unaccepted. And I strongly stand against it. And I think if the president that we trust, he should do all his best to get rid of this practice in our land Ghana. They should look for better means and engage in the natural affection, men versus women and women versus men, that is accepted in our land Ghana.
The lesbianism and then the gayism that they are talking about, I think it shouldn't be legalized in Ghana. Why? Because if you look at lesbianism and gayism, it's a state in which men are able to marry men and women are also able to marry women. So if we are to say men should marry men and the women should also marry women, I wonder how they are going to give birth to children and all that. And also, if you look at it from the religious aspect, it's something that it's not religious, it's let me say a sin. So to me, I think the government shouldn't legalize it in Ghana.
We have our culture, our way of doing things. It doesn't permit this kind of thing. Because if you go to the Western world, there are some countries that polygamy, which is allowed here, is not allowed over there. So I think the fact that polygamy in their area, in the Western world, is not allowed, and the fact that LGBT2 is not allowed here, I think we shouldn't just try to put what some people are doing on other people. And the people are arguing that, yeah, some people are doing, yes, we know, some people are practicing it, but we should let it be like that. but we shouldn't legalize it. Are you going to say that, if some people, a group of people come out to say, oh, we are thieves, and we are therefore opening a thief, or let's say thieves or armed robbers office in Ghana, we should accept them? No. The laws of Ghana spoke against it. Unnatural, if you're having unnatural sex, the constitution says that you can be arrested if you are found and prosecuted. So based on this, I think no, we perceive that people are practicing it. We should let it be like that, but not legalize it. For that one, I'm not in support, and I'm saying that the government should do everything that it can do to make sure that these people the Western world trying to put this thing on us shouldn't happen.
I don't support it in the sense that our traditional and ethical belongingness does not even give right for man and woman to, for a man and a man to get married, for a woman and a woman to get married, because there is no laid down structure for that kind of relationship. And also looking at our religious stand, I'm a Christian. There has never been a part in the scriptures that supports that a man and another man should get married, and a woman and another woman should equally get married. If there was something that permits, that would have been laid in our religious doctrine. And then if there was something that supports it in the traditional aspect, there would have been that kind of custom proceedings that permits it. So basically, as nature or as human as we are, there is no room for that, and therefore government should not give right for anyone or the same sex marriage.
And your rights are promoted Ghana because gay no adebia akwakwa is occult. Nti na hu hia say o say gay ebetra Ghana man mu. Nti say gay no ba Ghana man mu dia na that means say corruption bi na omo ye de omo de ba oman ni. Ye cheche obi afa hu de so say nyakopon bo oba ne bema. Na o say oba ne bema na entra. Na yengu se mpo anu anwea. Na de nti na bema ne bema akotra. Na mba ye dan awo.
Ghana had the Saudi radio in Ghana, because me see so near me. Maintain 7 mammy and some another crack, catch me say, oh, so be my bino, be my dabla, or for your phone and every bit. And the Kakamin Kwa, the Anka by no Saturday in Quantum, and the officer one can be obey Saturday, I ain't changing for your fun. You turn it in my bed and cry, because Saturday don't quite as a so, oh, my room. And because I'm going to do a cry, could I actually Saturday? Okay. Was I go for a boy or a boy? I can't know their mind. Why will be see no for it is why because I won't say. Now we be more to the then I go to the community. Because I know anyway. Until I come across I do there by one chum cra. Say for a brochure, but I for some months. I don't want to. Or me here, sir, a common name. Oh, Mangas, I also have gentlemen to tell you. Me and how much you will be a better like
so na do danko ya president ye na eto abama no so opere so dia enye because omanpain for bebre o ma betwem ko obi ampena ma ya anye sa enti ye to abama se bla na ye nyedwumanye na so se sa de we ba eye se ye na e ba because ye ma na ya wo mo no so sua sa de no a e kire ewuo na e ba nke enye ye nyintu e ma ban empene so akosan krata so akoji skadio onko ti omu ska mom na bi asamfa na asamfo ye radio ni ne ge ni lesbian funded many free e wo hono mo yesi eni e ma bontia mo bia ni man ho sese a bibi se na eden e besi na matete ne ntiem se be me se san krofo no pese se ye pe omo wo asesi kase mu dia e se ye president ni jitu na omo timbe bi om company wo Ghana ha se na mama ya besia ame so adia me ho ato ne mo se sa kwan no so dia ne omo fa mo sika Nya fa ye hi amfantena se bebre ni yedi ye mpa musika omofo musika tatam hu se eye hu bi no pasa mo be hie wi ase ye ne sa hu mu su mi twaka na me nim se so pe bibia obebra nsa na wanya
What I say, open be serve me, let me say, some of Brown Sarah, and what to say, or before standing around, no pound or obey. To say, what I will not be a catch yourself, Papa may power by force announcement per eye. What most car pound near Dobay and a dear or Dobay. It's young pal, Sanya Manager is canon, young pet.
I know dear Bible be anyway, as I said. Yeah, no, me be sorry, Gomara, Sana, yeah, no, me buy it. It is a Nisika, a little dear. I come on me and you won't call heaven where yet. Since a big Nisika, now young call heaven, dear, for so baby so. To me, step for the pass, I do with one more hope by your pa. No, for your man, your own cuckoo running. Say, your own cuckoo running, my to be beer, you about the running. Say, your own cuckoo, the two are the end.
Hello there. I trust we are all doing well and trying to keep safe amidst this entire coronavirus pandemic. But whilst we are at that, we must eat, right? Man must survive. So today we are talking food and we are looking specifically at pot gardening. I'm not talking about flowers in pots or ornamental plants in pots. We are looking at organic food crops in pots. Contumely, cauliflower, cabbage, beetroot, you name them. But we have a very hardworking woman who's doing this right from her backyard garden. She calls it the Dreams Garden, and her story caught our attention, so we decided to put the spotlight on her and share her story with the rest of the world. Let's go meet our guest.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How do you do?
I'm good. You?
I'm very well. So our guest is Deborah Ofosua Boating, and she's an events planner as well as should I say gardener or a farmer?
Gardener.
Right. Nice to meet you.
Same.
Okay. So pot gardening. How does this whole thing work?
Okay. So the difference between pot gardening is we use pot while the others have landscape or land they use. So basically it's pot. When we say pot, it depends on what pot you use. I use the clay pots, basically because it doesn't absorb a lot of heat. Air moves freely in it, so the plant feels like it's actually in the soil.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We are here this morning to take vaccinations. This morning, His Excellency the President took the lead, and under his leadership and with the support of our partners, Ghana became the first country in the world to benefit from the COVAX facility, which is open to about 92 low and middle income countries. And Ghana is the first country to have benefited from that facility. And it is under the leadership of the President and the hard work of the Ghana Health Service staff and members of the task force that the President has put together, that Ghana has had the opportunity to have this. We are taking this vaccine today to assure the public and Ghanaians in general that it is safe. It is safe to be immunized by this, to take this vaccine. And that safety, the Food and Drugs Authority has really assured us, and we are very confident in the safety of this vaccine. And that is why the President took the lead to take this vaccine, and we are following in that step, and it will then go on with all the health service workers, security agencies, and essential workers, and so on. So we are asking all Ghanaians to be cooperative in this process of vaccination. It's going to take some time. Our goal is to immunize about 20 million Ghanaians. That is the target for this year. And so we will start. Every long journey will begin with a step, and we will take our steps towards that. So we ask for your patience, we ask for your cooperation as we go. But please don't listen to the naysayers who want to spread conspiracy theories about this vaccine. As the President said last night, it is not going to change your DNA or have all these effects that they are talking about in the conspiracies. Please, this is to protect the health of our people in Ghana. It is to protect all of us, protect our economy, so that we move forward. So it is in our collective interest that we take this vaccine. So far we've approved 2, the Sputnik and the AstraZeneca, and more will be coming by the grace of God. So let us all cooperate and get this thing done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. His Excellency the Vice President will now move to the registration desk to the left and will be registered. He will later be followed by the Second Lady. So first is the registration. Every person who would be vaccinated will first be registered onto the electronic database. That database will help us to know when your second shot is due, when and how to send you a message that your second shot is due. And it is subsequent to the registration that you proceed to take the vaccination. The AstraZeneca vaccine is in 2 shots. And so for every person taking that vaccine, you will take a first, and then about 8 weeks later, take a second. His Excellency the Vice President is done with the registration. Colleagues in the media, please stay behind the media perimeter. Please stay behind the media perimeter so that all your other colleagues can get a good view of His Excellency the Vice President.
Having just registered his name among those who will be taking the vaccination injection, is now being prepared for the injection itself. A couple of minutes ago, but some 30 minutes ago, the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was the first person in the whole of the land to take that vaccine. And that moment has arrived. The medical officer injecting the Vice President, and there it goes, deep into his skin. The Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, in the full glare of TV cameras, live on TV, streaming on social media throughout the country and throughout the world. for everyone to see that this vaccine is safe, to the extent that the president himself has submitted himself to be vaccinated, to the extent that the vice president and his wife, Hajja Samira Baumia, currently also being taken through the registration process by the medical officers. She will also soon be vaccinated, and we heard the announcement from the Minister for Information Designate indicating that the COVAX vaccine is in 2 shots, and so the registration is pretty much very necessary so as people can be tracked and reminded to come for the 2nd shot. Ghana is the first country to have received the COVAX vaccines, 600,000 of them earlier last week. They arrived on an Emirates airline flight at the Kotoka International Airport. Of course, last night the president did address the nation, and he did say that he knew that there were still some who continued to
10 minutes. The Minister Designate for the Interior will make the closing remarks. He informs me that he'll be taking his shot right afterwards today. My uncle, the Health Minister, will take his tomorrow alongside all other health workers, including the President's Advisor on Health, the Director General of the Ghana Health Service, and Dr. Achiano himself. Mrs. Mimidaku, the head of the FDA herself, she certified all of this. She will take it as well. The WHO country rep, they would all take theirs. My understanding is from tomorrow. And so the Ghana Police Hospital will hand over a card to, well, yes, the wife of the Vice President has just finished taking her shot. The Ghana Police Hospital will hand over the card to His Excellency the Vice President. That is evidence that you have been vaccinated, sir. And so they prepared a card also for the wife of the Vice President. And at this juncture, may I invite the Minister responsible for the Interior to make the closing remarks.
Thank you, Minister Designate, for Hey, no, please. That's my boss. Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Excellency the Second Lady, the Ministers Designate Information, Health, RGP, Controller General, members of the Presidential COVID Task Force present, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media. It is a privilege for me to say a big thank you to His Excellency the Vice President for coming to grace this occasion. As he has said, it's leadership by example. His Excellency the President took his vaccination earlier today at the 37 Military Hospital with the First Lady, and we have the privilege of watching the second gentleman and the second lady of this country also take their vaccination. Just as happened at the military hospital, the Minister Designate for Defense followed the example to assure the military leadership that he's with the president in showing this example, and after His Excellency parts, I would also do it to assure the IGP that we are prepared to demonstrate so that he can follow, and the police and the other security agencies would be assured that it's okay. I think that we all have to praise God for the excellent and exemplary leadership that we have by His Excellency the President and the Vice President. And so I would say to all of you, thank you for coming here to observe this very, very important event, which should now be a starter for what is going to happen tomorrow, to be led by other leaders. So Excellency the Vice President, Excellency Second Lady, I say thank you very much for coming to exhibit this exemplary leadership. God bless you and God bless our homeland Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Designate for the Interior. We will present a card to the wife of the Vice President as evidence that she has been vaccinated as well. Shall we rise as His Excellency the Vice President takes leave of us? And when the Minister Designate for the Interior is done with him, he will come back and take his shots.
So President Akufo-Addo and the Vice President Bawumia have both received the first doses of the COVID-19 vaccine this Monday morning, whilst President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo received his shot at the 37 military hospital. The Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia has just received his at the police hospital here in Accra as well, and we have been told about the rollout plan that will ensure that all frontline workers, especially within the health sector, will be vaccinated as well. Of course, we know that the President and the Vice President both took the vaccines together with their spouses, the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, as well as the wife of the Vice President, Mrs. Samira Bawumia. Well, this marks the beginning of the deployment of more than, so it's exactly 600,000 doses of AstraZeneca vaccines, which we are told that the rollout plan actually starts from tomorrow, 2nd March, until 15th March by the Ghana Health Service. They will be responsible. The Vice President, after having taken his shot, is leaving. We here at GBC will ensure that we give you details about the rollout plan subsequently in our various programs. Do stick and stay with us here even as we roll out. We'll let you know what the rollout plan is and how you can also make yourself available to be vaccinated. And we'll also ensure that we bring you information about all the designated places where you can get vaccinated. And that'll be it for now, as we've witnessed the Vice President taking his shot. This was streamed on social media as well and has been live on TV to assure the rest of Ghana and indeed the rest of the world that it is safe enough for the President, the First Gentleman of the land and the Second Gentleman of the land, together with their spouses, to both take the vaccines. The Minister Designate for Interior indicates that right after seeing off the Vice President, he will be back.
Hello there. I trust we are all doing well and trying to keep safe amidst this entire coronavirus pandemic. But whilst we are at that, we must eat, right? Man must survive. So today we are talking food, and we are looking specifically at pot gardening. I'm not talking about flowers in pots or ornamental plants in pots. We are looking at organic food crops in pots. Contumely, cauliflower, cabbage, beetroot, you name them. But we have a very hardworking woman who's doing this right from her backyard garden. She calls it the Dreams Garden, and her story caught our attention, so we decided to put the spotlight on her and share her story with the rest of the world. Let's go meet our guest. Hello.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How do you do?
I'm good. You?
I'm very well. So our guest is Deborah Ofosua Boateng, and she's an events planner as well as should I say gardener or a farmer?
Gardener.
Right. Nice to meet you.
Same.
Okay. So pots gardening. How does this whole thing work?
Okay. So the difference between pot gardening is we use pot while the others have landscape or land they use. So basically it's pot. When we say pot, it depends on what pot you use. I use the clay pots, basically because it doesn't absorb a lot of heat. Air moves freely in it, so the plant feels like it's actually in the soil.
Okay.
So I use basically pots to plant all the vegetables that I use.
Why pots though?
Okay, so pots because I don't have land.
Okay.
So
that's you trying to make the most of
what I have. Yes, the resources I have. First, because I don't have land. Two, I realized that even if I had land, I won't be able to have all the plants I need in my little space. My space is small. But with the pots, we have all the nutrients in one space, yet we can have so many plants in a small area.
Nice. I love what you've done with this, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
So tell me about your garden. You call it Dreams Garden.
Yes.
Why the name Dreams Garden?
Okay, so the name because I think one time I was asleep and I had a dream of a plant like this, but just that it was carrot.
Okay.
So I kept thinking, how can I plant? How can I have plants when I don't have soil like I saw? I didn't see soil. So I started with plastics. I started with plastic buckets like what we have here, gallons. These are gallons that have been cut. Okay. So I started with gallons like this because the concept of pots looked very expensive to me. So I started with gallons. When I see people, I tell them, listen, when you buy your oil and you exhaust them, kindly give me your gallons. Okay. When you buy water, the bigger gallon, I think 250 something. When you buy it, please give me the gallons. Then I come, wash them nicely, and then
cut, and then
and then plant in them. Well, so the plants were doing well, especially cabbage, ginger. So
when did you have this dream?
That should be in 2012 thereabout. Okay. But I actually started it in 2015. Okay. Yes, the latter part of 2015, I started the gallons and then plastics, old buckets.
You started with what plants?
I started with ginger. Ginger was the first crop I did. Then I introduced cabbage. When I introduced cabbage, it was difficult because I didn't know how to water and all that. So I went to the net, learned how to do or give them food and then water without suffocating or choking them. So the cabbage did well. Then I introduced contumely. So in the past 5 years, I have never bought cabbage, never bought ginger, never bought contumely. And then it's not like we always have to, it's just the same thing I am propagating.
Do you have any agric background?
No, aside what I did in JHS and
so you learned this all on the internet?
Yes, please. I think years back, we had a little garden at home. So I got some of the things from there. I remember what we did in our homes. Yes, please. So
okay. And so what food stuff or what things do you have? What makes up your garden?
Okay. I have here now, there are two parts of the garden. There is the other side at the back house. This is the front. So I have over here, I have cabbage, I have mint, I have parsley, I have tomatoes, I have basil, I have contomere, I have squash, I have pepper, I have turmeric, I have holy basil, lettuce, spring onions, and then eggplants. I have thyme as well, and then yellow melons, ginger, cauliflower, garlic, peppermint. The peppermint, there are different types. Peppermint, we have the spearmint, we have the peppermint, and then we have the red mint. Then I have beetroot, and then tea grass here.
Okay.
So all in all, I have 24 plants here.
In your house?
Yes, please.
So you got this idea started in 2015?
Yes, please.
Where did you get the seeds, and how did you progress to pots and ties?
Okay.
I see some ties.
You see some ties. Okay, so I did the gallons to start with. Then I got my seeds from the agro shop at Ministry of Agric.
Okay.
So I was being careful what breed to get, but I knew that with them, because they are the licensed seed distributors, I knew that I was going to get the exact breed I wanted, and I wanted to do purely organic. So that's where I got the seed, and that's why I still get my seed till now.
Okay.
Then I started the pots. The pots came in. Like I said, I didn't know I could fund the pots because we know pots are expensive.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to use cement pots either. Okay. I wanted to do the real
used for the flowers.
Flowers,
okay.
yes, please. People, yes. So I didn't want to use that because it was food. I can be sure of the clay, not too sure what cement will do to the food. Yes. So because over time, the plants stay there for a long time. Over time, the cement might be introduced to the food. So I met a lady, Esther, who comes from Tefle. When she got to me one time, I told her this is what I was doing, that I wanted pots, but I didn't know how to get it. Then she said in Tefle, they actually mold the pots. So all the pots you see here came from Tefle. Okay. What I did was that I think that we should not despise little beginnings. So I didn't buy, over here, I have 149 pots just here. That is only the clay pots, excluding the plastic ones. Wow. And then I have about 100 at the back house. You see, we have lost some.
That's over 200.
Yes. So all in all, we have over 250 clay pots, excluding the plastic ones. Okay. But I bought them in beads. I would organize myself, go buy like 20 pots, bring them there in here, and then the next transplant, instead of transplanting into plastic pots, I transplant them into the clay pots. So I bought them in 10s, then in 20s, and then in 30s, but never bought 40 at a time.
Okay. How much did it cost you? Because you were looking at the expense as well.
Yes. So I'll say that a small pot is about 50 cedis.
Okay.
A small pot like we have here is about 50 cedis. And because I knew that I wasn't doing a decor, something for people to see and say, oh no, this pot is nice, but I was concentrating on the food. I didn't go for very expensive pots like we have here. I just use them to line up. So when you come in, they are nice, but the rest are the clay pots. So 40, from 40, you get some at 120, depending on the size and then the mold you want.
Okay. And is this for commercial purposes, or is it just for your family?
Okay, so I started with the intention of just for my mother. I wanted to experiment. I wanted her to live long. So I wanted to experiment with my mother. That was just why I started.
So to give her healthy food.
Yes, to give her healthy food. To see if food really changes our body.
Okay.
Yes. So I remember that when we started, we were picking cabbage fresh. And the cabbage didn't feel like what we buy from outside. It was much fleshy. And then the other thing too is that they tasted slightly bitter. Not like what we take. So when you cook with it, it's fleshier. It's like is more yield. The cabbage too were bigger, yet we're not adding fertilizer. So I started with the intention of feeding just my home. But as it grew, you know, when you harvest and it's there, you can't say you want to keep it for the home and waste it. And because we are always planting, we always have some nest after the next harvest. So now we sell out.
So how do you get your soil fertilized?
I use purely organic stuff like cow dung and then chicken waste. Then I use fresh egg. Fresh egg neutralizes the gives nutrition to the soil, which the plant intends feed on. Then I use moringa leaves. I mash them, spray it on the plants. By the next one, you see the plant smiling. Then I use banana. Yes, when I buy banana and I have some wasted because I'm not able to use it immediately, I blend and then spray my crops with it. And all these things fertilize the plants.
How expensive is maintaining this garden?
It's not expensive at all. It's not, because I bought the pots once and then they stay till I mistakenly break them.
Okay.
Or the only time you lose it is when it's broken. Yes. The only thing you have to be changing is the soil and then the nutrients you add to the soil.
They are actually making more profits than loss.
At all. I don't think we make
any
losses at all, because until you break a pot, and hardly will you break 2 pots in a month. In a whole year, you might have broken only 3 pots, because I am careful. They mean a lot to me. I'm careful with them. So.
And what has been your biggest yield so far since you started?
The biggest yield I've harvested a lot of onions. I think in 2016, onion was a bumper harvest. Then cabbage is constant. Cabbage has been nice to me. Cabbage loves me. Then lettuce also loves me. I have a lot of mint here. So we have, depending on the season, in October, late October, we harvested so much tomatoes that aside selling and feeding, we did not have hands for. So it's been nice to me.
So we'll come back to that conversation.
Yes.
But we are speaking to Deborah Ofosu-Boateng. She is a unique farmer who's doing pot gardening, and she's been telling us her story. Let's take a quick break. We'll return and learn more, as well as tour this beautiful garden.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. We are at the residence of Deborah Ofosu-Boateng here at Techi Nungwa, and we are speaking to her about pot gardening and everything it entails. So doesn't this limit you, as in how many plants can a pot take at a time? Doesn't it limit how much you can yield or produce?
Okay, thank you. It doesn't limit me at all. Because if this space I have here was land, I believe that it wouldn't take up to 30 plants.
Okay.
Yes, because you need to leave space in between the plants so that they can express themselves. They don't fight over nutrition. They don't fight over oxygen. They don't fight they don't struggle with each other. When they touch on each other, it limits their growth aside fighting over nutrition.
Okay.
So you can see that just over here I have, aside the pot, the ceramic pots or the clay pots, I have plastic ones. So just here I have about 220 plants.
Okay.
Just in this space. If it were a land, I would just have had about 25 plants. That is if I want good yield.
So this is actually more advantageous,
yes,
compared to planting on land?
Yes, please, because the nutrients too is concentrated at one place.
Okay.
So the plant gets all the nutrients it needs
in one place.
And I don't lose the nutrients either. With land, when it rains, and then the rain actually collects or sweeps away the nutrients. This one is preserved for me, so I don't lose. And then the plants actually bear more fruits. Yes, because in one plant you should only keep, in one pot you should only keep one plant if you want good yield.
Okay.
Same way on land, you just plant one crop at one place and leave about 5 feet.
Okay.
So they don't struggle.
But you don't need to keep that 5 feet here.
No, not at all. Yes,
they are in the pots.
Yes,
beautiful. Do people buy from you?
Yes, please. A lot of people buy. People who are conscious of their health and what they put in buy from us.
Because they know it's organic?
It's purely organic, yes, please.
I see. Okay. And do you have challenges with pests or diseases since you started in 2015?
Yes, please. Their crops are just like us. They are like human beings. So once in a while, they show symptoms of not feeling well. What we do is that one of the pests I have had issues with is white flea. Yet there are chemicals that are given to us from from Ministry of Agri. We have people coming here to check on the plants. So when they see there is an issue, they prescribe a drug for you for that particular issue, which takes care of it in less than 24 hours. So you don't lose your yield.
Okay, and when you say people buy, are you talking about individuals or supermarkets? Or
no, individuals for now.
Okay.
Individuals for now. I advertise through social media and stuff like that. So individuals buy from us. We have not gotten to the scale of a supermarket. We can't keep up with the supply.
And do you have any external experts coming to help you, maybe extension officers?
Yes, I have extension officers allocated for my garden who come on inspection at least once a week, sometimes twice a week.
And what are some of the things they look out for when they come here?
Yes, so they keep teaching me. Then they look at the new things I'm also inventing.
Okay.
They're looking at how I propagate. So when they come in, at first I didn't know I had to keep just one plant in a pot. So because I was looking at getting more yield, I was doing 2 in a pot.
Okay.
They said no, they insisted on one in a pot. And I realized that the product I was getting became bigger and nicer. Yes, so they educate us.
And are you being recognized by anybody? Is your work going beyond your home? Is anyone else seeing you?
Yes, I think that last year I was awarded Best Gardener for the whole of Crow. I believe it's not because of size. Garden is the space and what you are able to do with the space. And then I'm the only pot gardener here too, and I'm doing it well. So I was recognized. I'll show you my certificate when we're done.
That's nice. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
You're doing a good job, and we are happy people are recognizing it.
Yes,
but
please, thank you.
We want to just take a quick tour of your garden before we wrap up.
Yes, please. Thank
you.
You're welcome.
Just take us through each plant and tell us something little about it. What do we have here, for instance?
Okay, so over here I have tomatoes. Then I have parsley.
Okay.
We have lettuce here. I think you can see the eggs. Yes. The egg is serving as the nutrition for it. I keep it far from the roots because egg holds it like starch.
Okay.
So if it's too close to the plant, it will kill the roots. Yes. This is my nursery actually. I nurse the crops here.
Then before you move them into the bigger pots.
And over here there is a lot of shade, so the plant is not forced. The plant is not forced to die because too much heat would. So when I transplant, I keep them here too. There is shade here, but there is a little sunlight here to prepare it for the sun.
Okay.
Otherwise, when you just move it, the plant will go into shock
And so it moves from complete shade to a little bit of shade,
yes,
and sun, and then finally the sun.
Yes,
okay.
yes, please. Okay. So I have cabbages that are ready, that is due in just 2 weeks. Yes. In fact, you don't have to wait for your cabbage to bulb. We sell in the pots as well. We sell the plants with the pots as well. So if you pick a plant like the cabbage and you buy 2 pots from us, we'll show you how to use them, because you don't have to cut the whole crop if you don't need the whole crop.
As in people buy the entire pot with the plant.
Yes, please.
I see.
Yes, please. Like this is an example of it. A plant like this is lettuce. You can see that this lettuce has grown longer than what you see. Now, if I have to fix salad this morning for you, all I need is to pick some lettuce from here. Just what I need. You don't have to pick from the top. You pick from beneath it. Just enough for the salad, so you don't have to keep the salad in the fridge till another time. So this is good enough for breakfast.
So this is you plucking it off the entire stem?
Yes.
But it doesn't spoil anything?
No. In 3 days, I can pick what I have here. So this, just 2 pots is enough for like 2 months. So that is the advantage of the pot gardening and what I do. If you buy it with a pot, I show you how to handle them. Because when you buy lettuce like this, probably this plant will be like 5 cedis or 10 cedis in the market. Yes. And the organic, the organic is more expensive because of what it takes. Yes. So when you buy it this way, what happens is that I will show you how to handle the plants. You don't have to introduce any nutrients when the plant is grown. It just survives by itself. With cabbage too, yes, when you harvest, the first harvest, you don't uproot the whole thing. You just cut the head. And then the next time it's fruiting, you have like 3 or 4 heads.
From that one stem?
Yes.
I see.
Yes.
I see. Okay. So we have cabbage, we have
cauliflower, we have aubergine, we have mint, we have contomere here, a lot of contomere. We harvested contomere the day before yesterday. Okay. Yes. And then this is what we have again. And contomere, all you have to do is...
A day before yesterday?
Yes. A day before yesterday, I combined contomere, spinach, and then aubergine for my sauce with yam. And it's good. It's good because I gave somebody who has BP some on Wednesday and said, you know what, Thursday, which was yesterday, please check your BP, let me know. And the person gave me back a report that the BP was 11975. When the previous day it was 14280. Yes, that day the person ate a combination of contomere, spinach, and aubergine. I can't prescribe for what I don't know. I can only speak for what I do. No, what I do, because I know that is the real organic thing you are doing. Because so if you probably take from somewhere else, and then
it might not produce the same results.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please. Okay. This is spinach, very high in iron, potassium, and all that. So this can be used in place.
It's a creeping plant.
Yes, it is. It can be used in place of contomere. If you don't have contomere, you can use the spinach. Okay. You can combine it. You can use it for your juices. You can use it for soup, the ebunu, and then all that. Now we are trying something different. I mistakenly nipped the wrong plant from the roots.
Okay.
So now it's not in soil.
Yeah, it's in plastic.
It's in plastic.
With water.
Just water.
And it's growing.
And that is it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it means you don't just stick to what you know. You keep
I keep exploring. I keep doing new things because I can't be buying seed after seed after seed. That's a lot of cost. This is spring onion.
Okay.
So if I have to sell it, then I have to extract.
Okay.
But if
It's for home use.
If it's for home use, I nip. If I sell to you, I let you know how to nip it, what length to nip, and then you always have fresh.
So it grows from the
Yes, please. Okay. It goes. It keeps, and this is garlic I have just nursed.
Oh, okay.
In 2 weeks, I will be harvesting spring garlic. So I'll use it like the spring onions, and then others will be left to bulb. This is the turmeric plant. Most people mistake it for ginger, so I'll put some. So see.
Oh.
So this is the turmeric you buy. The smell is nice. This is good for us during this time of COVID because straight to start with, it takes away congestion. Okay. As soon as, even when you have catarrh and you take it, in less than 30 minutes, you blend or use it as tea, either juice or tea. As in less than 15 minutes, it clears the congestion, stops headache, controls your BP and all that. And this is our beautiful turmeric. Yes.
It looks like ginger, just
yes, and it's orange and beautiful. Yes, so this is turmeric. We just I nursed carrot 3 days ago. In a week's time, you see the shoots. So I have ginger also here. So I haven't bought ginger in more than 5 years.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, actually, you started with ginger, so yeah.
So this is beautiful ginger for you. The taste is different.
How different?
It's stronger in smell and in taste. Very different from what we have on the market.
This is very fresh.
Yes, please. You will taste some very shortly. Then this is from the family of basils. But this is the ordinary akukomesa our mothers use in cooking our live soup and chicken meals. So once they are doing live soup with chicken, they introduce it. But what we don't know is that it has a lot of health benefits like controlling your BP, drops your sugar.
I can smell it even
through your nose mask. Yes, same here. So this is the basil, the akukomesa. That's what we usually call it. In fact, if you have even mouth odor, and then you just put it in water for a while, and then you gargle, it just has a way of calming that strong odor. We just harvested pepper 3 days ago, but we still have some here. This variety is the small one. Then we have the big sun pepper, and then our cabbage is bulbing. You see how fresh our cabbage looks, and then how big it looks. Yes.
So if I'm buying this cabbage, for instance, when it's mature,
yes,
and I'm buying it with the pods.
Okay, so if you buy just the flesh, we'll weigh it. Usually it's about 5 cedis, 10 cedis, between 5 cedis and 10 cedis. But if you are buying with the pots, usually these are the pots we sell. So this is lettuce. This lettuce cannot go bad unless, of course, you expose it to goats and other things. With other ones, we use ashes. So the pot itself is 15 cedis. That's how I bought the pot. 15 cedis. Then my soil I'm selling at about 5 cedis because I've introduced a lot of. Then the lettuce is good seed, a good variety and all that. I'm giving that to you at 10 cedis because when you take it home, you can use it over a long time. So all in all, plus my labor is going for 35 cedis.
That's affordable.
Yes, that's because when you look at how long,
exactly,
yes, you're going to use it. Yes. The reason I am not looking at selling at 40 or 50 is that I'm thinking, I think the Coca-Cola thought. Now, when you take it home and you finish using the plant, bring me back my pot and then my soil. Then I'll give you another plant at 20 cedis. Okay, so this is my box you asked for. It's my baby.
Your baby?
Yes, my baby.
It's the freshest among the lot.
Yes, it's my baby. These are beautiful snails.
Okay.
These are snails.
This is the only protein thing you want.
Yes. These are lovely snails.
Wow.
Smiling snails. You see, saying hello.
How long have you had them?
Okay, so I've had this for 3 years.
Oh, okay.
Yes, please. At the Farmers' Day, it was one of the things I exhibited.
Wow.
I've had them for the box for 3 years.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. We've been
Thank you
enlightened, and we are hoping that so many other people get to learn. Now, I'm sure that through her story, you've come to understand that it becomes more of a hobby over time. She's been doing this for more than 5 years, and now the benefits are ending for her. This is pot gardening, an organic food which actually helps to build your health and all of that. We've been speaking to Deborah Ofosua Boating at her residence here, backyard gardening in pots from Teshinungwa. My name is Wandami Hagan, reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
Bema is one Baba Wari, and no Bano about Baba Warugana. Michelle, we in a young because Yakupa Oba and Yakupa Bema. While share Oba for now, I'll be beauty and the chin in the name. Now, Yanko Bema no to Barry, now so the fatty, and I'm sure what was grandpa Yan Sampian with him. It can't best I say. Ghana, we in Ghana, Mla Etiaway, into Ghana, Minjintum. Where I was about to say, or Banner Bema from Ghana, where I see Sandy Panachu Crampu Yukun. What about Fuaso? And as a president be a Begiatum, and a best science say, Oba and Fa, Oba, Bema and Fa Bemodan, O President Sound as on Puyukun. I just saw 1 year. Because President, wow, Begiatum, no, when you're on Quack of our year, down Chihuahua, ma. Now, Obi, on says or Wally, Oba, no one know. Send a Bible catcher say, young Wally, young, they are saying not the simple and one yano. Now, also send a Bible, I would you win this so. Now, only power to say, oh, young Kubama, better India. And yet, no who have you know a word to him. I just say, a Abadam Sam, a Abadam Sam, Bema, Fabema. And I mean, who I couldn't be a crampo and was animal. It in Jamaica and say, Ghana, you're supposed to sign him into where be a bear wagon say, or bar over 4 bano. Your choke grandpa, Sabian Plaza, I say a song. We are Bema so also Fabema near Chos, I say your son Quama, because you Ghana. Into the sea, and I say, I suffer for and say, Monso, Monfire preaching. I suffer for Monswari. I say, I suffer for Ghana, one da. Into I suffer for Monswari. I am suffer for Monswari. Now, Monquintias animal because a near Mla, a Niganam, yes, a speaker of parliament. So, all friend is Nina. Now, your Mlebiana says, yes, your man paying. So, on family living control parliament. A more mobile, no more young land to say. What Bama Fabemano, Yeshua, over Jid, and I say, your best son.
Obvious, I do with some the Abana, and I'm a word be a word be a before. And yes, yes, a woman, never put the Emma and say, maybe almost you on office, a day in assassin, almost DC office, one at the assassin here. I demand. We take some back when you put you one. Almost side SSS. Almost SSS. You see on the day they better say, yeah, when you phone on a year, you feel almost do a moment. Don't be no year, you better to move here. It is a debacle one already. A back so come up with a come up with Yasa. Come up, Bema, open your Kama Bema. Come out bar, Uncle Funi Yako, Kama or bar. Now, who are we find out because of our boss and assessor? Master will say, when they Bema better, or Banson or bar better. Now, we know son away from what we're putting in Yasa.
Adia Sodo and Gomo, a day a Silkurano. Oh, then the Bia Macassa, a Christian cancer for more Ghana Hanamon Cano, Nuclear Numafan. Cecilia Dumlas as a Christian cancer for a Somakasa. kyerɛ sɛ yɛwɔ Ghana ha no yɛntumi ɛma nkɔfoɔ bɛyɛ 10 bi ɛnsɛe Ghana no kyerɛ sɛ ɛmmerɛ a Yesu ɛkɔ akɔsɛe Sodom and Gomorrah no na amanfoɔ bebree ɛnyɛ mu nyinaa ɔmo yɛ saa de no nso fa ɔmo ho abufuo na ɔde sae man nti deɛ Ghanafoɔ ɛka sɛ ɔmo wɔ mo rat ɔmo ne rat me sɛ woka bi kyerɛ me sɛ nipa kɔ wɔ rat mɛpo aso metumi kɔna deɛ wotumi ɛbɛgye m'ani ka kyerɛ sɛ nipa no wɔ rat mɛpo aso koraa mena meka kyerɛ saa deɛ ne deɛ nyɛ sɛ ɛsɛ sɛ yɛsosɔ so president ɔnkasa president Nana Addo ɔnkasa wei amoyɛ ne sɛ gold bi ne ɛba ma mu anka bɛhu sɛ mpimfoɔ ɛde ne nam sɛ Nana Addo mmra de wohwɛ me a da bia me se Nana Akufo-Addo yɛ president ɔno na wama ɔmo kwan ɔmo bɛbɛsi saa adeɛ no ɛwɔ ha yɛka na support mpimfoɔ supporters ɔmo pɛ sɛ yɛbɛka
We don't have any reason why the homosexuality is coming in Ghana. And why is it possible? It can be possible. To me, I don't accept it. If I am a Muslim, why my religion does not accept that? Neither of talking, even if you are not married, you are not supposed to have sex intercourse with your colleague. When you have not even gotten married, and you are not getting married to your own man, your own woman, why? Why can it be so? Islamic does not accept that, and we will never accept it. Never and ever shall we accept it. How can a man marry a man, and how can a woman marry a woman? And who are those to give birth? And who are those to have feelings to themselves? Who is releasing who to who? And why is it the homosexuals are coming to Ghana, and the government is signing about it? Who knows about the signing? We don't know anything about the homosexuality because any government who is bringing this thing is trying to condemn the Ghana.
I'm not supporting it because girl to girl, boy to boy, how can you give birth? You can't give birth. So that's the government that we should forget about it.
No, we will not agree. We will not agree in the sense that since we, our forefathers, we've never heard of that before. Yeah. So we will never accept that thing. And those who are saying that thing should be in Ghana, no, we need those people. It will never happen. We don't even want it in Ghana. We don't need them. We don't need them. That's why we are saying we don't need them. We don't support that. Even if, like those who said that thing to happen, if they are here with me, I'll do something to someone. That thing will never happen in Ghana. That's why we are saying.
We don't accept what a woman body is not like. A man body is not like that. What a woman also have now. You can't use man to compare a woman because a woman feels more than a man. And me, for me, I can't just follow a man like a hard body. A man body is hard. I can't just leave a soft body and go and meet a hard body. God don't make us like that. If God wanted like that, He will make us to be only females, and so that we can continue marry each other. Not a female and a male, and we are married only female, and the females will also marry female. It doesn't show sense. I will not agree.
We shouldn't look at other countries legalizing homosexual to be something that, because other countries have agreed for that thing to happen. So Ghana should also give them that opportunity. But to me, it's no good. That thing is going to destroy us. How can man will be sleeping with his man colleague? Huh? That thing, I don't see that as good. So if it was that, I don't think God will create Adam and Eve. Then if it was that, then she would create maybe Eve leaving Adam or Adam leaving Eve. But God knows what is good and He created those things. So I don't think that thing is good for Ghana. So the government, we are pleading on the government to look more serious on this matter.
Talking about the gay rights or LGBT,
I am of the opinion that I don't think government should even give them a listening ear. Because in the first place, when you are talking about human rights, yes, you have the right to do anything you want. But if government goes ahead to legalize it, there is a tendency that one day, even armed robbers will also come together and say they want to legalize their trade. So I don't think it is something we should entertain at this time of the moment. I think what government should do is they should take a firm step, send a well-worded bill to Parliament to make it illegal for people to practice such an act. To me, that is my opinion. Because if you are hiding under the constitution that are natural carnal knowledge, but let it be worded that gayism, lesbianism is prohibited in Ghana.
This whole business of lesbianism and gay is not accepted in our country, and our culture doesn't allow that. So it is absolutely unaccepted to be practiced in our motherland Ghana. So I think even in our Christian life, it's not new to us, because we've been told emphatically in the Bible that in the end days these things will come. So for us as a Christian country, I think it is not accepted to practice lesbianism and gay in this country. So in my part, if I am given the power, I think in nowhere will I accept this practice in our motherland Ghana. And for our ancestors, for us to give respect to our ancestors, I think we should not adopt this foreign practice called lesbianism or gay. It is absolutely unaccepted. And I strongly stand against it. And I think if the president that we trust, he should do all his best to get rid of this practice in our land Ghana. He should look for better means and engage in the natural affection, men versus women and women versus men, that is accepted in our land Ghana.
The lesbianism and then the gayism that they are talking about, I think it shouldn't be legalized in Ghana. Why? Because if you look at lesbianism and gayism, is a state a state in which men are able to marry men and women are also able to marry women. So if we are to say men should marry men and the women should also marry women, I wonder how they are going to give birth to children and all that. And also, if you look at it from the religious aspect, it's something that it's not religious, it's let me say a sin. So to me, I think the government shouldn't legalize it in Ghana.
We have our culture, our way of doing things. It doesn't permit this kind of thing. Because if you go to the Western world, there are some countries that polygamy, which is allowed here, is not allowed over there. So I think the fact that polygamy in their area, in the Western world, is not allowed, and the fact that LGBT is not allowed here, I think we shouldn't just try to put what some people are doing on other people. And the people are arguing that, yeah, some people are doing it. Yes, we know some people are practicing it, but we should let it be like that. But we shouldn't legalize it. Are you going to say that, yeah, if some people, a group of people come out to say, oh, we are thieves, and we are therefore opening a thief, or let's say thieves or armed robbers office in Ghana, we should accept them? No. The laws of Ghana spoke against it. Unnatural, if you're having unnatural sex, the constitution says that you can be arrested if you are found and prosecuted. So based on this, I think no, we perceive that people are practicing it. We should let it be like that, but not legalize it. For that one, I'm not in support, and I'm saying that the government should do everything that it can do to make sure that these people trying, the Western world trying to put this thing on us, shouldn't happen.
I don't support it in the sense that our traditional and ethical belongingness does not even give right for man and woman to, for a man and a man to get married, for a woman and a woman to get married, because there is no laid down structure for that kind of relationship. And also looking at our religious stand, I'm a Christian. There has never been a part in the scriptures that supports that a man and another man should get married, and a woman and another woman should equally get married. If there was something that permits, that would have been laid in our religious doctrine. And then if there was something that supports it in the traditional aspect, there would have been that kind of custom procedures that permits it. So basically, as nature or as human as we are, there is no room for that, and therefore government should not give right for anyone or the same sex marriage.
And you're right, so I say Ghana, because again, Akwakwa is awkward. It's in a here, say I say gay, a better Ghana man. It is again, back Ghana man with you. That means corruption in our way there, or mine. Yet to be found, so send Yakupombo or Barney Bearman, and also Barney Bearman and Tran. Now, young was some 1 year. The Dentina Bearman and Bearman Cotran, number 8 hours.
Kana hadi sadi we dey here na ha kura because me misi so nyanya me ntin se me ma me anasem na bi kura ka je me se o si so be ma bi no be ma da bra o fo ye funa na bi bitisa nti kaka me nko ade anka ban no sadi ndi nko ntwam ene office wan ko bia obe sadi ni bia ye nchen ne mfe fa no ntum ye twene chi ma be ten kura because sadi de no kwase so e wo ma we mu na kasam ko jodi me kra chiri sadi no. Okay. Because I go for a boy, and a boy, I cannot be a man. Why will be see no for it? So I was saying, now we be more to the then I go to the community. One because I know anyway. Until I come across that you are buying one chumkra. Say for a brochure, never know for some months. I don't want to. Or me here, a common young. Oh, man, because I also have gentlemen to tell me to say. Me and Roma, how much you will be a better like
so nanado danko ya president ye na eto abama no so opere so dia enye because omanpain for bebre o ma betwem ko obi ampena ma ya anye sa enti ye to abama se bla na ye nyedumanye na enso se sa de we ba eye se ye na e ba because ye mana ya wo mo no so sua sa de no a ekire ewuo na e ba nke enye ye nyintu e ma ban empene so akosan krata so akoji skadio onko tuo musika mom na bi asamfa na asamfo
ye radio ni me again lesbian fund there many free e wo hono mo yesi eni e ma bontia mo bia ni man ho sesa bibi se na dey e besi na tete ntiam se be me se sankrofo no pese se ye pe omo wo asisi kase mu dia e se ye president ni jitu na omo timbe biom company wo Ghana ha se na mba ya besia ame so adia me ho ato na mo sesa kwan no so dia ni omo fa mo sika Nyashia fa ye hi amfantena se be bre ni yedi ye mpa musika omofo musika tansem hu se eye hu bi no pasa mo be hie wiase ye ne sa ho mu su mi twaka na me nim se so pe bi obe bransa na wanya wata se ope bi bisa me pe bi se ya se o bransa na wanya ne mo tena se obi fo sika ne mra wa ni opa na do obeye ti se wo kira ho no bi aka cho se papa me pe by force na so me pera wa mo ska kwa ni odo obeye ne de odo obeye It's young pal, Sanya Manager is Cano, young pet, young pet. And would dear Bible be anyway, as I say, yeah, pet, no, me best sorrow for my son, yeah, no, me buy it. It is a Nisika, dear. I come on me and you woman, you're quite heavy, where yet. Since a big Nisika, now young quite heavy, dear, for so beautiful. To Mr. Kufado pass, I do with one more hope by your pa. No for o manya me onkukuru rani se nya me onkukuru rani ma tumi bia ni wa ba be rani se nya me onkukuru le tumi ade nyina
The struggles of life get most people to a point where they lose all hope and giving up is the only option they see. But is there ever a time when you can say that all hope is really lost? Hi there and welcome to a new season of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV, the show that aims to challenge you to be the best you can be and inspire you to overcome the seemingly huge battle ahead of you. Our guest for today, though very young, got knocked hard by life. He hit rock bottom but didn't stay there. And today, he's here to tell you that success is possible. Stay with us.
My name is Chris Fafali, and I was born and raised by Reverend Bemu and Lady Pastor Rosalind Bemu in Kumasi. And we grew up in a mission house. We are about 5 siblings, and I'm the eldest. So growing up, I was involved in church activities a lot. I was also involved in the choir, to be very specific. So I started playing the instruments from a tender age. I think I was about 11 or 12 years when I started playing the musical instruments. Apart from the church issues, I attended St. Paul's International, and then I also went to KSTS, where I studied visual arts.
Upon completion of his secondary education, Chris enrolled at NIIT to study network engineering. His father was transferred to Petoi in the Volta region, and because of his education, he couldn't join his family to their new abode, so he had to move in with an uncle. Without informing any family member, Chris packed bag and baggage and moved to Accra when he completed NIIT because he wanted to explore. Moving to a city where he knew absolutely no one, Chris spent his first night in front of a restaurant at Kokomlemle.
I left Kumasi to Accra.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
bema so am baba ware e no ba no baba ware Ghana ha no me hwa we nyina ye nkwase asem because Nyankopa abo oba ene Nyankopa abo bema wa o hwe oba fefefo nam ho a bibitue na chi ni nanim na wo Nyanko bema no to bare na wo se be fa de na me hwe wo skru ampo yan sampo ya no etrim idika kan pese me kan se Ghana we nyina ye ti Ghana mla etia we nti Ghana me njintum wa bia obesoboto se oba ne bema inform wo Ghana we si sani pa na ye chukura ampo yekun wa obefoaso ana se president bi obeji atum ana obe san se oba emfa oba bema emfa bema odan o president sa na se umpo yekun e je se wo nye because o president wa obeji atum no we nya ho kwa akwafa wo yire down nche wa wo ma na obi ono so oware oba no ne no wo se ne bible ka che se yen ware ne yen wo ne ya sere not simple anu anwea no na wo se ne bible aka wo di win so na wo nipa adwen te se wo hu Nyanko bema obetu ane dia ene na mu hu adwen wo wetirim e che se ya abodam sem se bema be fa bema ana mitimi hu sa akona de nkura mpo e wo sa ne manimu idi nya meka ne se Ghana ya support sa ne ma wenti wa bia be ya wa adwen se oba obefa oba no ya che okura mpo a se bien place e se yesen wo ya bema so fa bema ne ya che so e se yesen kwa homa because enye Ghana mla nti si a ne se asofofo ne se mo fanye preaching asofofo mo nsori a se asofofo Ghana wa deda nti e se asofofo mo nsori ayansafo asofofo mo nsori na mo nkunti asa ne ma because enye ye mla ni Ghana mla yesre speaker of parliament so on frame peace ni nyina na yemfa mla bia na se yesre ye mampin so on fa mla bi control parliament emo omomobo ho no na omonye mla nti se wa bema be fa bema no ye chiwa obekọ jail ana se ye besen
Obvious adi we susu omodi abana ne nya mese ne ebo abira kakra ebo abira pofo nti enye se ye sosofo ewo na me kura kodi ye ma na se baby omo asi omo office no eye den munya asase no omo DC office na na di asase no ye den ade ma we just am panifu bi wo wa omo say de exercise omo say asase you see on the better na say ye de panifu na ye de ye hwe omo na omo say omo de omo mind de omo be ye no ye de ye be kan to mo antia e che se de be koso ana we de e be koso kama kwekwe ye kama kwekwe ni nya sa so kama be ma on fa ni yoko kama be ma so kama oba on ko fu ni yoko kama oba na wo a wo ni fa nya ko so wa boss e de se so na so wo se wo ne be ma ne be ma be da oba so no oba be da na wo nya sa no e wo ye fa abu kwekwe ni nya sa kwekwe e che
adia sodo ngomo ade yi ase kura no oh dena de bia me ka se Christian council for mo Ghana ha no mo kan no kure die nim afa sisi adumla ase Christian council for ase so mo kasa kika se ye o Ghana ha no ye ntumi ema nkofo be tembi ensai Ghana no kika se emla Yesu kwakwa se sodo ngomo no na amanfo bebre enyemu ina mo yesade no nso fa omo ho abufo na ode Simon nti die Ghana fo e ka se omo wa mrat omo ne rat mi se wo ka bi chika mi se nipa ko wa rat mapo aso metumutum ko na de wo tumi e be Germany ka chika se nipa no wa rat mapo aso kra me na me ka chiro sade ni de nya se so president on kasa president Nanado on kasa we am ya ne se god bi ne ba ma mu anka ba hu se mbifo e de ne nam se Nanado mra ti wo hwame a dabia me se na kufu ado ye president ono na wama omo kwan omo bebe sisa ade no ewo ha ya kan na support MPP for supporters on pese e beka
We don't have any reason why the homosexuality is coming in Ghana. And why is it possible? It can be possible. To me, I don't accept it. If I am a Muslim, why my religion does not accept that? Neither of talking. Even if you are not married, you are not supposed to have sex in the with your colleague. When you have not even gotten married, and you are not getting married to your own man, your old woman. Why? Why can it be so? Islamic does not accept that, and we will never accept it. Never and ever shall we accept it. How can a man marry a man, and how can a woman marry a woman? And who are those to give birth? And who are those to have feelings to themselves? Who is releasing who to who? And why is it the homosexuals are coming to Ghana and the government is signing about it? Who knows about the signing? We don't know anything about the homosexuality because any government who is bringing this thing is trying to condemn the Ghana.
I'm not supporting it because girl to girl, boy to boy, how can you give birth? You can't give birth. So tell the government that we should forget about it.
No, we will not agree. We will not agree in the sense that since we, our forefathers, we've never heard of that before. Yeah. So we will never accept that thing. And those who are saying that thing should be in Ghana, no, we need those people. It will never happen. We don't even want it in Ghana. We don't need them. We don't need them. That's why we are saying we don't need them. We don't support that. Even that one is not good. Like those who said that thing to happen, if they are here with me, I'll do something to someone. That thing will never happen in Ghana. That's why we are saying.
We don't accept what a woman body is not like. A man body is not like that. What a woman also have now. We can't use man to compare a woman because a woman feels more than a man. And me, for me, I can't just follow a man like a hard body. A man body is hard. I can't just leave a soft body and go and meet God a hard body. Like God don't make us like that. If God wants it like that, He will make us to be only females, and so that we can continue marry each other. Not a female and a male, and we are married only female, and the females will also marry female. It doesn't show sense. I will not agree.
We shouldn't look at other countries legalizing homosexual to be something that, because other countries have agreed for that thing to happen. So Ghana should also give them that opportunity. But to me, it's no good. That thing is going to destroy us. How can a man be sleeping with his man colleague? Huh? That thing, I don't see that as good. So if it was that, I don't think God would create Adam and Eve. Then if it was that, then she would have created maybe Eve leaving Adam or Adam leaving Eve. But God knows what is good and He created those things. So I don't think that thing is good for Ghana. So the government, we are pleading on the government to look more serious on this matter.
The struggles of life get most people to a point where they lose all hope and giving up is the only option they see. But is there ever a time when you can say that all hope is really lost? Hi there and welcome to a new season of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV, the show that aims to challenge you to be the best you can be and inspire you to overcome the seemingly huge battle ahead of you. Our guest for today, though very young, got knocked hard by life. He hit rock bottom but didn't stay there. And today, he's here to tell you that success is possible. Stay with us.
My name is Chris Fafali, and I was born and raised by Reverend Bemu and Lady Pastor Rosalind Bemu in Kumasi. And we grew up in a mission house. We are about 5 siblings. I'm the eldest. So growing up, I was involved in church activities a lot. I was also involved in the choir, to be very specific. So I started playing the instruments from a tender age. I think I was about 11 or 12 years when I started playing the musical instruments. Apart from the church issues, I attended St. Paul's International, and then I also went to KSTS, where I studied visual arts.
Upon completion of his secondary education, Chris enrolled at NIIT to study network engineering. His father was transferred to Pretoria in the Volta region, and because of his education, he couldn't join his family to their new abode, so he had to move in with an uncle. Without informing any family member, Chris packed bag and baggage and moved to Accra when he completed NIIT because he wanted to explore. Moving to a city where he knew absolutely no one, Chris spent his first night in front of a restaurant at Kokomlemle.
I left Kumasi to Accra on my own exploration. Like, I wanted to know how the outside world is. It has always been mission house, church, school, mission house, church, school all the time. So I had this desire in me to come outside and see what's happening outside Kumasi. I didn't tell anyone. My parents didn't know about it. My dad didn't know about it. The issue was reported on TV. I watched it in Accra here, but then I didn't call anybody back. And they kept searching for me. When I got to Circle around 9 p.m. at night, I walked all the way from Circle to Kokomlemle, where I slept at one restaurant. And then the next day, I continued my journey to Malata Market, that's Newtown. So when I got to Malata Market, I met a group of other people who have also left their places to come and hustle in Accra. So we were about 6 in number, and some of them were purposely there to work, to go and rewrite their papers and get back to school again. Others were just in to hustle and take care of themselves, and then others also have their own agenda. But mine was to come and work and then get back to school again. So when I came to Accra, I met some few Nigerians, and I met a Nigerian friend of course, who was also in the marketplace with us, and it's called Chinedu. At the market, I was a head porter, so we used to carry things for people, especially when vegetables and produce come from the villages to the marketplace. We carry them to their sheds, to the various sheds. At night, their resting place was in front of shops around the market, and whilst resting after a hard day's work, Chinedu suggested they move to Nigeria, as the job they were doing here in Ghana was more lucrative there. Prior to leaving for Nigeria, Chris called his family to let them know he was alive and well, the first time he had done that since he left the house. I called back home and told them that I'm leaving to Nigeria to go and hustle over there. So they asked me where I was exactly, and I even told them I was at Winneba. No, I was in Accra. And that was it. One night we left Accra. I left with Chinedu. We took the ABC transport, and then we went to Lagos. We stayed in Lagos for some time, and then we moved to Kaduna. I stayed in Kaduna for a while, and then we moved on to Kanu, and then we ended at Oshun. So at Oshun, he took me to a mini market where we met other traders, and we were also working there again as head porters. After hustling as a head porter in Nigeria for a while, Chinedu introduced Chris to a man who transported barrels of cowhide to Burkina Faso and Mali, and he joined the business. He was, however, unaware that some of the barrels they were transporting contained illegal drugs, and narrowly escaped the police on his last trip with the group. In Nigeria, if you are not, as we say, if you are not wild, you either become a prey or the predator, you know. So on our trip one night, we went to we're going to Burkina, and our car developed a fault. So we were all sleeping around the car, and I overslept, and they left me. Yes, they left me. So there was this hunter who came in and asked me about what was going on, and I told him every story. And he took me to the next filling station, and then I got money the next day and went back to Oshun, where I was staying. Then only to get a notification that my colleagues have been arrested. The barrels they were sending to Burkina, some of them had drugs in it, which I didn't know. So I would say I was just lucky that I didn't get arrested. And to be very frank, I didn't know what was in it. So when I go back to Oshun, I have to pack my things and leave Nigeria and come back to Ghana again to continue my education.
Upon his return to Ghana, Chris got into KNUST to study communication designs and started a business selling ladies' beads, panties and other products on campus. After graduating from school, he opened his first banku and tilapia business at Angloga Junction in Kumasi, but that was short-lived.
I was just selling one day when the space owner came and told me that her daughter wants to sell the same products I'm selling at my place, so I should leave. Some of the business strategies or techniques I was using was when people buy from me, I added some few things to the banku. I don't only sell the banku. Sometimes I will add PK or maybe some mint toffee. And then I also tied liquid soap in the size of sugar. I saw someone doing that in Nigeria. That was where I learned it from. So it was also by the roadside. Around 4:30 and 5, there is always traffic. And we stood in the street and then also sold to people. We had banks coming around, we had people coming around. I cooked the banku myself and I also grilled the fish myself. So I did that for a while till the woman told me that we have to move from the space.
After the sudden end of his banku business, Chris spent some time lecturing at NIIT, then Kumasi Polytechnic, where salaries were delayed for several months due to a technical problem. When the problem was finally rectified and the salaries paid, he resigned and returned to Accra.
What actually led me to Accra here was a friend of mine who was actually watching my space on Facebook. He realized I was doing a lot. I had an NGO called, which I still have, iCare Foundation. And iCare Foundation, what we actually do is we support education in the rural communities. We have about 13 SDGs, which maybe we will talk about it later. So we've been traveling to the deepest and remotest areas across the country. We've been to Ligbin Kura, Kagbupe, Bupe, Navrongo, we've been to Denchroboase, we've been to Dabala, and a whole lot of places to do donations. So this friend of mine asked me to come to Accra, and then once we are in Accra, we will have access to the ministries, we will have access to other people who would like to come on board and support what we're doing. So I came to Accra and I was staying with them at Taifa, and that was where I started my food business again in Taifa. I opened a branch also at Latabi Okoshi, and then also opened another branch at Dansuma. And then started another one at Osu. Yes. And alongside, I was still doing my graphic designing job. I was doing everything that I was doing. And because I had a musical background, I was also doing the music production. People call me to the studios to produce for them. And just to fast forward everything, an incident happened where he called me one day and told me that a political party needed some souvenirs. So they needed some t-shirts, they needed flyers, they needed some few things. So he got a contract for me, which I did. But then we know with government contracts, you have to pre-finance before they bring in the money.
Trusting his friend was the biggest mistake Chris made at the time, as it led to the collapse of his businesses.
I saw him to be a friend, so I started the business with what I had on me. But then it rather went to the detriment of my business collapsing. We started the business and the contract, and when he went for the money, he ran away with the money to Liberia, and it was a very huge sum of money. At the end of the day, my businesses collapsed because I couldn't pay my workers. Those who also heard that this was the issue we were having, it became a legal issue, like police getting involved. And at the end of the day, all the businesses collapsed. This issue went to the extent of me nearly committing suicide. Yes, because that was my only hope. You know, that was my only hope. Within that period, when that issue was before the issue came, I had also, I'm getting emotional.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
I was staying at Usu when the whole issue happened, and at the end of the day I couldn't pay my rent. I lost my businesses. I had a music studio in the house. Right intermittently, like within that period too, was when the lockdown came. So I left Accra to stay with my family because I had a whole lot of things going on at the same time. When I left to Sunyani to stay with my family, I stayed there for a while. By the time I came back to Accra, that was when I realized my place had been broken into. They made away with my machines, my computers, almost everything that I had. I had a photo studio in the house. It was just a small room, but then I had everything in there. So some of my items were stolen. A few months later, my rent was also due, and I couldn't pay my rent. So I was evicted from the house.
Chris couldn't call his family for help because he's the eldest child and didn't want to be a burden to them. He had to resort to sleeping in his church as Accra was still in lockdown, and the people he expected to encourage him through this difficult time rather mocked him.
I slept in our church. I was sleeping in our church, and they gave me a place to sleep over there. That was within the lockdown period. Church was about to resume, and I still didn't have money to rent a place. That month was also my daughter's birthday, and I've not seen my daughter for more than 9 years. The last time I saw her, she was just 3 months. You know. So looking at that period where I missed my daughter so much, my businesses have collapsed. The gadgets and equipment I had, I've lost all of them. And I had a lot of bills I was still paying because I had not paid some of my workers. And I've lost all my shops too within that period. I felt like I'm useless, you know. I felt like I'm useless. People I expected them to encourage me within that period. That was when they called me hopeless.
Explaining why he hasn't been able to see his daughter for the last 9 years, Chris said he lost the woman he loved because her pastor said he had a spirit of poverty.
When I left university at that period, I did my national service, and I started working with a printing press at Asafo in Kumasi. That was where I met one lady, a very nice, beautiful lady, and we started our relationship. Everything was okay. 3 months into our relationship, she asked me to come to their church. She wanted to introduce me to their pastor. So she introduced me to the pastor, and then I was asked to go and play the keyboard because I play the instruments too. I was just behind the keyboard one evening at service when the pastor came in, said God has revealed something to him, and he called me in front of the church. And the lady was around, the family was also around, and she told the church that God has revealed to him that I have the spirit of poverty in my house, and if the lady should marry me, her life and her family will be destroyed. It was a big blow to me because I know we are not poor, you know. I couldn't bear it. So to me, I know God reveals to redeem. And if you've seen any revelation, you've seen anything about me, I much expected that the pastor would sit down with me and talk to me, and we pray together. Few weeks after the prophecy came, the so-called prophecy came, I called my woman and I told her that my dad wants to see her, and we need to pray about this. She didn't want to come. Close to a month, she wasn't picking my calls again. I would call and call and call and call. She would never pick my call. And later on, I realized she has left her family to stay with the pastor, the so-called pastor. So I asked her, why is she now staying with the pastor? And she told me that the pastor came to see her family, that she is following wrong footsteps and he needs to mentor her. So the family allowed her to come and stay with the pastor. The pastor who is not married, the pastor you are staying in the same room, it was just a single room, because I went to the house to see where they were staying. This whole thing was just turning into something, it was having an emotional and psychological toll on me, so I stopped following up.
After 9 months, Chris's ex came back begging and he accepted to be with her again. But even impregnating her was not a reason good enough to get her family's blessings for marriage.
She came back and apologized to me that she was sorry for breaking up with me, and she would like to come back for us to get back into a relationship. So she came back, and that was when I realized she had something to do with the pastor. The pastor actually slept with her. I forgave her. I forgave her right there. And I felt okay, now we are back into a relationship again. So later on, she moved to stay with me, and after 2 years, I impregnated her. In my plan, I had really wanted to see the family, for us to get married, and then the right way, do everything the right way before pregnancy comes in. But then I was having external challenges from her family because they didn't like my tribe. I'm a Votarian and they are Ashantis, and to them, they feel like they come from a royal home, and if any outsider should join their family, it's going to create problems for them. So long story short, I took care of the pregnancy. I took responsibility of it till she delivered. I went and then did the christening, the naming. After I was done with the naming, she called me back and told me that the family said they don't want me in their family, so we should break up. I took the issue to Doftu and told them that this is what has happened. So they invited her over and spoke to her about the whole issue and told them that they shouldn't deprive me from seeing my daughter. It's 9 years now, I've never seen my daughter.
The burden was too much, and Chris almost ended his life.
So one day when I was sleeping at the church, all these emotions came back on me again, and I was like, what am I using my life for? I start this business, it collapses, I start that and it turns into something else. So that night I moved to a friend's drinking spots, and I actually bought alcohol that night, and the poison on me, which I poured into the drink. I was just about to take it, and I posted a suicidal note on Facebook that was it. And before that, I had already inboxed some few people and told them about my psychological issues and the problems, challenges I was facing. You know, people misuse the internet to defraud people, to scam people. So the few people I spoke to felt like I was just trying to come up with a story to dupe them. Right about the time when I was going to take the poison, that was when one of my choristers choristers appeared, people were looking for me. And at that moment, I had so much calls coming in that my phone went off. But then as to how that chorister of mine knew where I was at the moment, it was miraculous to me. He came and slapped me with a glass and picked me up, and then he took me to the church premise. Within some few seconds, within some few minutes, I realized there were lots of cars parked at the church. A lot of people came around to check up on me, to see what exactly was going on. That night I could have lost my life, but then God saved me that night.
A Facebook friend who chanced upon the suicide note on social media offered Chris a room in his house until he gets back on his feet.
I stayed with Jerry for a while, and that was when I started making savings towards starting a new business and starting a new life afresh. Right between that time too, I had someone from Lekma who was also a cyber family, or a cyber friend, a friend from the internet, who invited me over to the hospital. So I started my therapy with the lady at Lekma, and sometimes we go biblical, sometimes we chat more, and she was also of help to me a lot.
With no knowledge in welding, Chris started a fabrication business whilst he was staying with Jerry, and that was the birth of Windhawk.
One morning I posted a table on Facebook called Z Table. I do 3D visualization. I'm into graphics too. I do 3D animation and stuff like that. So I saw this picture on Instagram, and it was a very nice table, and I tried doing the design with my PC, and I realized this is something that I can mold and just post, because I'm part of an animation group on WhatsApp, so we sometimes post our work for credits. But then I realized if I have to mold all these things just for credits and I can't make money out of it, then where am I heading towards with my 3D profession? So I molded the table, and then the software gave me all the dimensions, the angles, the cuttings and everything. And when I posted the picture on Facebook, within 1 hour I had about 200 plus people asking for the table because they want to buy one. And I didn't know how to weld from anywhere. I've not been to any welding school. I've not been to any technical school to know anything about this. But then that night I prayed to God that He should just give me the knowledge and the know-how of how to do this. So when I was staying with Jerry, I would go to the welding shops, buy metals, send them metal pipes, send them to those places, and then I give them the dimensions, because I had a laptop and I had the dimensions on the laptop. They will cut and then they just weld, and then we will grind and then spray. So I posted the first picture on Facebook, and the people were still asking for the table, that they want to buy more. And I realized this could be a very good venture to get into, because I had great comments coming from people. I invested the money I had that time into it, and that is how come I started my fabrication job. So I would bring in welders to come and weld, sprayers to come and spray, and any other person who could play a part in making the job possible, I bring them on board to do that. Along the line, I was also learning to weld, and as I speak to you right now, I weld my own works. I spray them myself. I do everything myself within the period of 6 months. Yes, and we've been getting a lot of contracts. People have been calling us to mold restaurant tables for them. Schools have been calling. Recently, we had a hospital asking us to mold about 100 bunk beds for them, which we are going to start very soon. And there are a whole lot of projects we've been doing. I'm also into architecture. I do architectural drawings and stuff for people. And this is the future of Windhawk. I know someone would ask, why Windhawk? Looking at the storms I've gone through, yes, the eagle, people say, is the strongest bird. But I realized one thing about the hawks. hawks are very swift and fast. When they envision a vision, or when they see a vision, they will make sure they hover around until they get what they want before they fly away. And there's the attribute of what I've characterized myself to be, that when I see an idea, I make sure I catch that idea, materialize it, and actually make it happen.
Chris hopes to build various companies under the Windhawk brand and believes he will succeed.
I have a whole lot of businesses coming up. Windhawk is just 1 out of 6 of the businesses I have under Windhawk. And with the food business too, we have about 4 businesses under the food business. We also have other businesses too we have in plan, and I'm still working around them. So for instance, with the Windhawk, just as I said earlier on, I want to test the soil, know the field, know the technical aspect of it. Yes, I know right now we have artificial intelligence in welding, we have robotic welding and all those kind of stuff, but then you need to really know the basics, learn it the classical way before you get into modern technology. So with the food business, yes, I'll get back into it again.
What is his driving force, we ask?
First of all, it has been God. And I quite remember one night I was in South Africa. We closed from church, and I got robbed. At that very moment, I realized I didn't know anyone in South Africa. It has been the same way when I was living in Nigeria. And it has been God all this while. I would have lost my life then. But then the music I know was what I was feeding on. And I learned music from the house of God. All right. Now, when it comes to my physical capabilities or my human capabilities, anytime I feel like it's an opportunity for me to learn and then know my mistakes and then rectify them. So when I saw the food and then the business collapsed, I felt like, okay, now this is what has happened. Next time I'm starting a food business again, how do I go about it? And that was how I was able to start 4 businesses in Accra to go. You understand me? 1 business collapsed, but then I started 4 in Accra. So anytime I fail, it serves as an opportunity for me to correct my mistakes and then move on. I'm someone who multitasks. I do a whole lot of things at the same time, and that's how God created me. You know, growth takes time, but then if you grow and go through it, that's when the results come. There is this thing we say in tree that a procurator so to go. Bill Gates is still searching for money. Dangote is still searching for money. All right. I appreciate where I am now. I've not made it yet, but I appreciate what I'm doing now and where I am now. I'm learning a lot when it comes to customer service, interaction with people. I'm learning a lot, and I'm so glad that I've been through all these things and I still have my skills intact. I thank God for where I am.
He had a word of advice for young people who aim to become entrepreneurs.
Life is not easy. All right, life is not easy. One thing I've realized about the youth of our generation, education is very good. Getting a certificate is very good. Working at the office is very good. But then there is money on the street. There is money on the street. Somebody has been to the university and studied marketing. Now you are back home. You have carpenters and tailors and tradesmen around you who are struggling to market their products, and you have studied marketing in school. Why don't you collaborate with some of these people? Create a social media platform or page, help them sell their products and make your money too. But then it seems everyone is just waiting to be employed into an air-conditioned office with a very big sum of a very nice salary, handsome salary, and always putting on a suit, you know. Here I am. I have my business, I have my education, but then I have my business. There is money on the street. I made a post on Facebook some time ago that if someone should sell 5 bags of water a day, I will try and get you that post. At the end of the year, you should make about 120,000 Ghana cedis at the end of the year. But if you should tell an elite or an educated person to go and sell water on the street, they will never sell it. But these people are making big money. So with the little education that you have and then the little skills on the street, you can create a business on your own and make things happen. For the struggles, it will come. Money to fund your business is not easy. You will not get sponsorship from anywhere. But as an entrepreneur, if you need to buy a machine, you need to buy a chair, you need to buy anything, it has to come from your own pocket. Time and patience is very, very important.
Chris's story is one that really needed to be heard, and we believe you have been inspired by it. Until we come your way again with another untold inspiring story, do well to visit www.GhanaWeb.com for all your latest news. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV, to watch all our programs. My name is Dorcas Ankuma.
And principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Metropolitan area is growing, and you agree with me that there are all cultures and all that here. So we have to come together as people in Greater Accra, the Ghanaians, to ensure that we hold on tight to our culture, just as is done in other regions.
Chairman, you see, recently I was having a little issue with my friend Dr. Matthew Poku-Prempeh. I said, when the Anlos are celebrating their festivals and coming out with their culture, you hear people making reference to juju, 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 and all that. When the Ashanti is doing it, it is done so well that people say, oh, this is culture, this is tradition. So I'm happy you are giving your commitment to this, so that the capital cultural heritage will not be seen as something fetish, and that people will see that indeed it is people's history that they want to celebrate. I thank you for that commitment. Now, to end it as part of the warm-up, our colleague Neil Ante-Vanderpoel had a cause to express concern about the Ghana language in our schools in Greater Accra. In fact, it's a matter that I'm really concerned too. How do you hope to work with the Ministry of Education, and for that matter, the regional Ghana Education Service Directorate or Office, to ensure that teachers are posted to the various schools in Greater Accra to teach Ghana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I crave your indulgence to lay a little foundation before I answer the question. Mr. Chairman, as a son of a police officer, we sergeant in some parts of the country. One of the areas that I remember very well was in Bolgatanga in the early 80s, where I lived. And Mr. Chairman, because of the way the place naturally is, you are forced to learn their local dialects. And one of them that I learned was Frafra. I used to speak Frafra, but these days I'm not able to. At least I'm able to say my good morning in Lablika, Lawani, Lansunga, Okenlebe, and all that. Little did I know that after so many years, by the grace of God, I will become a member of parliament in a constituency that predominantly, I call myself a Zongo boy, so forgive me if I say it's a predominant Zongo area. With the background that I have, a little bit of Frafra and Hausa, it helped to integrate into the constituency. Mr. Chairman, it would be nice that my leader will go back to Efutu and can speak Ga, and everybody will know that, oh, so our member of parliament indeed did not only go to make laws in Accra, but has been able to learn how to speak Ga. Similarly, I expect my leader, Honorable Mutaka, to also go back and speak Ga. So it is a serious issue for us. I will lead a course to work hand in hand with the Ghana Education Service. It should be in the syllabus, but the challenge here is, are there enough teachers to be able to teach Ghana in the schools? And we must make it a priority. And it goes either way. Parents must also try and encourage their children to speak Ghana instead of speaking slangs in Ghana. And though it's a cosmopolitan area, let us also encourage ourselves to also try and speak Ghana, so that gradually that will some other factors may be that the few Ghana teachers that we have, in some cases, are transferred to other jurisdictions. Mr. Chairman, when given the nod, by the grace of God, I will collaborate with the Minister of Education and the Ghana Education Service to ensure that even the few that we have are brought back to teach Ghana in the school. And we will fall on other opinion leaders to support us in trying to, as it were, grant scholarships for people to begin to feign interest in learning Ghana at the Bureau of Languages. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, finally, by way of my teaser, and that would be all for you. The commitment you've given on the teaching of the Ghana language in our public schools, commendable. The nominee for the Education Ministry, Dr. Edichum, also assured us that he would work in ensuring that the international schools introduce Ghanaian language. Would you be happy to partner him, in ensuring this is done? Because a lot of the international schools are in Greater Accra. You would want people to learn the Ghanaian culture. So this time, not only the Ghana language, but Ghanaian language. Would you be happy to support him in that drive as a regional minister, please?
Mr. Chairman, not only would I be happy, but I think that it's about that time, and it's a challenge. And by the grace of God, I will collaborate with the Education Minister. Indeed, you travel sometime and you see as a tourist who has come to pass through 3 weeks, and then you ask you, oh, you are done, and you are like, oh, wow. So it means if these are inculcated in their syllabus, I'm sure that even expatriates will be so glad that their children are able to learn how to speak Ga in Ghana and in Accra. So yes. Well, I wouldn't want to mention international schools because once I do that, but generally we'll ensure that there's that arrangement for all the schools to begin to teach, or rather improve upon teaching the Ga in their various schools. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Obiama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, my good friend, Honorable Henry Korte. I assume that you've had some briefing from the outgoing regional minister, and you have also looked at the Constitution and the Local Governance Act on the RCCs. For instance, if you look at the Act, Section 202. In fact, we can start with the 201. It talks about the regional minister, and the regional minister being the chief of the president in the region, and the other things that you're supposed to do. Now, being a regional minister in Greater Accra means that you'll be the regional minister in a region where the president is also seated, more or less. Now, how do you see this role as far as being a regional minister in Greater Accra is concerned?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the mandates of the regional coordinating councils are to monitor, coordinate the implementation of government policies and development programs in the respective regions across the country. It means that ordinarily all policies by the government should go through, or for that matter, the regional minister of the RCC should ensure effective monitoring, supervision, and coordination of these policies. It so happens that because of the proximity of Greater Accra to the seat of government, most times, consciously or unconsciously, sector ministers move straight to the presidency and do their business, and even go to implement these policies, perhaps, as I said, unconsciously on the blind side of the regional minister. Mr. Chairman, these are multi-sectorial, and I will, when given the nod, by the grace of God, begin to lobby. In fact, I've already started that. I know I've spoken to the Minister of Communication designate and others, that when given the nod, it is my intention to lobby them so that government policies, when being implemented in Greater Accra, are run through the RCC, so we are afforded the opportunity to ensure value for money, quality, and all that. So indeed, there's a problem. But I believe I have the blessing also from the seat of government, i.e., Mr. President, to ensure that the Greater Accra Regional Ministry has helped, for that matter, to gain the optimum recognition, just as it is in other regions.
Thank you, Honorable Henry Korte. One major issue when it comes to running the RCCs is the provision of funding. Indeed, under Act 936, Section 199, it talks about funds of the Regional Coordinating Council. and that these funds mainly should come from a percentage of the common fund determined by Parliament, and then grants and other donations made to the Regional Coordinating Council. Have you had any briefing as to the challenges associated with funds of the Regional Coordinating Council, and how do you advise us to how these challenges can be overcome?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The issue of release of funds has been a major problem in successive governments. Mr. Chairman, when given the nod, I will be working hand in hand and also lobbying, perhaps if I have to go to his house every day, the local government minister, so we are able to get releases in time. And as I said, once we get the sector ministers to work with the Regional Coordinating Council, I'm sure that some of these gaps will be able to fill. And as I said, I'm sure the committee, when given the nod, will do our best to improve upon that situation. That notwithstanding, we cannot also run away from the fact that that has been the case, not just in Accra, but in other regions because of the delay of release of funds.
The last one is about the relationship between the regional minister and the district chief executives. This relationship is spelled out clearly in the Act. Of course, your duty as a regional minister is spelled out clearly as to how to work with the chief executives. Now, beyond that, how do you think you can enhance the good relationship between the regional minister and chief executives so that the region will benefit, the country will benefit, and of course, the government will be better for it?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, interestingly, when my name was mentioned, or for that matter, Mr. President nominated me, I had a lot of calls from the MMDCs. But for COVID, I'm sure the parliamentary police would have been very busy this morning because almost all the MMDAs, which includes presiding members and assembly members from both sides of the divide, were ready to organize and then show support for me. We have already started on a good note, and so I know that we'll continue to strengthen the relationship and also work hard to ensure that there's delivery. Again, one of the, when giving the nod.
Mr. Chairman, is the nominee suggesting that the assembly members are partisan? Because he says that both sides of the divide. I know assembly members are not partisan. They are, even presiding members are not supposed to be partisan. So I want to know whether you know some who are partisan.
Mr. Chairman, withdrawn.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, so all I'm saying is that I've already engaged the MMDCs and we'll be setting targets for them. They have to come up with a working plan, which we will be monitoring quarterly. In fact, an action plan. I've already asked them to do so. So it's not going to be MCE or business as usual. We have to put them to task, and they have to deliver in their respective assemblies.
I want to give it to me first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me take the opportunity to congratulate my cousin for his nomination.
Haven't disclosed that he's your cousin. Are you not disabled from participating
I'm doing
in
my
this
work. I'm doing my
contribution?
work faithfully.
Sorry?
I will do my work faithfully. Mr. Chairman, first, nominee, there has been this advocacy since the days of Kutua Champong, throughout to Rawlings, to President Kufuor, to President Mills, President Mama, and I know it's existing, for the capital of the region, Greater Accra region, to be distant from the capital of the nation. So people have mooted the idea that the regional capital should be moved to the currently traditional capital of Dodowa. Would you support this idea? And if not, why?
Well, the chairman, listening to my cousin, he's rightly giving the answer. This didn't start today, and perhaps all of us will have to work together, taking cognizance of the financial challenges that it may come with. Of course, why not? Because of the urban drift, if you can move your capital just as it's been done or has been done in Nigeria from Lagos to Abuja, it's a wonderful idea. And I think that it involves a lot. And Parliament will also play a key role in this. So yes, it's a good idea. And I will invite him to help me join me rather, so we can begin the process. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Nominee, as head of the region's security, that is when you are approved, how will you help reduce the high incidence of political violence in the region? The last elections, our image as a region was really tarnished because of political violence. What will you do so that we can help minimize the incidence of political violence in the region, that we can live together as politicians, like you and I will always eat together, meet and eat together our favorite place, if all our people could also do that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Political violence in itself, respectfully, it's not just in Accra. It's a matter for us as a country to look at. How do we look at it? And he's provided one of the answers already. As a chairman, we engage ourselves in the plenary as citizens of this country, representing the diverse interests of our constituents who have reposed confidence and trust in us to do so here. We eat together, we travel together, we do committee meetings together. In fact, we are seated here together. There hasn't been fight, and we treat ourselves with that respect and decorum. Is it the case that we transmit sin to our supporters down there? That is a question that has to be looked at. What is it that we tell them? How do we get them to also do what we do here? Because after all, it's about political ideologies. It is not about fighting. So it is an issue for all of us to come together. And when giving the nod as chairman of will be the chairman of the RECSEC, I will do broader consultations and speak to more of the stakeholders. And let us find a way. We cannot completely say it's going to go, but let's see how we can minimize the issue of political violence in Greater Accra. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, this is a question I asked the Minister for Lands, and I want to put the same to you. The people in the region, the indigenous people in the region, have not been too happy with this issue of government, acquiring their lands, either by executive instrument or what, acquire lands for particular purpose or public good. Then after a period or over the years, when government have no need for that land again, instead of reverting the land to the original alluvial owners, government dispose of the lands for commercial properties which the indigenous people do not benefit. Especially you coming from Osu, you know the problem the Osu Traditional Council have had over this issue, especially with the development of areas around this area, Reach. Recently, you know the problem that ensued between the Osu Traditional Council and the Nigeria High Commission. What will you do to help the people of the region, especially our chiefs and elders, have the sort of trust that can help them get government to respond to their petitions and plea over this issue?
Mr. Chairman, it appears I have to continuously repeat myself by saying successive governments. This is something that has been in existence throughout. But again, let me say that Accra continues to be a cosmopolitan region or area. Now, when you go to other jurisdictions, because there isn't too much activity over there, you will find out that this type of challenge is non-existent. I listened to the Minister for Lands and Forestry designate, and if I'm right, he did say that in somewhere in the northern region, they own their own lands, and by executive, they are not part of this executive instrument thing. Unfortunately, as I said, it's a cosmopolitan area. Government may need the land for a particular purpose and this particular time that it didn't need maybe 5 years ago. Typical example is the cathedral over here, that some houses have been demolished to make way for the cathedral. But Honorable Chair, if you recall, during the President Kufuor's time, quite a number of, in fact, the President Kufuor started the processes of releasing government-acquired lands to the Ghana indigents. I know that when President John Evans Atta Mills, may so rest in perfect peace, took over, some of these lands were released. And I must say that we were all hoping that the indigents would have, like you said, but it so happens that some of them rather ended up in court and all manner of litigation. So we will be doing, once again, consultations to see where government does not necessarily need that land, it reverts to the indigents. But again, we have to meet ourselves halfway, so there is a win-win situation. But just for the record that some lands were released. The processes began in President Kufuor's time. In fact, it was almost done. And then in 2008, there was a change of government, and it was done in or during the succeeding government's time.
Mr. Chairman, last one.
No,
your permission.
You have exceeded.
Permission, last one.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my whip.
Honorable Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
One.
I have just a few questions for you. My first one has to do with
it's very important.
The water bodies we have in our cities, or water bodies we have in Accra. One can mention the Odona River. I know we have the Water Resource Commission, we have the Ministry, Works and Housing, but because it's in your region, has it come up as a concern to you? And what would you do, given the nod, to complement the efforts of these existing state institutions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, tackling the issue of the water bodies of the Odo and all that you're talking about, related to issues of sanitation as well. And that is why in the Let's Make Accra Work program that I have, we will ensure the regular desilting of gutters and dredging of some of these huge drains, and then that in itself will correct some of these mistakes. If I may, Honorable Chair, there will be a pilot program, God willing, when I'm giving the nod, which will run for about 160 days. The Clean Ghana project is one of them. And also, I intend to introduce a new scheme in the system where we will get beans put across the region. We will start a pilot program from 1 or 2 constituencies and ensure that, when I was growing up, we used to have this town council and all that. Today, they are not there anymore. So that the district assemblies will focus more in their respective districts and ensure good sanitation. The last Sunday of the month, or last Friday, Saturday of the month, we could get people to join hands in cleaning your area, which I term it Operation Clean Your Frontage. So corporate institutions will wear their t-shirts nicely in front of their offices and help to clean the place. Market women will do so. The GPRT, Protea, and all that will do so. And I believe that when we begin to do that, and also educate people about the issues of dumping refuse in gutters and on the streets, that will in its way help as well.
Honorable nominee, if you appreciate what is happening globally, I mean in terms of urban cities, modern cities, how they are built, and the trappings that come with it. If you look at our case, elsewhere, you can't just drive to the capital city to add on to congestion on the streets and all that. People who want to drive to certain parts of the city should be prepared to pay some tax and all that. These are all measures that are put in place to control congestion and to have a modern city. I have every confidence in you that you'll be able to do this job just as the President does. What plans do you have to make Accra to bear that characteristics of a modern city, given the nod?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Let's Make Accra Work proposal, as I indicated earlier, has issues of security, sanitation, in it. One of the areas that I intend doing, if I may digress a bit from your question, is the issue of COVID. It's rising very high. Initially, we thought it's just a strange visitor who will leave us, but now it has come right into our rooms, our homes, and everywhere, and it's deadly. I have had discussions with few waste management companies already to see how best we could start a pilot program, and we'll be going to the schools, we'll be going to the churches, we'll be going to the marketplaces, as is done in China, so that every day there will be somebody standing at the entrance of the school to guide as to observing the social distancing protocol. In the evening, the marketplaces and things will be disinfected. I say disinfection because fumigation, when you fumigate a school, it means that that child cannot sit in the class. But this type of disinfection will be done either hourly or daily to ensure that the children are, as it were, given the maximum support by way of the COVID prevention. Now, on the issue of security, congestion is a major problem. When giving the nod, I will liaise with the regional commander of police after having had serious meetings with the members of the RESEC. So we look at how to decongest Some parts of Accra, there are traffic issues that we have to look at. As I said, there are security issues that we have to look at as well. So all these are embedded in the Let's Make Accra Work program. And the first 100 days is going to be challenging. One of the things that may not sound too well or good, perhaps in the ears of my colleagues, will be the abuse of sirens. I'm giving the nod, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, sorry, I will ensure that the abuse of sirens in Accra will be a minimum. It is happening.
The abuse of what? Sirens?
Sirens and the use of blue lights. You know. And Mr. Chairman.
You were Deputy Minister for Interior, weren't you?
Where you had the mandate.
Where you truly had the mandate. The police were under you. Will you share with us what you did in respect of
Mr.
that?
Chairman, I did say it will not be too sweet in the ears of my colleagues, but it has to be done and we will do it.
I'm asking what you did when you were Deputy Minister for Interior.
Mr. Chairman, I was a Deputy Minister and my duty was to assist my minister in doing so. Now the President has made me his representative in Greater Accra. So this is one of the innovations that I want to bring in the region, for which when you give me the nod, I will be the minister.
In what capacity then?
Mr. Chairman, as a chairman of RECSEC, it becomes a regional security matter in Greater Accra. And with that,
very, very interesting. I will personally be discussing this with you as we go along.
Mr. Chair, this will be my last. And I've heard my good friend quite eloquent with his Make Accra Work plan, and I commend you for that. Honorable nominee, the large coastal land we have in Accra, how does it feed into your overarching Make Accra Work plan? I mean, what specific plans do you have towards the enhancement, the development, the attraction of investment, the coastal area of Accra?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, that will be a collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism so that we can, as part of the sanitation processes, clean our beaches and find a way to make it a tourist attractive area so we can rake in some revenue as well. Mr. Chairman, when you go to other jurisdictions, their beaches are where they get all the tourists coming in and then they increase revenue. Indeed, we'll do our best to make our beaches clean and then turn it into a tourist attractive or attraction areas in collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism.
Yes, Honorable. You said as soon as I get to you.
Thank you very much, Chairman and Honorable Henry Kote. I would say there are about 3 Accras. The indigenous people, the migrant Accra, those who come and go. And then you have the settler communities of Accra. The indigenous people, I think, have suffered as a result of the capitalization of their territory. Land value has skyrocketed. There's threat everywhere, causing the insecurity that you just discussed. Lands have become urbanized, so the agricultural community is threatened. They can't farm. I don't also think that many of them are getting enough educational opportunities to be very competitive in the labor market that has been created as a result of the capitalization of the city, the industrialization of Greater Accra, and etc. Now, what will you do as a conscious program to promote the indigents in terms of access to education and skill sets to make them competitive because all of us are descending from our various regions and districts across the country with all sorts of skill sets, making us very competitive, and we have to compete with them. And people are coming down with investments. Let's say people with cocoa farms in Ashanti, Eastern, and other places bring their capital here and invest, and I'll compete them in the business sector. So they are really at the receiving end of the bargain. So what will you do consciously to address the plight of the indigents of Greater Accra?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, when we were growing up, we used to call it ministries. I mean, you walk from Usu and then right behind us here, that's the term, ministries. With the greatest of respects, most of the public and civil servants were the Fleshers, the Engmans and all that. I mean, they work from Usu, from La, and Central Region, and they constitute majority of the public and civil service. For some reason, that is beginning to fade away. Indeed, is an issue that when given the nod, I will liaise, or for that matter, try and lobby philanthropists, NGOs, and all that, so we can put in a formula or a framework, if you like. For instance, if we can give scholarships to indigents along the coast to go and, as it were, get higher education, because the chairman, you agree with me that that was what was done in other parts of the country many years ago, and it has really helped. So yes, I will do my best to get scholarships, speak to Ghana Education Service, other interested parties, so we can get as many indigents as possible to begin to appreciate the need to further their education. And then there's a short-term, medium-term, long-term plan. So in the next 10, 15 years, you have quite a number of the indigents rising up again to form if you like, the nucleus, or for that matter, be part of the public and civil service, and also be in the limelight of affairs. And by that way, they will also be in the competitive job market as well.
There are so many questions around that, but I don't have the opportunity to do follow-up. So my next question really has to do with those of us who've come here as settlers and people who just come in and go. The roads are choked, hospitals are choked. I've looked at the handover notes, and I think there are about 18 hospital projects in the Greater Accra that are outstanding and completed at different stages. After the roads, about 30-something road projects that are uncompleted at different levels. And if you look at the handover notes and you see the number of school projects that remain uncompleted, and I know Greater Accra is not just Accra, but there are rural parts of Accra. Now, the financing framework for regional development clearly cannot work for Accra. Accra is an exception. Accra is the capital city. We want the best roads. We want water running, electricity, because you have about 5 million people now who are living here. What innovative financing framework will you introduce to the development needs of Greater Accra region? You can't rely on budgetary allocation. It won't work.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, these are huge, if you like, developments that has to be done in the region. Certainly, we'll have to get supported, but there's a sister city and other arrangements in other jurisdictions. When given the nod, we will try and see if we can get the opportunity to benefit from some of those things. But even that, it has to go through Parliament, it has to go through executive and all that. So, as a catch-22 situation. But certainly, we will bring up, I'm putting together think tanks so that they will advise me on what, how, and when to actually approach some of these things so that I will not be called before Parliament as not doing the right thing. But certainly, we will do our best to do it.
My last question is on urban sprawls and the Kai problem that we've had over the years. You were Deputy Minister for Interior, you moved to National Security, now you're going to be in charge of Greater Accra, assuming that this House approves your nomination. Kai, how do you propose to end Kai? I think it's a labor issue, and it's an issue that has to do with the design of the market and the provision of a portrait service, which is blighted by lack of housing for that labor category. What will you do as the Greater Accra Regional Minister to address the problem of Kai in the region?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my constituency could be a capital area for the KIAs, but this is more or less a policy matter, and that has to be looked at as a multi-sectorial issue because the Gender Ministry, Labour Ministry, and others will have to come in and then get a policy for that matter to help, because it's a general matter. If you move the KIAs, where do they go to? Have we built enough for them to go and then work at those places? So as I'm saying, it's a policy matter, and I wouldn't want to veer too much into that. But we'll do our best, rather, where we can provide something like a crèche for them, so that whilst they go to the fields to work, their children can get or can have access to education. And then as they grow, they will now feed into the free SHS or free education policy that government intends. I think that we'll be able to manage that in Accra. But bearing in mind that it's a cosmopolitan region, you cannot just move people away from here. There has to be a systematic approach to that. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Ablekuma West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a follow-up to an earlier question you answered on political violence. And having been a victim of that before, I was particularly interested in the answer that you gave. A lot of it is fomented by political actors. And so, as head of RECSEC, what are you going to do to work with members of parliament and the political leadership in the region to reduce the incidence of political violence and encourage them to see political opponents not as enemies, but as opponents sharing different ideas, and to foment more bridge building in the region to reduce the conflict that generates and the bad blood that it also generates, particularly those fomented, encouraged, and egged on by the political actors in the region?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I think I have answered this question already, and if you recall, I did even use an example that we come in here, we sit here, we travel for committee meetings, we eat here, we do everything. If only we can go back to our respective constituencies and let our supporters know that it's about party ideas or ideologies or whatever, but not a fight. It is about what we have and what our plans are to govern this country and not engage ourselves in individual fights. So that certainly I have responded to. But Coming here as a regional minister when giving the nod and inviting my colleague, Greater Accra members of parliament into a one-day, two-day workshop to get resource persons to come and speak to us. Chairman of the main political parties will be beautiful, so that they join us in some of these workshops, the organizers and all that. So gradually we'll begin to understand that it's about issues and not the chairman certainly will do our best to begin that process.
No, if I may, yeah. I am an MP in the region, so if you give us a bit of latitude, we'd be grateful. Coastal development has been set up to assist with the regeneration of the inner cities along the coastal belt. Now, for many of us, the major issues facing communities along the coast are the high poverty and poor income generating activities along the coastal region, with fishing and other things not providing enough of a livelihood for the rest. The infrastructural needs that we have are also, we don't need dams or warehouses, but we do need to have our roads, drains, and other things taken care of. So how are you going to work with the Coastal Development Authority and the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to meet the infrastructural and job creation needs of the region?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I know that some work is being done by CODA, and they have several programs. One of them is the London beaches and all that, which some have commenced. Again, we will look at how to assist them in vocational skills, small-scale businesses by way of some interventions to help them to also be able to, as it were, be in the job market one way or the other. Adult education could be one of them, Mr. Chair. We are getting to we are in the 21st century, and it will be beautiful for somebody sitting in the market, not necessarily going to school, but to be able to manage the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the market by way of expressing him or herself. And I know that there are quite a number of programs, as I said earlier, by CODA. It is for me to sit with the authorities and look at which of them we can lobby for it to be brought into the region, and also get the assembly members, and for that matter, the MMDCs, to find a way of ensuring proper allocation, and I use the word proper allocation, good monitoring and supervision, so that they also feel part of what's the benefits that it's in the system.
Greater Accra is the most hardest hit when it comes to COVID. And most of the cases are here in the region. And many of our people living in this region are also flouting the COVID protocols. So you would find, even walking around, that some people are not wearing masks. In our constituencies, you go to whole sections and they'll tell you that it is a rich man's disease, so it's not going to affect us. What are you going to do, working with the health authorities, to lead the effort to change attitudes in the region, to be more responsive to the COVID protocols and help reduce the incidence of the disease in the region?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I did say earlier that there is a pilot program in place that will commence immediately when I'm giving the nod by the grace of God. Mr. Chairman, we intend to get the NCCE and all other stakeholders, so there will be awareness creation and also get people to understand the need why they should observe the social distancing protocols. We will go to schools, we will go to churches, we will help them to understand the need. So, Mr. Chairman, there is a program for that. And when giving the nod, we will do our best to help the Minister of Health, and for that matter, the National COVID Task Force, to be able to fight COVID-19 in Greater Accra.
And my last question is on floods in the region and sea defense. In many of our communities, we face perennial flooding every year when it rains. There have been interventions, and there's one which we had a lot of mention being made of, the Conti project a few years ago, which was supposed to help with storm drains, which would have benefited my constituency as well, because we face serious flooding problems alongside the entire length of my constituency from Otojo all the way to Blefe. Now we're still grappling with these problems, and I'd like to know what actions you would take to work with the relevant ministries and stakeholders to ensure that we find a lasting problem to the flooding in the western part of Accra. Thankfully, in your constituency, during the time of President Kufuor, the perennial Alajo drain has been resolved with the storm drains that were constructed. We also need similar projects in our constituencies. So what are you going to do to ensure that the flooding in Ablekuma West and other neighboring constituencies would become a thing of the past? And to continue with the sea defense projects along the coast. Some have been done. And so the areas that are not being protected are now bearing the full brunt of the force of the sea. So it is defeating the purpose for which the sea defense projects were done. And there's a classic problem in my constituency as well. Blefe was done. Shiabu has not been done.
Honorable member for Blekuma West, I think you need an appointment with.
No, it's a major problem in the region. So it is something that I would want to know what the minister, incoming minister, if approved, it's what steps he's going to take, working with the relevant authorities to find a concrete, lasting solution to the flooding and coastal erosion problem in the region. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. My honorable colleague just provided the answer in his last remark. Indeed, I have to work with other sector ministers, of which she will be, by the grace of God, one of them. The issue of Conti and dredging and the flooding in Accra is a matter for sector ministries. And then as a regional minister, when giving the nod, I have to go and lobby. And this lobbying must be so intense, because I know that Conti also has some financial issues that has to come from the Minister of Finance. So certainly, this is more or less a sector ministry issue. But of course, as a minister designates will be regional minister, God willing, I will assure her that I will go and chase for some of these things to be done. Again, it has planning issues as well. How people build their houses, are they in the proper places? So it requires strengthening the local bylaws as well, And I need the support of all to be able to do this. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
It doesn't mean I'm closing it. I'm allowing you early.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my first issue is on the activities of land guards in Greater Accra. The activities of land guards poses security challenges in Greater Accra. As the chairman for the Regional Security Council, what will you do in collaboration with the security agencies to minimize or prevent the activities of land guards in Greater Accra?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the issue of land guards, it is because continuously we have this multiple sale of lands, and also the processes of land acquisition itself, I would say, is too long. And so sometimes it doesn't give one the confidence to go and wait for documents to be prepared before he or she goes in to build. Now, issue of multiple sale of lands, indeed, so it encourages land guards. I have heard the Minister for Lands designate talk about what they will do, and I also know that the Lands Commission have commenced digitization of land acquisition processes, i.e. these days even the site plans have got barcodes and all that in it. So it's a process that has started just like the Registrar General's Department. So it is my hope and prayer that they will be able to expedite action on the processes of land acquisition, and the ones that is done is tied into reducing the issue of land guards and also the multiple sale of lands. When giving the nod, we will have to look into all that, because we will engage the stakeholders, we will engage the traditional councils and landowners to ensure that as much as possible the multiple sale of lands are reduced. So it gives confidence back to people who want to acquire land and have already acquired, and they have their security at hand to be able to, as it were, build their properties.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, most district assemblies largely depend on the common fund in executing their projects. Without the common fund, organizing resources in their various assemblies, very difficult. What do you propose to the assemblies that will be working with you to look for other sources of funding other than the common fund to finance their projects and activities in the various districts?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, that is an area that has to be looked at again. It may involve some legal issues, because once MMDCs begin to secure loans to, as it were, use for projects, there may be interests attached to it and all that, and who bears the cost. So first of all is to lobby the local government minister to ensure timely release of project funds, and also that's what I said earlier, that the MMDCs will have to come up with an action plan. So we know that quarterly this is what they are doing, which will have to be backed by their budget, and to make sure that indeed they have what they need to be able to execute that project. But unless it's support from NGOs, and as I said earlier on, sister city projects where you know that these are grants and it will not put a financial burden on the MMDAs, which will be translated into debt for us, for that matter, the region moving to local government to say, well, I've incurred this debt. where did you get authority from? So it is an area that we have to look at. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister Designate, on the page 13 of your handing over notes, the third paragraph, it is interesting to note that it is written, may I quote, the peri-urban portions of the region abound in various natural resources. Prominent among them are large tracts of land, for both agriculture and industrial investment purposes. And there's also a wide range of minerals, including salt deposits, clay, marble, quartzite, and granite, some of which are yet to be tapped. It is significant to note that the region has a well-developed infrastructural base comprising fairly good roads, network, telecommunication facilities, and utility services. Honorable Minister Nominee, it is interesting to note the potential, the high potential of your region. And it gives me the impression that we have not adequately tapped the potential of turning the region into an industrial, or the huge potential for investment in that region. How do you intend to industrialize your region? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, again, in my earlier intro, I touched on this. The proximity of RCC to the seat of government makes it very challenging for the RCC to, as it were, be seen, and I say so in quotes. Mr. Chairman, indeed, when you go to Dodra, for instance, they farm a lot of mangoes. You see pineapple and all that there. But it is the sector ministry that has to work with the RCC. So we look at, in fact, it is a great ministry. How do we ensure that some of these produce are well preserved and exported so we can get some revenue for them? Again, Mr. Chair, you talked about lands. When Western Housing Ministry and Lands Ministry engages in programs that indeed benefits the region, but not necessarily getting the region involved has been the problem. So these things are there, they are making progress, they contribute to the economic growth in the country, and they also contribute to the reports that we get nationwide and sometimes internationally. But the region is silent because of the proximity to the seat of government. The IGP, with the greatest of respect, goes to the presidency. The Minister of Communication will go straight to the presidency and have a meeting there, decides to share computers. And you may not even speak to the regional minister. But indeed, the computers have been shared. And they have been used, or they are serving its purpose. But the region's name is not in it because it is a direct communication between the sector and the if you like, the recipient. So that bridge is what, by the grace of God, I intend to lobby the minister so that we are able to also be part of the success story. All these things are happening in Accra, all right? Yes, it's happening. But the regional ministry, I mean, you agree with me, madam. For instance, the COVID, Mr. Chairman, COVID exercises is happening in Greater Accra, all right, but it is at the national level. So you need a regional task force to be able to fight COVID so that it decentralizes through the assemblies. That way, then the regional minister will lead the course and ensure that in Greater Accra it is not a national issue. So it is a challenge where because of the closeness of things, you notice that it is more national than Greater Accra as compared to other regions. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister Designate, do I get the understanding then that in your term of office, you are going to give us the assurance that you're going to have a better collaboration with the ministries and the agencies in ensuring that you can progress of the agenda of industrialization in your region? Thank you.
Indeed, Mr. Chairman, that is the first point of call, is to start running to the presidency and lobbying the sector ministers so that we can work together. And I know once we do that, Accra will be part of the success story. It is already, but the RCC in Greater Accra should be part of the success story. And that is why I say, let us make Accra work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, in Accra, a densely commercial hub is the Abosokai spare parts enclave, where the people in the area have threatened to stop payment of business operating licenses due to congestion and bad sanitation. As a minister designate, what is your take on this development, and how do you intend to tackle sanitation and traffic congestion in the capital? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I didn't really catch the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is that we have a densely commercial hub in Abosokai, where Abosokai spare parts enclave, where the people in the area have threatened. I don't know if it's come to your notice, but ahead, that they are going to stop the payment of business operating licenses because of congestion and bad sanitation within the area. And I'm asking that as a minister designate, what is your take on this development, and how are you also going to look at it generally to tackle sanitation and traffic congestion in the capital? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will have some briefing with the regional coordinating director and also call a RESEC meeting, and then we will take a decision and engage the people of Abosokai and other areas where similar challenges exist, and see the way forward.
Honorable Elizabeth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, Ghana's biggest tourism product is our culture. Our biggest tourism product is our culture. And when it comes to Greater Accra region, you can talk about your Homowo Festival. In 2013-2014, my team and I were greatly assisted by the regional minister then, Honorable Afuteabo, the two Vanderpoys, and we came out with Homo Fest. After all the traditional areas have finished celebrating the Homowo Festival, we come together to celebrate one big Homowo Festival, attended by all the traditional leaders in Greater Accra. It was gaining international attention, but for the past 4 years, HomoFest has not been celebrated in Greater Accra. It promoted both domestic and international tourism, but it's lost on our calendar for the past 4 years. What will you do if you are given the nod?
Mr. Chairman, when given the nod, I will by all means engage all stakeholders, which would include previous regional ministers, ministers of tourism, so we can come out with a plan. As I said, it's part of the Let's Make Accra Work project on sanitation, on security, on tourism, which in itself will generate some revenue for us. So yes, I mean, it's a good information, and I take it on board. I'll work towards it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Marine Drive Development Project is the development of all the piece of land starting from Osu Castle to the Arts Center. A lot of work has already been done, but there again, from 2016 till date, not much has been done about the development of the Marine Drive. The Marine Drive at its construction stage will employ over 5,000 people, high-end jobs, from architects to engineers to lawyers, just to mention a few. And at its completion stage, you can only guess, because it's going to host hotels, casinos, playground, all of international standards. What are you going to do as a regional minister who is going to be the host of the Marine Drive when you are giving them nod?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, when giving the nod, I'll follow up on these matters and find out what is happening at because indeed, Minister of Finance will be involved, Works and Housing is involved, and I know that there are other chieftaincy issues around it as well. So I'll follow up and find out what is making the project stall, and then what is it that we can do as a people to get the projects going. And indeed, as you rightly put it, it's another major source of revenue for the country and, of course, for the region. Talking of the jobs that is also going to create for us. And it answers some of the questions that were raised earlier, because some of the jobs may not, with the greatest of respect, necessarily be jobs that you need certificates to go and do. These are jobs that can be given to all and sundry to be able to also make life out of it. So I think that is a very good one. And as I said, I'll follow up to find out what is holding the project. And then we'll see how to go about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, my major concern has to do with planning in Accra. When you come to my constituency, for example, the Madina constituency, you would realize that the central part of Madina is growing, and now Madina has extended beyond Aimensa all the way to Otinibi, Site C, new site, when you go through like Adenta new site areas. Now, the problem is that most of these new developing areas in Accra are not properly planned. There is clear lack of supervision from the municipal level. What would you do when given the nod to work with various MMDAs to make sure that Accra is properly planned, that permits are issued not for waterways, that before permits are issued, we are sure that drainages are well planned, we are sure that community roads are well planned, so that Accra will gain the status it deserves as a capital city.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I did say earlier about the processes of land acquisition, and I talked about digitization of lands in the region. Mr. Chairman, there's a major problem where when you go to lands, for instance, you cannot even find where lands or plots are. They have not been properly plotted. There are 3-4 ownerships to it. And so it doesn't help the local authorities to be able to, as it were, enforce the planning laws in their respective districts. Indeed, I have to work hand in hand with the Lands and Forestry Minister, so that they can expedite, I did say earlier, on the work that they are doing on the plotting of lands. I know they are doing that, digitizing them. Once that is done, it is a first step for the MMDAs to ensure that proper planning in their respective areas are adhered to. And again, the discipline. People are aware that indeed this place should not be built on, but they still go ahead and do it. That is where the enforcement will come in, as part of the action plan that are required from the MMDCs. All these things will have to be factored in it, and they have to let us know how they intend to deal with these things, so that gradually, it's not going to happen in a day, with the greatest of respect. But I think that when we begin from somewhere, gradually we'll get to the point where we are looking to get to. And since you've talked about Medina, one of the issues that we'll be tackling, and I'm grateful that you asked the question and you are here, because I'll need your support, Mr. Chairman. The highway going to a brief and all that, I think it's a 4-lane or so, which has now been turned into a single lane as part of the Let's Make Accra work program. We will be embarking on that traffic decongestion exercise over there. We have to engage, it's not a Rambo style anyway, we'll be engaging the GPRTU, the Protea in order to see how we can get them to load in their prescribed lorry stations to free the highway for vehicles to be able to move in. And again, if you recall, Mr. Chair, some years ago, there were several complaints, which some even resulted in demonstrations when vehicles continuously knocked down a few people who were crossing. Today, the zebra crossing and also the pedestrian flyover has been built around that area, but it's not been well patronized. Mr. Chairman, I think the MP will have to help me in that regard, so we'll go there and ensure that the highway is freed and pedestrians begin to use the pedestrian flyover that has been built there. So these are some of the things that we'll be doing when giving the nod, Mr. Chairman.
And then just a quick follow-up, because of the planning issue. I've also realized that spaces that are supposed to be reserved as public spaces for recreation or sports have been encroached upon by private developers, to the extent that now when you walk across Medina constituency, and I'm sure indeed other MPs in Greater Accra region will bear witness to that, that all the spaces that are supposed to be used for public gatherings have all been encroached upon. What would you do to ensure that spaces that are supposed to be for the public would be recovered for the public? Indeed, even if it's in the hand of private investors, we can work with the MMDAs to buy them back so that we can have public spaces for public events within the various municipalities.
Mr. Chairman, this issue will still involve the Lands Ministry, because I know the Lands Commission has done some rezoning in most of these areas. A typical example of the motorway, it used to be like a lake, but today I've seen buildings springing up there. It tells you that some rezoning has been done. And if I heard my honorable colleague very well, it will mean going into demolish houses. And yeah, because some of those places have already been encroached, reclaiming them will be going to demolish. And I wonder if my honorable colleague
Actually, some of them are yet to be developed. For example, we had complaints from places in Medina where places that are being used for lorry station, private individuals are laying claim to them. and a lot of conversation is going on if the MMDAs and then the regional administration can collaborate to recover them for the public. So if you can make an assurance that where we can locate those public spaces, you would assist us to recover them for the public, I'm sure Ghanaians will be very much happy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, these questions are more of a sector minister's work than the regional minister's work, with the greatest of respect. Because as a regional minister, I don't really have the powers to go and get lands rezoned and all that. But indeed, I will lead a cause to collaborate with the appropriate sector ministries so we'll be able to do these things. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Well, Honorable Minister, what would you do about the boundary disputes that Accra is currently facing? Because between Accra and Eastern Region, it's so difficult. Part of Imensa and towards the top there's still a dispute between which part of the land belongs to Greater Accra and which part belongs to Eastern Region. And when it comes to Central Region too, I'm sure there are issues around Odupon, whether which part belongs to Greater Accra, which part belongs to Greater Central Region. When are we going to see an end to this boundary disputes?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, once again, we will have to engage stakeholders because these are very sensitive matters. It involves chiefs, chieftaincy issues here and there. So, indeed, there will be several engagements with the chiefs and others for us to look at the boundaries and look at how we can bring amicable solutions to already matters that are hot on the ground and are creating problems. So these are matters, as I said, we'll discuss behind the scenes, do some lobbying, and come to common understandings for it to be a win-win situation for all. Thank you very much.
Finally, Mr. Chair, on 13th November 2019, the Finance Minister promised that funds were being released to build 600-bed Kayaye hostel, and it was supposed to start in December 2019. And we are all aware of the social challenges confronted by this Kayaye in and around the capital, particularly in Agbogbloshie, parts of Medina, and so on and so forth. When are we going to see the 600-seater hostel that would take off part of the burdens we are having in our various communities in Accra?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think this will fall on the Minister of Education as a hostel. So again, I will, when given the nod, get further briefing and then speak with the Minister of Education and see what the progress that they have made. And also...
sorry, but Mr. Chairman, not education. It has to do with the Kayaye.
Honorable,
the Kayaye.
He's answering. Let him finish.
It's a Kayaye, the issue of Kayaye. Yeah.
So that will be the Gender Ministry. That will be the Gender Ministry, Mr. Chairman. So we have to link up with the Gender Ministry and see what they have done, what they intend doing, and look at the timelines as well. And then I can also, as a regional minister, put some pressure and get the MMDCs to also follow up. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Honorable Nomi. My question is to do with the motorway and advertising billboards in Accra. We don't have to gainsay the fact of the role the motorway plays in our motor transport in this country. But of late, it's becoming a death trap. It's becoming a death trap in the sense that at night there is no visibility. There are no street lights on the motorway. Secondly, there are so many squatters and factories that have come up along the shoulders of the motorway. And this is attracting workers who tend to cross the motorway anyhow, either by foot or on motorbikes. And in addition to that problem,
is a new phenomenon of big billboards, some of them announcing funerals, coming up on the motorway. The issue of the billboards, that transcends the whole of Accra. I'm wondering what you will do, if you can tell us, together liaising with the city authorities, to bring the phenomenon of the motorway under control. How will we make sure that these people crossing the motorway anyhow are controlled? How do we deal with the issues of the billboards that tend to distract the attention of drivers to reduce the incidence of accidents on the motorway? And generally in Accra, to beautify the city, because the more the billboards are put up haphazardly, the more it tends to affect the outlook of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, firstly, I continue to say that because of the cosmopolitan nature of the region, day in, day out, people come in, people go out, and people even come to settle, as it were. And earlier on, as I said, planning has been a problem. The motorway, if you look at it today, has seen a lot of encroachments. People are building even close to the road, which doesn't even make it a motorway anymore, if I have to say this. But again, I know that the motorway project is coming on. The Minister for Roads talked about it the other day. Let us see the stretch that the road in itself will occupy, and afterwards, let's look at what will be left as a way of ensuring some distance between the roads in itself and the buildings that are around it. There are a lot of squatters there, and that is also a contributing factor. Quite a number of them. I know that my predecessor made a lot of effort during his term to get the squatters moved, but you move them today, and by close of business tomorrow, they are back. So we will look at how to address that issue, first of all, the squatters, and also the buildings that are springing up alongside the motorway. Some of them are huge buildings, and as I said earlier on, they have been given the permits to build. So it's an issue that we'll look at. And again, on the issue of the advertising companies, I will be having a meeting with them when giving the nod to look at how we can regulate the positionings, or as it were, erecting of billboards in the country, in the region. Indeed, billboards are beginning to scatter all over the region, and for that matter, the city. Some at traffic lights where it makes it very impossible for you to see incoming cars and all that. So these are something that I'm already holding discussions with the advertising companies, who will sit with them, and then we'll begin to put in some regulatory measures to curb this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, Honorable Nominee. Oh, it just occurred to me that you are the first nominee I'm congratulating since they started the vetting. Let me begin with drug abuse in Greater Accra. Drug abuse. You come from a constituency where it is so prevalent. Now, I want you to share with us, based on your experience as Deputy Minister of Interior, how best you think the issue of substance abuse in our communities, especially the ghetto areas, can best be tackled. I know NACOB and other institutions have periodically done sensitizations. I also know that a number of media houses, GH1 comes to mind, led a very exciting, vigorous campaign against the use of tramadol, for example. But
It is still very much, prevalent in our communities, especially in the capital. As regional minister, what would be your attitude towards substance abuse?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as a Zongo boy, I know that during what we call the Wazis, where the ulamas, the malams, the sheikhs, and the imams do preach to the youth. I think what I will be bringing on board is to get the imams and opinion leaders in the Zongo communities to begin to lead this particular charge. As you rightly put it, awareness programs has been created by NACOP and other non-governmental agencies. Perhaps they have not included in this project the imams and opinion leaders who are highly respected in the Zongo communities. And I think that it is about time, and myself being a Zongo boy will lead the cause to get them to begin to help us in educating our brothers and sisters in the Zongos about the need to begin to move away from the drugs as it's causing a lot of health issues. Today, young boys and girls at age below 30 are already suffering from kidney problems and all that. The NCC will have to come on board. The Minister of Health will have to come on board with a lot of educative materials so that they see the dangers that are involved in this. We also have a problem because of the kind of films and things that we watch over here in the city. Sometimes it motivates the young ones to begin to feel like they're acting films and all that. So it's an issue that we'll look at, and as I said, we'll get the opinion leaders to help in that direction.
Okada is a well-known illegality that is being practiced and patronized by many in Greater Accra. There have been debates over whether to make the practice legal, given the many benefits that those with that school of thought have assigned to it. Yet, some still argue that it must remain an illegality, despite the fact that it is practiced openly and patronized by many. In 2017, you led the Interior Ministry to the Public Accounts Committee. You did make a passionate appeal to the Public Accounts Committee to reconsider the law banning the practice. Are you still of the view that Okada should be legalized, given your government's position not to legalize it?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Okada in itself is a form of transportation for people to commute from one place to the other. Indeed, in other parts of this country, maybe it's not called Okada, but the motorbike in itself becomes a mode of transportation. Same is happening here in the city. Perhaps once again because of the congestion in the city and the modus operandi by which the Okada operates has become a cause for concern. That notwithstanding, as a member of parliament, I'm aware that laws has been passed in this house banning the use of Okada. But again, it is a matter that continues coming up. And I think there should be further engagements to see how it can be done. You cannot run away from it entirely. They are here. And so what is it that we can do to ensure the safety of people who will actually use the service of Okada? What is it that we can do in terms of security? What is it that we can do in terms of the general public's comfort and security and all that?
So you believe in legalizing and regulating it? You believe in legalizing and regulating it?
I'm saying there should be further consultations, so we should engage. And then it will be the opinion of all as to whether we should leave it as it is or we revisit the law.
Right. You will, as regional minister, if approved by this House, have about 29 assemblies under your region. You will be required to supervise these assemblies. These assemblies tend to be more resourceful than the regional secretariat. In 2019 alone, the estimates is that these 29 assemblies had a total income of 362 million Ghana cedis from IGF, from the Consolidated Fund, and also from Government of Ghana subventions. There has been complaints about how these resources are utilized, misappropriations, expenditure done outside gift mix, etc., etc. Now, how will you, as regional minister with less resources, supervise these assemblies that tend to be more resourceful, given the general notion that he who pays the piper calls the tune?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I did say earlier on that the assemblies are supposed to bring an action plan to me, and then the regional coordinating director and our good selves will look at it, see how feasible they are. In the action plan should be the source of revenue, and then the revenue projections as well by way of IGF and all that. Indeed, you will agree with me also that there are a lot of leakages in the IGF as well. We have to put in mechanisms to be able to ensure that we are able to plug the leakages so we can maximize the revenue generation in the various assemblies. By so doing, I'm sure that once we get more revenue in it, they'll be able to also go in and engage in more infrastructure development and other social intervention issues that will go a long way to help the communities. Indeed, it's for us all, and I say for us, I mean myself and the regional coordinating director, to ensure that funds allocated to them are put to proper use. But it's an issue for local government and coming before the Public Accounts Committee. If there are any financial malfeasances that appears in the Greater Accra region, then we'll look at it.
Chairman, I have a follow-up, and with your leave, I would proceed. Honorable nominee, in your efforts at streamlining, I hope the strategy would not be to interfere with composite budget as approved by the Assembly.
Not so, Mr. Chairman.
That the minority chief whip, took down a note. Immediately you talked about streamlining, and I wanted you to clarify before you start facing this cross-examination.
Mr. Chairman, only bringing innovations that will increase revenue generation and not interfere in their financial arrangements with the Minister of Finance and all that.
Are you done? Very well. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to begin with COVID-19, which undoubtedly is the greatest threat the Greater Accra region is facing at the moment. I was looking at the latest Ghana Health Service numbers, and of the 84,023 confirmed cases Ghana has had so far, the Greater Accra region has recorded more than half, 47,468. Ashanti region, which comes second, is nowhere near half of what Greater Accra region has recorded, 14,600. Our active case count is at 5,444 with 607 deaths. So you have an enormous challenge if confirmed by this House to support the COVID-19 task force to bring this pandemic in this epicenter, the Greater Accra region, under control. I have followed media reports since the arrival of the vaccines, and the conspiracy theories are frightening. There's a lot of vaccine hesitancy. What do you propose to do, if confirmed, to help efforts in managing these misconceptions and getting the over 5 million residents of the Greater Accra region, the epicenter, to avail themselves for the vaccine? And while at that, you may want to confirm to us if you yourself will lead by example, if you'll be willing to publicly take the vaccine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me start from your last question. The Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has, in the open, publicly, this morning, together with his wife, taking the injection. And I know that in his state of delivery yesterday, he did indicate that, in fact, members of Parliament, the legislature, he mentioned, the executive, and all others holding positions of trust or sensitive positions will have to take the vaccine. So indeed, yes, I will. As an MP leading my constituency as would-be Greater Accra Regional Minister, yes, I'll take the vaccine. And also the answer to the other question, Mr. Chairman, there's a national task force for the COVID exercise, which is led by the President himself, ably assisted by a very experienced gentleman who was once the Director General of WHO, Dr. Asamoah Ba, Dr. Nsiasai. These are experts in this field. And I know that before the arrival of the vaccine, they have a working plan, which includes communities that will be visited and the vaccines administered. So all I have to do is to get a copy of that plan, and then we follow up in the region where we have to provide assistance by way of getting the assemblies to provide information and assist in other ways. We'll do so.
Mr. Chair, follow up, please. Honorable nominee, in responding to the question by my respected colleague about conspiracy theories regarding this vaccine, talked about the president taking a vaccine publicly. Would you say that in itself is a strong statement to give assurance to the citizenry that the vaccine is safe and it has nothing to do with somebody losing his, how do you call it? They say if you take it, you lose your ability to, well, all the so-called effect of the vaccine on us, it's being deflated. So how would you describe this singular posture by the government?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. That's why I chose to use that in answering the Honorable colleague's question. The Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Army, the President himself, has today openly taken the vaccine, and the wife. He sets the pace. And I think that by that action, it reassures the general public that indeed this vaccine can be administered for all of us. And indeed, as I said, as a member of parliament, as a regional minister to be, once it gets to my doorstep, I'll also go and take the vaccine. So I encourage all to avail themselves. Sorry?
Honorable nominee, please talk to me. Answer the question.
Mr. Chair, as I said, I will also do so when it gets to my turn. I want to encourage all and sundry to do so when it gets to the distribution pattern gets to their end. Mr. Chairman, I'm aware that, as I said, there's a schedule for everybody, or communities rather, to be visited by the team. And so when it gets there, let's encourage all to go and then take their vaccines. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, on that assuring note, I come to a not too assuring matter. Article 2552 of the Constitution makes you the chairman of the Regional Coordinating Council. If confirmed, you will also be chairing RECSEC, the Regional Security Council. I hold in my hands the report of the Commission of Inquiry into the Ayawaso West Wagon event. The last time you served within the security architecture of our country as Deputy Minister at Interior and later at National Security, the eminent commissioners, Mr. Justice Emil Short, who chaired, Professor Henrietta Mensah Bonsu, member, Mr. Patrick Kwati Achampo, member, of course, Mr. Kofi Abuchi was the secretary. At page 53 of the report, it doesn't appear that the architecture you were part of covered itself in glory. If I quote the permission of the chairman, the evidence given before the commission presents a confused and unsettling picture relative to the structure and systems put in place for the provision of a state of national security for Ghana. In the main, the top officers whose schedules border on national security and who testified before the commission appeared at best unsure of the boundaries of their work and authority and the coordinating roles of their institutions relative to other allied agencies, not to speak of reforms in an evolving, delicate establishment. From the totality of the evidence given, the Commission finds that the confusion may partly stem from the lack of clear demarcations of authority and responsibility, as well as a delineation of mandate subsistent between the Ministry of National Security and the Ministry of Interior. In this sensitive aspect of national life, confusion and overlapping can only be detrimental to the interests of the state, unquote. Not a great verdict. Have you learned any lessons, and how do you assure us that if confirmed and you become chairman of the Regional Security Council, things will be done differently to improve security in the region?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, when the incident happened, the President condemned it in no uncertain terms, and then indeed set up a commission of inquiry who has since submitted their report to the Presidency, and for that matter, a white paper to that effect has also come out, I think portions of which my colleague has just read. With the position of Mr. President, clearly is not in favor at all of political violence and all that. And that is why the Vigilantism Act was hurriedly prepared, and approved and brought to Parliament, which has been passed. When given the nod as a regional security chairman, I will ensure that the act in itself, Vigilantism Act, we enforce it. And never should it be told in the history of our politics that elections will be characterized with that level of violence. Talking about AWW, that is not the only one. As a chairman, you would agree with me that if you want to catalog them, by-elections in this country has always ended, has always not ended well. And by this Vigilantism Act, we all have to work together to, once again, going back to the earlier question that I was asked, as politicians, as leaders in our various constituencies and communities, let us begin to educate our followers that it's about ideas and it's not about fighting. So yes, when I'm giving the nod as a RESEC chairman, we'll do our best, and I will lead that cause by the grace of God to ensure that the Vigilantism Act indeed prevails in this region.
Mr. Chairman, I'm more concerned about your experiences and what you have learned following that experience from Ayaso West Wagon by-election, we turned out violent, the recommendations that the Amishot Commission made. Any personal perspectives, experiences that will put you in better stead when you become chairman of the Regional Security Council?
Rightly so, Mr. Chairman. That is why I said experiences and the recommendations taking cognizance of government's position as well on the response through the white paper. But then, as you said, with my experience, RESEC chair, indeed, repeating myself, the Vigilantism Act is there to guide us to ensure that such things do not repeat itself.
Finally, Mr. Chairman, I want to come to a matter which borders a lot of residents in the Greater Accra region, the phenomenon of land guards. Land guards.
Remember, he has answered that question about twice already.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. I must have missed that. If I have the opportunity to then move to another matter, which will relate to your handing over notes. I observe that the Garrett project, which funding was secured from the World Bank, because of the COVID fight, the finance minister had to do some environment, and the funds was transferred to the COVID-19 fight. From your briefings, do you have any indication when those funds will be restored to Greater Accra for you to do the Greater Accra irrigation and redevelopment project? I don't know if you have averted your mind to that particular project, the Garrett project.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, indeed, we are not in normal times because of COVID-19. Since March last year, we continue to fight COVID-19. And we know that the state has poured in a lot of resources from all angles to ensure that human lives first. Indeed, with this new, with the virus taking another shape and the infections increasing and the death toll also increasing slightly day by day, I think that it is only fair for us to concentrate on fighting this COVID-19 and then pray to God that all things will come back to normal, and then we begin to look at it. That is not to say that the day-to-day administrations of the RCC should not go on. Alongside it, we'll get it done.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to find out from the nominee that coming as a regional minister, one of his major functions will be to unite the people.
to unite the people in Greater Accra. And he himself has alluded to the fact that when he was answering an earlier question, that one of the things that he may want to do is to bring together the MPs and their party chair of the major political parties so that they can forge ahead and unite the region. How do you juxtapose this statement that you made earlier with a video that is going around, you seen talking to party people, and I would say in tree, oh dear, no oh dear. And they say they make a faba, nam de abremo. How do you juxtapose that in your effort to unite the people? Clearly video going around saying that you were now going to concentrate on the MPP members in your constituency as against the general welfare of your general constituency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm sure you are making reference to a meeting I had with my polling station executives.
Yes,
not,
you're right.
Not the entire constituency. Mr. Chairman, how I wish that Honorable Jaja was here. If there was one MP in this country with the greatest of respect that ensures that giving out jobs and other things in the constituency is done without any partisan, I'll be the first person to say so. Mr. Chairman, in my constituency, when I'm giving out jobs, I don't ask for people's party affiliation, and it's there. The records are there for you to check. But Mr. Chairman, after the elections, I had a meeting with my party people, and they were accusing me of sharing things to other people who they believe to belong to other political parties. And indeed, the same is true. Mr. Chairman, there is a video that shows somebody wearing an NDC t-shirt, me giving things to, and the person speaking, and later on he was accosted and said all manner of things. So these are local matters in the constituency. I am coming to be the regional minister for all, and that's, I have to engage all MPs, regardless of which side of the political divide they belong to. And fortunately for me, I have a very good working relationship with all my colleagues in the region and even outside the region in this house. The regional chairman of the major political party is a good friend of mine. I mean, all of them. So I don't see this as a challenge at all, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, that's why I'm worried when you say that was a local problem. But if within your locality you could be making a statement to the effect that you are going to be selective, then when you are giving the whole region with more limited resources, what assurance are you going to give to people who have seen this video? That is not you, and that is not how you are going to run the region.
Mr. Chairman, it's easy because I already have a track record. And I'm sure that that video would have talked about persons who are believed to be on other side, today wearing even uniforms, and they have got a secure job for the rest of their lives. Clearly, Mr. Chairman, when I had my quota, I went to areas that are known, ghettos that are known to belong to the other side. Mr. Chairman, somebody who was a shoe shine with the greatest of respect, somebody who was an Okada rider, today is an immigration officer and clearly is an NDC person. So I have a track record to that. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't think that should be a problem at all.
So, Mr. Chairman, will you then, the nominee will then say that he really didn't mean what he was saying in the video?
Chairman, let me borrow the words of my predecessor's political talk.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
The Chairman, when he was answering an earlier question about the study of Ghana or the teaching of Ghana in our schools, he said it was something that he was going to encourage. But we all know the challenge is not the schools maybe not wanting to teach, but those who do the teaching, what specific measures are you going to put in place to encourage the studying of Ga in the teacher, the College of Educations? Now, before it was teacher training colleges, in the colleges of education, so that there will be teachers to be able to teach in those schools the subject Ga.
Mr. Chairman, with the greatest of respect, I have answered this question already, but if Mr. Chair wishes me to repeat it, fine.
Kindly go over it for
Mr. Chairman, I did say that indeed, and even when I was answering, I laid the foundation by saying that I lived in Bolga, I learned how to speak Frafra, and I can say Lawani, Lansunga, Okenlebe, Impuya, and all that. I also did say that I never knew that after so many years, I would become a member of parliament in the Zungo community. Just to say that it is only good for us and people who are living here to learn how to speak the local dialects, so that when they go back to their respective regions, they will be proud to speak Ga, and for others to also know that indeed they can speak Ga. Well, yes, we have to, I will liaise or collaborate with the Minister of Education. It's inculcated in the syllabus or the curriculum already. It's a matter of finding out why that is happening. Some teachers who will be able to teach Ga, I'm told, have been transferred out of the region. And I don't think that is deliberate. We'll have to fish out for those and then encourage the system to bring them back to Accra. On the other side, I did also say that some opinion leaders in the region are also helping to provide scholarship for people to go and learn how to speak Ga. And then immediately when they come back, as a medium, a short-term, medium, and long-term program, they can also fit into the system and then begin to teach Ga. But largely, it's going to be a serious collaboration with Minister of Education to ensure that there's a balance in the teaching of dialects in the region. And I'm very passionate about this, getting Ga to be taught in our schools. It's a very, very serious issue and very topical, of course. And when giving the nod, I will lead the course in that direction.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So this is where you realize, yes, you said this earlier, but it didn't answer my question. My question was about you as a regional minister. What specific steps are you going to, or strategies you are going to develop to get many people to get to the teacher training or the colleges of education to study Ga, so that they will be available, so that when you want people to teach in the schools, they will be there to teach. You mentioned that some chiefs are even promising to give scholarships. I'm talking about you as a regional minister. What specific strategy will you use to encourage the studying of Ga in our College of Educations?
For the chairman, the promises has come because of the approach that I made even before coming to sit here for the vetting. And I know that when giving the note, that's why I said I will lead the course. Some are already in the schools already. They've started studying to teach Ga when they come out. And as I said again, it's me collaborating, myself, regional minister, Greater Accra, when giving the collaborating with the Minister of Education to ensure that these are done. Indeed, as I said earlier, you still need people to go and learn how to speak it. And that is where we will be falling on people to support us financially and also encourage people in our communities to take up learning Ga at higher education and then coming to also teach people to know how to speak it. I believe that will help.
Mr. Chairman, also we all know also one of the major challenges, even though he's saying, is about the postings. Where if someone is in a steady Ga, Asante region to teach. Obviously, when the person gets to Asante region, we will be interested in somebody who will teach and not Ga. And automatically, that skill is lost. What will you do to enhance the chances of persons who have studied Ga in colleges of education to be posted within the region so that their services can be useful to the citizens of Greater Accra?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I still have to collaborate with the Education Minister. I cannot directly impose myself or my ministry on the Ghana Education Service in their postings. They have a structure. But certainly, with the current crisis or challenge that we have, I have to collaborate with the Education Minister to ensure that even before they get to the posting stage, we know those who studied Ga and they have passed out. We know their number. We look at how it will be shared in the whether they have to be running shift or not. That. So it's an issue of me sitting with the Education Minister and then we find a way to go around it. But I continue to assure the House that I am passionate about this particular matter and I'll lead a cause to ensure that there's fairness in that.
Mr. Chairman, when he was answering a question about the low level of education within the Greater Accra, he mentioned that one of the tools that he was going to use to encourage learning was scholarships. And now, as the regional minister, I just want to find out how is he going to be able to do that when he talks about we have to give scholarships. Remember, it is not just your constituency where you may fall on the common fund, but in the region, how are you going to ensure availability of scholarships for the citizens of the whole region?
Well, the Chairman, continuously I talk about policies being implemented in the region and how successful they are, and they have been in the past, except to say that maybe because the region has been silent in it. Get funds. They give out a lot of scholarships. And I think that as a regional minister, when giving the nod, walking to the Get Fund office, speaking to the Education Minister once again to say, look, of your allocations or of the allocations that you have for scholarships, how many can you give me as a regional minister so that we come back and without necessarily being discriminatory, as you rightly put out, so we can encourage the indigents to also think of furthering their education, come back and deal with the MMDCs, call members of parliament in the Greater Accra, both sides, to see how we can float this or distribute this to the indigents so they can also benefit from the national allocation of scholarships. And this, I'm just using Get Fund as, but there are a lot of institutions, as a chairman, you know, that offer scholarships. So that's what I meant when I said so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I look at the nominee's CV, I just wanted to find out whether it's error or that is the way it is. Under the educational background, Presbyterian Secondary School, PRESEC, OSU, O-level. From there, you don't really see whether A-level, any other thing. The next thing you see is the executive certificate for senior executives in national and international security. Then you have executive masters of arts degree in conflict, peace and security. That's Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. I just want to find out, is it so you didn't have a first degree but you have a master's?
Rightly so, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Rightly so, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay. You are a member of GREDA.
GREDA is a bit defunct now, so I say I was.
When you say you were, that means you are no longer a member.
GREDA itself, all the members, and that's what I'm saying.
Ghana Real Estate Developers Association.
Yes.
You are a developer.
I used to be a supplier.
So is it that
one of the major suppliers? And those days, when Veda was in full session, members, the suppliers, were also parts of or seen as members.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I want to refer him to the Land Use Spatial Planning Act 2016. Earlier, when he was answering a question about encroachment and rezoning, you admit that because of the nature of urbanization, many communities, like Honorable Michael Sosu mentioned in Medina and many other communities, lands that have been reserved for other purposes, recreational, school, hospital, and what have you, are rezoned as a result of pressure from the chiefs and other opinion leaders. So in 2016, Parliament passed this new act, and specifically section 93, 3 and 4. And Chairman, with your permission, I read: a district special planning committee shall not grant a request for change of existing zoning or land use unless the requests are intended to make the zoning of the land comply with the structure plan or zoning scheme or the local plan. 4. Without limiting subsection 3, the change of use or rezoning of a public space shall be subjected to approval by Parliament. Unquote. Mr. Chairman, the reason we did this was to curb the abuse of this rezoning. But unfortunately, since 2016, you go around the country, you see so many rezonings being done, and you and I in this house, nobody has brought anything for approval. As the regional minister who is going to be in charge of coordinating all the district assemblies, how will you ensure that these sections are enforced?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for purposes of clarity, I don't think that rezoning or the abuse of rezoning only took place just from 2016. It's something that has
No, I'm only saying that because of its rampant nature, in 2016, Parliament then took steps to pass this act as a way of curbing it. But I'm saying that since this law got promulgated, you and I in this house, we've not seen any request for approval of rezoning, simply meaning a lot of the district assemblies across the country continue to abuse and neglect or refuse to implement this law. And I'm just asking, as if given the nod to be regional minister, how will you get them to comply with this act?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. The word comply is the operational word. They will comply when the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, the designate, when he takes office and begins to put the proper mechanisms in place. And then indeed, when those sanctions are put in place, as a regional minister, chairman of the RESEC, I will ensure that they are complied with. Thank you.
Chairman, earlier when he was asked about drug abuse in most of these densely populated communities, such as the Zongos and other communities, he said the use of the ulama, the imams, and others could be useful. Don't you think that time has come that we must use the abusers to be able to help the new entrants? Why am I saying this? You have in a community people that have been abusing substances and they have grown in it, they have deep regrets, they are even struggling to get out of it and how it has messed their life. They telling the story to new entrants and the youth may make a greater impact than when you and I have never abuse the substance, neatly dressed, telling them how it can affect them. But if they could get persons that have been affected, talking to them, that may make a greater impact. Will you want to consider this method as one of the ways to help in curbing drug abuse within communities in Greater Accra?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Though it's a question, but coming from a very experienced member of parliament who coincidentally is also a Zongo man, I take it as a very useful information and I will work with it. Thank you very much.
Chairman, lastly, earlier when you were answering a question, did I hear you say you get their action plan, the district's action plan? Did you really mean district action plans?
Yes, the MMDCs by the local governance structure have got action plans. And I'm saying that as a regional minister, we have to look at the action plans. Some should have innovations because they benefit from IGFs. What is it that they intend to do? For instance, the fight against COVID. What are they doing in their respective assemblies to fight COVID? What are they doing to tackle sanitation head-on? What are they doing to tackle motor traffic incidents and all that? So it's all under the local government structure. So it's not outside the
Do you really mean their district development plans, or you're talking about their action plans? Because that's what the law talks about in section 83 of the Local Government Act. As you may be aware, they are supposed to develop district development plans that will be forwarded to you if given the nod as a regional minister under your regional coordinating council. You coordinate it into the regional development plan that will be forwarded to the National Development Planning Commission. The reason why I'm worried about the use of action plan is that when you go across the country, they prepare the district development plan as if it is meant for only the National Development Planning Commission, but not really for them to use. So if we don't get the nomenclature right, what you see is that when you go across our country, the district development plan is thrown somewhere, and they are doing their own thing. As the regional minister, will you encourage all the districts under you, or the MMDAs under you, to strictly stick to their development plans as a way of developing their various municipalities and districts?
The chairman, heading the RCC and taking cognizance of its mandates, which is to monitor, coordinate the implementation of government policies and development programs. Indeed, yes, I will not deviate from that. I will not deviate from that. And maybe the choice of words by saying action plan, but it's meant, it's to mean the same, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well, honorable member of the committee. I have no questions for you. You are discharged to resume your work as a member of the committee. You will hear from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful. Thank you.
Honorable members, we will stretch for 10 minutes and we'll resume at
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the line.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion.
Of spouse of former NDC General Secretary Koku Anyidoho. Now, what you see behind me are items from their matrimonial home, which, according to reports, was sent to the home of her mother. Now, you would recall that a couple of months ago, Madam Jennifer Yeboah was involved in an accident which claimed the life of one of their children. Her name is Sichofe. But we'll be speaking to Madam Jennifer Yeboah to give us more details about exactly what ensued and what has been happening so far. My name is Lord Harisuda. Sorry. So, Madam Jennifer Yeboah, what is the current situation with Mr. Koku Anyidoho?
Thank you. The current situation, he said he has sent drinks to my families to go and dissolve the marriage. But at Chim Customs, we don't send drinks to go and dissolve marriage without any formal sitting with both families.
When was this?
That was exactly a week after our issue. Sichofe was buried 17th November. Sichofe was buried 17th November 2020. And then he sent the drinks a week, that is 24th November 2020, to my family house at Hacho.
I'm currently in the home of spouse of former NDC General Secretary Koku Anyidoho. Now, what you see behind me are items from their matrimonial home, which, according to reports, was sent to the home of her mother. Now, you would recall that a couple of months ago, Madam Jennifer Yeboah was involved in an accident which claimed the life of one of their children. Her name is Sichofe. But we'll be speaking to Madam Jennifer Yeboah to give us more details about exactly what ensued and what has been happening so far. My name is Lord Harisuda. Sorry. So, Madam Jennifer Yeboah, what is the current situation with Mr. Koku Anyidoho?
Thank you. The current situation, he said he has sent drinks to my families to go and dissolve the marriage. But at Chim Customs, we don't send drinks to go and dissolve marriage without any formal sitting with both families.
When was this?
That was exactly a week after our issue. Sichofe was buried 17th November. Sichofe was buried 17th November 2020. And then he sent the drinks a week, that is 24th November 2020, to my family house at Hacho. So I was in the hospital and a call came from my auntie that Koku and his friends are there with 2 bottles schnapps to dissolve the marriage.
His friends, not family?
No, not families, friends. Okay. To dissolve the marriage. So I asked my auntie, what did you tell them? She said she called Nana, who is my father. And Nana said she should take it because he's going to use it as evidence when we go to court. So that was how the drinks were collected.
But if, according to Achim Customs, both families need to sit down before the drinks are accepted, why did Nana ask for the drinks to be accepted?
Yes, it's an evidence. Because those drinks will be sent to his families that this is what your son has brought. They can't just go there without anything. That is an evidence they will take back to the man's family. Yes.
Prior to Mr. Anyidoho's actions, what was the relationship between the two of you? How were things?
Things are not that all, because I would say I have been abused verbally and then emotional.
How so?
He abandoned home for over 8 to 9 months till the day of accident, 7th November 2020, whilst we are coming back from his village, Tanyigbe, to Accra. And the accident happened at Akuse Junction, almost at Akuse Junction or something like that, before he appeared on the scene. When he appeared, he only took Sichofe, the deceased, to the mortuary, and then took custody of my son, Kofi. Till now, I can't locate Kofi or have custody of Kofi. But as for Kofi's issue, it's in court, so we can't talk about it.
You speak about being abused physically and emotionally. Tell us more about that.
Because we had an accident. We were traveling back to Accra. We had an accident. He came to Akuse Hospital for the 2 kids, one to the mortuary, then took custody of the boy. He left me at Akuse Hospital and told my sisters, I will not sit in his car. They should take me wherever they will take me to. I was referred to 37 Hospital. He was there. He didn't even mind to check whether I am in good condition or not. I came back, I was discharged 3 days time to the house. My auntie came for me to discharge me from the hospital and took me to my matrimonial home. By the time we get there, he's in the house with another woman, sweeping the house, and with his friends. In front of them, he asked me to go back. I will not stay in this house. And truly, he sacked me from the house. I have to go back with my auntie. So from there, I was rushed back to the hospital.
This was right after you had been discharged from the hospital.
Yes.
So your daughter Sichofe had not been buried yet.
No. She has not been buried. That is the 3rd day. It was a Tuesday. The incident happened on the 7th. That is a Saturday. And then I was discharged on Tuesday.
Let's go back a bit about the accident. Were you with Kofi, your son?
Yes.
And
Sichofe.
both of them with you
Yes.
in the car?
In the car, and a driver.
Now, what was the condition of your son? I know you got injured. Sichofe unfortunately passed. What happened to Kofi?
Kofi, it's okay.
He wasn't injured?
No. He wasn't.
Did Mr. Anyidoho blame you for the accident?
Yes. He said I killed Sichofe. And even the day he sacked me from the house, and I asked my boy, Kofi, let's go. He told the boy to tell her you won't go. She will go and kill you like how she killed Sichofe.
That's what she told your son?
Yes. Yes.
How did that make you feel?
Very bad. Very, very bad. And still feeling it. Because you being with 2 kids without their father for for some months. When he was around, at least he goes to work, come back, daily activities. But to abandon us, and I have built a relationship with them, and at once, you don't see any of them. It is not easy. As a mother, it is not easy.
Prior to Mr. Anyidoho bringing drinks to your parents' house to sort of dissolve your marriage, what were things like between you two?
That is what I am saying. He abandoned home just because of a little, I'll say it's about a friend. One of his friends.
Male or female?
Male. He should give us privacy in our matrimonial home. I'll say that is my crime. So asking the friend to give us privacy, he also left.
What was this friend doing that was affecting the privacy of your marriage?
You know, we have different kinds of friends. And I would say things were not going all right being with that friend.
Who is this friend, if I may ask?
He's his friend. I'll say his friend.
You don't want to disclose his identity?
No. At all.
Okay.
Because I'll say that is not what I am focused on.
Okay. And you said he left home for
on
quite...
15th of March 2020, the lockdown date, till 7th November, before we set eyes on him. But I would say Sichofe didn't see him because she was already gone before he came.
So you asking for privacy in your marriage was what led to him leaving the house?
Yes. I'll say a big yes.
How long have you been married to Miss Angela?
We've been living, I'll say 6.5 years. But 2 years, we performed the official marriage rite in 2018, 7th June 2018. But we have been living together for 6.5 years.
And throughout this period, especially in the after you regularized things, how were things between you two?
Things were okay. Things were okay. In every marriage, there are up and downs. The only thing is you accept your fault and then you correct it.
So are you saying that external forces is what broke your family apart?
I will say yes. I will say yes. Because that is what he himself is saying, that unless I bring back his friend to the house, before he will come back to the house. And actually I will say, I don't know what's that friend.
You attribute Mr. Anyidoho's decision to dissolve your marriage to an external source, specifically a friend of his. What are some of the things that this friend was doing that you felt was intrusive?
Oh, for that one, I'll say we make friends to progress in everything that you do. But if you are not realizing it, someone will tell you. And if the person is not achieving anything good from that friend, he or she have the right to caution you about, if I am right. So that is what I did to save the family. To save the family, the happiness of the family, the progress of the family. Yes. That is why I took that step. But he didn't understand me. Yes.
You say that he took away your son.
Yes, took custody of my son.
Okay.
From Akuse Hospital.
And you haven't seen him since?
No.
what happened yesterday?
Yesterday, actually, I have gotten another apartment to move in. So, for now, I'll say a brother of his and my family have agreed that we will meet today to pack my things out of his house just for me to move on.
When he sent the drinks to your family home, what happened afterwards?
Afterwards, because my condition was not good, I'm still on medical treatment at St. Joseph's, Koforidua. So, I have to get better, I have to get strong before, if any action, we will take it. Because I'm still on crutches, if you can see. But I need my son. He will help me to recover early because we have built a relationship without him. Yes. Anytime, since the time I got this apartment, he asked my sisters to come for my things.
When did you get that apartment?
The apartment, Adenta Smith flat.
Okay. When did you get it?
I think 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, because almost all the time after he sent the drinks to my auntie, the following day he called my sister, come and pack your sister's things out of my house. Come and pack my sister's things out of my... But I can't bring those things to my mother's home. I have to get a place. Since you have sacked me from that house and have brought in another woman, I don't want to. So I tried getting another apartment so that from there, we can move to the new apartment. But since the time I got this apartment, when we agreed on a date, when the date is approaching, he has to excuse us. He's not around. He will give another date.
All this while, where were you staying?
I was with my mom. I am with my mom.
All right, sure. So we'll take a quick break here. We are speaking to the spouse of former NDC General Secretary Koku Anyoho. She's been giving us details into what has emanated in her marriage with the former NDC General Secretary. Please stay tuned for more.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back. This is Say It Loud. My name is Lord Harris Dwasari. We are speaking with the spouse of former National Democratic Congress General Secretary Koku Anyoho. Now, Madam Eba, you were telling us about the need for your son, Kofi. The situation is in court, but what happens if your son doesn't come back home?
What happens? I would say we are in a country. We have laws. You understand me? That is why I took it to court, so that the law will take its own course for it, because the person I am dealing with, I don't have that strength. That is why I took it to court, and then I'll say we will leave that one to court to handle. Yeah.
You talk about the fact that Mr. Anyoho blame you for the accident and the loss of your daughter, Sichofe. Do you think he's taking it out on you because he's grieving? Or he's not really gotten over it?
I don't really know. Because it's an accident. It is an accident.
What has your conversation with him been like since the accident occurred?
We have not. Since that 15th, we don't talk. Even the kids, when they send voicemails, text messages, he doesn't answer. There was a time, it's a Father's Day or something, I tried sending him a Father's Day message on behalf of the children. The reply that I got, I decided to stay away from him.
What did he say?
He insulted me back. A Father's Day message, the reply was an insult. Yeah.
So what do you want to be done now?
Now, I don't see what sending an unknown driver to bring some of my things without anyone's knowledge, and the marriage has not been dissolved officially. I don't know what he's trying to say. Yes, because I was not in. I have told you I've gotten an apartment. So I was there yesterday trying to sort out things before my 78 years old woman called me that a car is here, a Kia truck is here with some few things that Anidoho said they should bring it.
Where were you?
I was at the apartment, where I've gotten the apartment, yes. And I said, she shouldn't take it because we don't know where the things are coming from. And we don't know what and what has been given to him. And there's no one in the house to do inventory of the items brought. So you shouldn't take it. So I asked her, I wanted to talk to the driver, and the mate collected the phone. The only thing the mate will say is, Mumfa mukwasi ya 7 and so so. Na me boss, se me mfani ya manembra. Mi bedu hana so munjia. Yemfengu street and also.
That's what the mate told you?
Yes. Mumfengu street and also. So you know, as a mother, 78 years old woman, for you to split her daughter's things on the street, it is very, very hurts, very, very annoying. That at least no respect, nothing that he will show. What is my crime? And just come and dump my things on the floor. A mere driver, which we don't know, an intruder. And I even asked him to take it back from wherever he's bringing it from.
Did you call Koku?
No, I didn't. Because I still have my keys, my room keys. I still have them with me.
Why didn't you call him to ascertain what was happening?
I called his elder brother, who we discussed issues with, about how to come and take off my things from his house. He's the one I called. He said he doesn't know anything about it, so he will call me back.
But why didn't you call the man who gave the orders for your things to be taken from your matrimonial home?
I won't call him because he doesn't respect me. I won't call him. If he respects me as his children's mom, not even a wife, your baby's mama, you will call me, you will give me that little respect, apart from anything. Yes.
Is that to say that at where you stand now, things have broken to the barest minimum between the two of you?
Yes, I'll say if even, I'll not say maybe emotional or something, but if even there's a settlement, I don't think I'll go back, because my daughter will die on the 7th of November. She will be buried 17th November 2020. A week after, you send a drinks to my family that you have dissolved the marriage. Uncle, if it were to be you, how will you feel? I am really hurt. He has no sympathy, even for the little child that is gone. To treat the mom in this condition, in this moment, it is only God who is giving me life. I know what is happening within me. Yeah.
One last thing before we go. You've talked about him abandoning you in the hospital and the fact that he was occasionally verbally abusing you, but you also talked about physical abuse. Did he ever lay his hand on you?
No. If I would say physical, at least damaging me to people, blackmailing, telling all lies. Yes.
So, finally, what do you want to be done? What are your final words?
My final words. I will tell all ladies that all that glitters are not gold. They should be very careful getting into a marriage that they don't know about. All that glitters are not gold.
Do you regret being with the man you once called your husband?
Yes. Yes. A big yes. A big yes. For a man even to damage the wife, his baby's mama, damage the baby's mama to his families, so that the families will also neglect the woman. Marriage is about family. If some of the families doesn't want you, what will you do? You have nothing to do. That is why I am going through all this, because there's no one to stand.
His family did not want you to.
Some of them. And because he's very controversial, no one is ready. No one is ready.
When he started doing what he did, when he brought the drinks home and all that, did you speak to any of his family members to try to resolve what is going on?
The families has tried severally. Even the day the small girl was buried, 17th November 2020, their chief in their town, they arranged that both families, after the burial, both families will sit and talk about issues. As soon as the casket was carried away, he's back in Accra. So he is not ready. He's not ready to solve issues. I will do things on my own way. Nobody. Yes. That is why I will say I have regretted, and I have regretted.
What would you want to tell Mr. Kwaku Anyidaho if he was listening to you now?
To tell him, I have nothing to tell him. I don't have anything to tell him. Nothing.
Thank you very much, Madam Jennifer Yeboah. So I've been speaking to the former spouse of the former NDC General Secretary, Mr. Koku Anyudoho. They have been separated now, and things haven't been too well and rosy after the loss of their daughter, Sichofe. This has been another edition of GhanaWeb's Say It Loud. My name is Lord Harris Idwasari.
I just had good people around me, I think, that knew who I was. So they were like, girl, if I had this your body, I would do this. Pastors' wives are doing it, politicians, lawyers, doctors. Everyone is just getting their body done. So, but I think because I was the first person to sort of do it, I'm the Ghana Kim Kardashian, so yeah. And I've done a lot of things I'm not so proud of, but I just cry over it and I'm like, you know what? I'm still going to fight and become a better version of myself.
Who in what profession or what kind of person in any other profession would you never date?
I just had good people around me, I think, that knew who I was. So they were like, girl, if I had this your body, I would do this. Pastors' wives are doing it, politicians, lawyers, doctors. Everyone is
The system in Europe,
I'm not sure it can actually cope with that. And tried out
dear Yankupon or Tiasi Nimini. So many Matisse and Crawford, Yalena Biaka the Brain, no more, Yakan Thomas Shade. Ye knew of you who walk. No more see the pan in the summer, more Yalena, Yana common mom who told dear. And you who's a pan and a papa and I sang a papa. Naya fancy Bimo Yalia, my young be a tear wanted it. Oh, and who yes, I see a walk. Yeah, you go on a young, you'll be unconfirmed so Yale. Obianka said, "Mimi, Yalen Biachimi." And I was thinking, Yalen Biachimi. No more, you think of Yalen Biaka and Crawford. You don't much SCC there, Mebois. No more, someone, you don't much themselves. Yes, the summer and some who told me, dear. Yabawa.
In so the time from an edican. And shall say from Parliament. Parliamentarians say, and young pay for Bebrino. They say, oh, say they had to about not say a cocoa to be a show TV. So, young woman say, Shabi, you who sounds for a weapon. And a man paying so, or soon will be near who are yes, a better my way. Then so say, young will be a man who young TV, so yes, I am because I'm Brophy, I'm water. I'm water, some water, dear. You better walk. God, what are your papa? You better papa, dear, better walk, then your papa, dear, young walk. A best free Ghana. Who do woman your own concrete? You were back.
Yes, my honor, dear. Obian or pay for a semi pacodo. La dear, eh, yapa. Sir, Say ya hwe amane na ho na yade ni free bar mo. Omo timi yi ni TV so kire say omo yade no mo nyinya adwuna say omo da agogo omo pane am mo ho atoya. Me so mewo because me na am de come de ba na no na ebo ame. Me yade da ho ami no obo afo bia. Ento omo mi ehunu internet ne ba bia say omo de adoro no ba omo awe mu no. E ho an kasa na yade ne wo mo. Nti so mo timi da so mo ho yade wo ha mo ho atomo a. Omo de ba ha yeso agitum. Ba ya ntima ehunu say bibi koso ha na be hu a no masomo a enu da ba say ngode a. In fact, I don't want you. I'm to me TV so who's I'm from Italy. I'm on a whole idea solid more. In tell me to me who TV sampa. Oh, Italy, ya won't have bad thing. I am a motor. Because we miss Roya, dear pa, me, none of them money.
Because you're near to my move. If you were more so money, what drew? I was saying, more money. You had to come on. No more, dear, drone taxi on who say yes. Yan correct. I don't want me. I'm on mine. Then no brony, the hour no different background on someone, and I'm the breast here. Into the Ocas and more than not be coming. I just can't. This Nana, so a science can be and maybe all JDR. And one some first can come and call for one because I'm tossing.
Before we can get to it, you just bring vaccine and you just get a particular people. Let them try to the ministers and let's see what will happen to them before they go to be the black men. Do not give them to the nurses and the doctors. They shouldn't try to them first. They should not try to the government. Those who are on this in the high table, they should not try the vaccine before we know what is going on. If the nurses and the doctors have taken the vaccine, who is going to take care of us? Who is going to take care of we the Ghanaians?
I don't know anything about it. And I know the injection, it can bring sickness, more sickness to us, even down the coronavirus. So I will not inject. And if they are going to inject, they should start from the parliament. If nothing happens now, they can come here and start us again. So, and the education, I don't know anything about the education.
I will take the vaccine when government teach us about the vaccine, because it's come to protect us getting the COVID-19.
So you feel that you don't have the needed education on the vaccine?
No, I don't have anything. I didn't hear any education about it.
It is evident that a lot of people are expressing misgivings about the vaccine due to lack of education. Well, as it stands, we cannot conclude. Only time will tell. Sarah Duburi reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
To me, the vaccine or the COVID-19 vaccine, if you have to do it voluntarily, I will not do it unless I am under force or whatsoever. Because until the Ghana Health Service do a thorough research to give us the update on the vaccine, maybe the adverse effects and whatsoever, maybe it is capable of causing chromosomal mutation and other things that we have not checked. the system in Europe and other continents are not the same in Ghana here. So per whether another stuff, maybe they designed the drug to suit the Europeans, but not the African weather and stuff. So until I get a nice feedback from the Ghana service that maybe the adverse effect is not so large, then for me, I will not take the COVID vaccine.
There are a lot of issues or stories on social media telling us the dangers of taking these vaccines. Maybe I'm not confirming them. I don't know whether they are right or they are not right. But when these vaccines arrive in the country, our leaders, how they will conduct themselves, how they will submit themselves and then take the vaccine, how they will communicate it to the general public, is what is going to encourage us to take it or not. If they don't communicate well, I think people will shy away from it. Because a lot of messages on social media discouraging people from taking it and all that. So it has already getting deep into the people. And so if we don't communicate well, I per se will not think the vaccine is harmful. But if we don't take care and we don't educate the public well, then I'm afraid people might not go into the vaccine.
Mimo the COVID vaccine no Monday abano. Mimo man kasano, my imagine semengo. Na the entire mesemengo and say me, but we also move started free health workers. As I started free president and so. No communists and so. No, no, Mobusan phone in a day. Oh, Omuwa, a deep 3 to 5 months. Near Hanomina, that's what he has no moon with ya. Near we say, the papa about my in a wedding. A toy. It's Mum Paddy, no cranny. No.
Vaccine the meanwhile, the entire meanwhile say, I don't know who named the whoop. Say Yarebu because Yare a second one abano crampo too much. It's me vaccine the dear to me dear. I'm the bar meanwhile.
As we all know, it's a deadly virus. So I will take it to prevent it from my family getting it. That's all. So it's very good, I'll take it. But one thing, as they say leadership by example, I'm expecting the leaders to take it first before I also do that. Other than that, there's no way I'll do it. But for me, it's good, I will take it.
I will never accept it because I think when I was a child, that polio vaccine, I took it and I have negative implications. So definitely for me personally, my mom and I, my brother and my sister, we will never take it and we can't.
And what is your reason?
Because the polio vaccines that came, I was a little bit a child, but I had negative implications. So I don't think the COVID-19 one will have any positive implication on me. So personally, I won't take it.
It's becoming scary. So if I am to take this vaccine for me to be healthy and immune to this virus, why won't I go for it? I will go for it. I will advise my friends to go for it because, I mean, it's deadly. The virus is killing people. They are recording. I mean, if it's Ghana that or Africa that we are not recording more. I mean, look at Europe and all that. They are recording more. But my worry is that why can't Africa also manufacture their own medicine or vaccine to fight it? Anything you want to just get it from Europe or somewhere. I believe that we have tested it and we believe, or Ghanaians or Africans believe the efficacy of it or how true this vaccine will be for us. But I will say that I will go for it and I expect others to do so. I personally, I will not go for the vaccine. I will not go for the vaccine. We've had this HIV/AIDS. It has been staying with us for a long time.
we've not been able to get any vaccine from it. How come all of a sudden COVID-19 just last 2 years, 19, a year and some few months? Now we've had the vaccine ready and we're about to have the vaccination. Me personally, I will not go for it. Others may go, but I will not go for it. I think it is a way that these whites are using to eliminate the world population to the level, or the point that they want. So for government to accept this one and for us to go for this vaccination, others may go and do it, but I will not go and do the vaccination.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
We'll continue with the prayers.
In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. May God, who is the fountain of all goodness, be with you all. Brothers and sisters, let us bless and praise the Lord, the fountain of all goodness, heats and voices. He is the source and origin of every blessing. And love God. We are sure, do everything, your people, that even as we vaccinate, your spirit and your grace are bound to the people of Ghana. We dedicate it in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the clergy. May I now respectfully invite the Commander 37 Military Hospital, Brigadier General Obodai, to give his welcome remarks.
Of Rebecca Akufo-Addo, Ministers Designate for Health, Defense and Information, the Chief Directors of the same ministries, the Acting CDS, Service Chiefs, members of the Diplomatic Corps and WHO representatives and directors, the Director General Ghana Health Service, media personnel, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. Your Excellency, we are gathered here this morning for a short but very important ceremony, that is, to roll out the COVID-19 vaccine in Ghana and to administer the very first shot. The world has had no peace since COVID-19 hit us a little over a year ago. As we speak now, over 113 million people have been infected worldwide, with some 2.5 million losing their lives sadly. Nations, economies, companies have all had their share of the problems. We have gone through lockdowns, border closures, observance of protocols, all aimed at stemming the spread of the virus. Your Excellency, thankfully, we have a vaccine now to help in the fight against the virus. The ceremony this morning, I believe, will help change minds about the conspiracies that people have against this virus. On that note, Your Excellency, I would humbly like to welcome you to the 37 Military Hospital on behalf of the Director General, Ghana Armed Forces Medical Services. And thank you very much for your attention, sir. You are most welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. Shall we give him a round of applause? Honorable Kweku Achimang Menu.
His Excellency, the President, Service Chiefs, Excellencies, and Health. Over the past year, as you all know, the pandemic, COVID-19, has engulfed the entire world, and we all have been battling with this pandemic. Ghana, during the first wave, adopted strategic interventions in containing the virus, which gained WHO acclamation. Unfortunately, we have been hit by the second wave, and there is the need to add to our interventions an additional arsenal to combat the virus. These and the vaccine is already here, but we are about to see the presidency due today is part of the vaccine deployment plan to ensure that leadership, by example, which is the hallmark of the Akufo-Addo government, is clearly demonstrated. I urge all to support this agenda of getting our country returned to a new normal as the government deploys these vaccines. With these words, I welcome you warmly to this special occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Shall we give him a round of applause? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor to respectfully now invite His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to give his remarks.
Thank you very much. I thought I was coming to get a job. I didn't realize we were going to have this elaborate ceremony. But first of all, let me thank the Commandant of the Military Hospital, the Ghana Health Service, and all of you for making it possible for us to begin the vaccination of our people today. We've all had a very difficult time this last year. Unfortunately, scientists in the world have now found what could be a permanent antidote to this, I can only call it a pestilence that has affected all of our lives this last year. It's important that I set the example that this vaccine is safe by being the first to have it, so that everybody in Ghana can feel comfortable about taking this vaccine. It is important that everybody, at the end of the day, is vaccinated, and that's our objective. And in doing so, UNICEF, the managers and the contributors of the COVAX facility, for the opportunity that we have in this country to begin the process of vaccination. The vaccine doesn't mean that we're throwing away all the other protocols. All the other protocols remain in place until we are satisfied that the virus has finally disappeared from the soil of Ghana. So once again, Commandant and the people of the military hospital, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have now reached an important part of today's program, and his spouse to proceed to the enrollment area. The enrollment area involves a series of some basic steps. First, the details of the president will be captured, and a unique COVID vaccination number will be given to him. Then a barcode will be generated, and the president will be enrolled onto the national database for vaccination. And then finally, he will be given a shot of the COVID-19 vaccine. Shall we all please be seated while this process goes on? We will take a short musical interlude while the president and his spouse go through the enrollment program, and after which he will be given a shot of the vaccine.
That we have on our books that we believe will help bring some newness. Very soon, and very, very soon, I'm sure we will overtake the domestic tourism of your region into Eastern region. That is our strategy. We are not going to make Gizzy like you know me. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. We will make noise, but we will drive and ensure that we have good actors. And like I said, if you come into the Coral Ridge, we have Rock City, you have the Valley. There are lots of development. Private participation is driving the economy and bringing hope. This aggression is what we are hoping to tap into, to leverage on and make our region get closer to the domestic tourism you hold in the central region. Thank you. I'm grateful.
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I congratulate the nominee, a very good friend of mine, who I have no doubt will do a good job if given the nod. I have only one question for him, which relates to the numerous boundary disputes between Eastern Region, Greater Accra, and Eastern Region, Volta Region. And in this case, I must declare my interest that it's a matter that my constituency is confronted with. And I must commend the Akwamu Paramount Chief, Odeneho Kwafu Akoto, the third, and the Dofo Chief in my constituency, Togbi Agbola and co. They have tried at that level to be very conciliatory and to manage the youth and developers who are, as it were, left to grapple with exactly where the boundaries are, what is the delineation, whether Joapon, Akrade, Ogoli, where it ends in my constituency and where Eastern Region begins. It's a major issue, and I noticed from page 104 of your handing over notes, or your predecessor's handing over notes, sorry, that he indicates that a technical committee was constituted by RECSEC to ensure the proper demarcation of the boundaries of the region. That's all he says. He doesn't provide any updates, no details. I assume that probably the technical committee is still working. I want to find out if you have received any briefing about the work of this technical committee and what is your own attitude and what will be your policy imperatives about these boundary matters. Because as former chair of the Defense and Interior Committee, you know that this is a major national security threat if it is not aggressively resolved. So, boundary disputes, what will you do about it, particularly Eastern and Volta region, in my beloved North Town and the good people of Esojaman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, indeed, we have 11 paramounts in the Eastern region, and boundaries is a major concern to us. And we respect the custodians of our lands, our chiefs, and we would dialogue deeper in the matter before which we are being asked to discuss. Yes, I was offered a brief. The task force is in place, but we would want to go a step further by consulting with the Boundary Commission, which is now in place, on their policy going forward, because we will need some expertise from them as well as we dialogue between our chiefs. We cannot run away, and I must continue to say this. I have people from the constituency of the Honorable Okujetu who live in my constituency, and they are fourth, fifth generation people who will not go back to their constituency because the only item that separates us, the boundary, is that Fram River that separates us. And so we are the same people, but we would live in a democracy under the rule of law. And so where matters haven't gotten to the law courts, we would use what I call mutual respect negotiations and get the historical facts and bring the unity, stability, and progressive image of our country to the fore so that we can dialogue and get understanding. I know it's a major problem. Recently, between the Greater Accra and the Eastern region, we suffered some in Akusi, where some towns and some electoral areas had to go back from the Greater Accra to the Eastern region. I'm sure these are experiences that we are going to build on and engage with our traditional leadership in the region to bring some sound settlement in these disputes. Thank you. Yes,
thank you very much. It seems to me that we have in this House, or the government of President Nana Akufo-Addo and other previous governments, have passed a vote of no confidence. A vote of no confidence in regional governments. This is manifest in the establishment of zonal development authorities. Because I see that these are clearly the functions of regional governments that have been farmed out and given to these development authorities. What would you do to improve confidence in regional governance?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think it is a policy drive, and His Excellency the President, in his vision to help speed and accelerate development in the country, decided to create the development authorities to supplement the traditional established public offices of our system. Like, I don't know whether my mutual respect concept is something that we should all thrive on. You can never do a 1D1F in any district without consultation with the established local government administration. You definitely have to communicate with them. And so we're going to encourage more respect of our institutions and engage appropriately. And I believe when that happens, we will all enjoy some peace, and that perception that regional governments are not enjoying the full support of central government will be not thought of at all, but will be part of matters that are dropped in the back burner. I am of the opinion that those creations, like I said earlier, was to help accelerate development of the vision of His Excellency the President.
So, what has been your assessment? What has been the spectacular achievements of these development authorities, different from the work that the various regional coordinating councils have done over the years? What has been so spectacular about them, apart from, in my opinion, duplication and fragmentation of resources that could have gone into beefing up the capacity of regional coordinating councils to do the same work? It's being fragmented.
I think in the history of this economy of ours, we have come a long way, and we must all admit that our population and the handover from one generation to the other has not been so smooth. So we've always had a backlog of personnel. I'm sure one creative and innovative way was this creation of the development authorities. It also offered opportunity for some who were skilled, trained, but had no placement to enjoy some placement. And at the same time, if they were not that much experienced in skill, they got opportunity to interface with the established systems. And that relationship offered some confidence. And I know this has helped this economy. One, in a sense of security, because an insecure youth would fall and find themselves doing anything. But by virtue of these creations, it has helped us bond together and offered hope for the economy and economic actors. By and large, I believe they are units that we should encourage ourselves to deepen its existence and improve upon over a review so that we will see an accelerated growth. We tell ourselves that we are a lower middle income country. It comes with certain definitions. You are able to achieve those definitions with an accelerated drive. And I'm sure one of the ingredients to help us achieve that was the creation of these development authorities. And I believe with a positive attitude towards it, we will get ourselves to where we want to be. Thank you.
So do we expect to see you craft out a regional economic development strategy and every year give us an indication of what you will do to achieve your regional economic development strategy? See, I think that regions are economies. And just the way that at the national level we plan the economic development of the country, I think that regional coordinating councils must also plan the economic development of the region and define the strategy for achieving that and figure out financing mechanisms for achieving that. Do we see you, using that model in terms of your tenure as a regional minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we are primarily in office to be enablers, to facilitate for the business community to also express their endowed intentions. And so it is one cardinal subject we will give all our energies to grant confidence to the business community that we are really open to engage them. We are going to employ the experience available to us in engaging all the stakeholders. In our region, we have all the giant players of our economy dwelling in our region. They all have footing in our region. So we will sit with them and also offer them the needed assistance that they require to help facilitate their business. Because the more they grow, the better they will be able to also allow for the threat of joblessness, so that unemployment will go down because they will expand. Once you offer them the needed assistance, they will expand and you also grow. And this is one of the things we look into bringing in our leadership. Thank you very much. It's fair.
We have a strategic asset in your region. We have a strategic asset in your region, the dam. Environmental threats to its viability and sustainability. What will you do from an environmental point of view to continue to protect the integrity of the dam?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the dam is a restricted zone, and there are existing regulations governing that area. We are going to stay with strict enforcement of those regulations so that people do not encroach, because it is a national asset. Though it is within our region, it is a national asset, and we must protect it for the interest of the country. So we'll do so.
Yes, leadership.
Thank you, Chair. My good friend, Honorable Nominee, congrats.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me take you to Afram Plains. I'm sure you're familiar with that zone. It's supposed to be the food basket of the region and largely the country, the entire country. Do you have specific plans that will enable us enhance this capacity of the area and also largely support farmers to be able to do what they have to do?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, indeed. in an earlier question, I talked about challenges in our land use and spatial planning in the country. Our lands are mostly stool lands and state lands, and the Front Plains is one such area which is owned by multi-traditional authorities. I'm a Coke, so I'm a bit more familiar with ownership of lands in the Front Plains. However, as I've said in an earlier answer, whatever it takes to meet with our kings, our chiefs, for them to appreciate the importance in helping to transform the local economies of our people. We'll do the maximum best to ensure that we will facilitate any investor, for any investor who is interested. Like I said in my earlier answer, it is an area we're focusing on mechanized farming. Mechanized farming will help promote our agriculture, transform our agriculture, and bring new technology and bring new understanding for our people. We'll collaborate with the necessary ministries to ensure that we get the needed assistance, both technical and know-how, and government support in respect of inputs. Some government will be in to assist. We will definitely do our best in leadership to facilitate same, because that is the only way we can change an economy such as ours, the Ghanaian economy, which is primarily an agricultural economy, agrarian economy. So Afram Plains is a major subject. I'll be collaborating with the Ministry of Agri, not only the Ministry of Agri, the Ministry of Foods and Highways for access roads to enable investors have a useful infrastructure in respect of the corridors to also access farmlands that are available, a lot of arable land available in those areas. At the same time, there's investment in the area of tourism. Other people are looking to even do fish farming in that area, and we will encourage all these investors. It is about time that we collaborate very well to drive that area of our country to bring the needed potential out for everybody to know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable, you mentioned the interface with the Ministry of Agri, which I think is a good point to make, and clearly you understand the variables at play. One area which, in my view, has left untapped is irrigation. I recognize that you mentioned it in passing, but I feel that going forward, over the years, the place has been left unattended when it comes to irrigation. Government cannot do it by itself, all by itself. Do you consider it relevant getting a very good investor specific to the area of irrigation, mainly because of the potential, the abundance of water available?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I couldn't go further to use any language than ably used by the honorable member for Nsawam, who happens to be the majority chief whip. I will do so, and I assure you I'll come to you for ideas, because I know of what you're doing in your backyard. I know by your leadership, Aztec is back on and very soon you'll be producing some beautiful juices for us. I used to drink Aztec and went away. And so I know I am done. I will follow up the advice he gave me. I will not go anywhere. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Honorable nominee, you are clearly spot on. On industrialization drive in the eastern region, we have all the advantages. Proximity-wise, we are close to Accra and Tema and all that. Business-wise, it makes a lot of sense. And you clearly intimated what the government has done relative to the revival of Aztec, which is a big news.
Now, we have a defunct factory called Canary. Do you consider that also as a priority, borrowing from the lessons on what or the model that was adopted in reviving Aztec, to replicate in reviving Canary as well, all towards the industrialization drive of the government?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, every potential business in the region is a priority. However, we have to go through the rules. I think there have been some transitionings in respect of the Canary, and we would have to follow through the existing legal regimes. And when we have settled all interest, I'm sure it is a major potential recruiting center for our teaming youth that are coming up in the region, and I'll definitely pursue that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, this will be my last. I'll make two questions up here in one. The clinker deposit in Eastern region. I know a couple of times there have been attempts to exploit it. Individuals have taken some advantage. I want to ask you, what is your view on the exploitation of the clinker deposit in Eastern region, and also reflecting on the welfare of the Krobo block as part of the region? Then the Densu River, we all know the importance of it, the areas it flows through. It serves as a source of raw water to Ghana Water Company. What are your plans towards these issues I've raised? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first and foremost is of the environmental concerns in these two developments. The residents along the banks of the Densu River, if I may take that first, will definitely be encouraged to respect the natural existence, because Densu predates everybody, and Densu is serving greater people in this country in respect of potable water. And so whatever I'll be able to do in respect of supplying information to the sector ministry, which has the lead authority in policy with respect to ensure that that natural resource is well catered and protected for and on behalf of the country, I will do so as a representative of the president in the region. Besides that, the clinker development is a major investment drive. However, we need to consider all the environmental issues in this day and age. As much as we would want to live and enjoy life, we must enjoy life within the confines of a healthy environment. And so it is something we will definitely take initiatives on, but we will be guided by all the protocols to ensure that good work is effected. We cannot allow that resource to sit all this while, but it will only be done in collaboration with the sectors that have the mandate to allow for mining, the sectors that have the mandate to allow for even some FDIs which require some guarantees. We would need to collaborate and consult with all these sectors before we are able to take such a bold initiative. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. We thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You will hear from us, but for now you are discharged.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and acknowledge my immediate successor. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman discharged me. But you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have spoken.
This is a no stopping road sign. Road signs are generally mounted or erected to give instructions or information about road usage. But how much do Ghanaian drivers know about their road signs? Join me as I find this out at the Tema station here in Accra as part of GhanaWeb's 22nd anniversary celebrations and road safety campaign. Driver for ni nyina so na road safety ni obu o ma utwa obe hu se signs ha mo say eno so hwa say na driver for no mu nim fa.
Oh, eno de anya drivers nyane. Say anya fi ko obu betuna kan obu tun kan. But mostly no. So do meter and o check o meter no. Who say massa me do massa ye say. And then we go massa do massa ye say. Massa on we why say. Nti na mo onu so tibi sua. And no so dey kan me da be no. We move kan so. Just say ekwan no Eco Street. We so Eco Street. Nti Eco Haba. Okay. And I say who we so. Yeah, so say no. Ada say almost say a lot of crime and I say crime patch lot of crime. No, the police watch him who can.
Said to say no parking. No parking.
No parking.
Yeah.
Okay. And now who going so I know say them.
Say Shaft Kev room here. Kwana nam say just say Shaft Kev room. Yeah.
Nya nan kan ya kan ya no ba we say kwan so yetro.
Kwan so yetro. Okay.
And no say kwan so yetro. Any last one.
Okay.
Any last one. Okay. Wait. Since our type travel come mountains, lady, we are sourcing lady. Who are mountains kind so. Wait. Who we are not sure.
Oh, they be answering me near there.
So who we are, and not just said the dear nam no.
A Bosch, Popo na Bosch was.
Boni to me.
Okay.
Yeah, na what people. What people na kakanka so be no bi no so church kakanka so ne be e wan kasa on kan e won say almost no trotro drivers no an say be blenum tan shara nim sa fese sa road e no bi nche mama no so ya na haju kakra onam kwan so na ko hu boya den e che am na kwan so me hu ya I say nipa klaso nipa twemo o twemo ho e say all slow down na nipa no twem we so no I say nipa no di ni ba e twem o kwan so njanka say onya bote na ni nkola na twem kwan so nkola ho ana we so chedo and we dey say kwan ke ho e kef ai kef nti do wa say onya bote na bu kef no wa so be ka say ba we say kwan so oh, okay. And we should do I say sharp kef. Into sharp so you do what so nya botre. Na say 2.5 yeah. And say 2.5 na say be odu na say 2.5 kilometer. Answer na odu anya anu ka so 2 mil ka be. No say car no. And we say 50 no I say baby I do no say 50 kilometers you can say we come more than 50
what
the one I've covered
this one?
No, this one. Sorry.
Which one?
This one.
This one?
Yes.
Cars coming from opposite direction. Yeah. So when a car is coming, you also go. You know how to share the middle. That's why we have the white line, which divide the road. This one, yes, it's square side. Slippery road. Yeah, it's slippery road.
Okay.
Thank you. Many of the drivers didn't know where is slippery, where is not slippery, where to go speed, where not to go speed.
Congratulations for knowing your road signs.
We know I just say why we were corner so a friend why we were corner so your friend is what a chance.
Okay. And yanya foforo. Okay.
Ramp or kwan so.
Okay.
And here ramp.
And now we say we work kwan so. We. Na so kita shovel no.
Akwa say one omo esiesie kwan ho no. Osiesie kwan no nti say adwuma bi rekoso. Enti hu sa we ni sa na se America na okwa say o slow down. E de ma adwuma America na okọ no.
Na hu we say na ese obi kuro bi nsam.
Akwa say bia oni frani bi ohu ade nti obese otwa kwan num eno sa no ese we onya abotre na wode ma say oni frani no.
50 wɔ kwan so adan na ɛkyerɛ.
But your 50 now, we say 50 wore kono e bia kuro e wo honom. Nti e say wo America na wo kita no. E say America no e ba fam.
This one.
That one is no stopping.
Oh,
yeah.
No stopping.
Yeah.
So we should find out if it's okay. That's no stopping.
Yeah. That one is keep right.
Keep to your right.
Yeah.
Right. 5 meters.
Oh, okay. That is your vehicle height limit. Is 5 meters.
You've done well. Congratulations. It is important to note as road users that our lives and that of others depends on us. Hence, the need to know our road signs. Join the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign by sending in your concerns and videos to our WhatsApp number. And also visit our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV, to stay in tune with our campaign. Reporting from the Tema station here in Accra, I am George Ayisi for GhanaWeb TV.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign is an initiative that's part of our 22nd anniversary celebrations. In 22 years, we have championed a lot of initiatives, but this year we want to focus on the indiscipline on the roads, and we believe it is high time. If you look at the statistics that are emerging, it tells you that this is a national issue that we need to focus attention on. Many people are dying on the roads, needless accidents, avoidable death, and we think it's about time to shed light on it and bring some attention to it. So over the next several weeks and months, we're going to be calling on Ghanaians to also share with us their experience on the roads and the indiscipline that they have faced from other road users. This is a big conversation that we need to have to bring some attention to this pandemic. If you know, the coronavirus has ravaged the world. In Ghana, over 500 people have died, but the statistics from the road accident last year suggests that over 2,000 people lost their lives. That tells you how big a problem the indiscipline on our roads are, and we want to focus attention on it. So you'll be seeing a lot of stories on roads, on indiscipline on our roads, on drivers and their experiences on the various roads and the potholes. The government says this year is also the year of roads, so I think it fits in perfectly with the agenda of the government of the day. So that's the road safety campaign, and we promise to effect change by the end of this campaign.
nipa na ɔzo bi ni bi titi na ɔtwam kɔ ntwam na police for nso ɛto ayɛ nea kyi kɔ am si emra ntɛm ka se emra na ye beduru ano bi de nse bi a ɔkɔ akɔpɔ bi apankyɛwa sɛ wo dwane an ikra mi so ɔkɔpɔ bi apankyɛwa sɛ Mr. Minister of Janisa.
What you say when you naso? I know one day driver.
When you meet a lady and you desire her, of course, if you were to tell her that, look, my good lady, I like you, I love you, but you won't be the only one in my life, she will cut you off. Because in her Christian upbringing, she's told that...
You might think that, okay, ladies have been programmed to want monogamy. You will be shocked to find out how many would want polygamy.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
Honorable Chairman, as you rightly said, I'm George Wache. I was born on the 6th of October, 1956, in Sankore, to Opanyi Kofi Boache and Madam Ofiecha.
Honorable, we are not interested in those parts. We have the record. So if there's any other thing of interest, we're interested in that you qualify. You've been an MP, you've been a DCE.
Yes.
So that satisfies that.
So I don't need to go through all this.
Very well. So in the last 8 years, what have you been engaged?
I have been farming, and then again, I am a petrol dealer with Total Petroleum Ghana Limited.
Right. So you've been a businessman and a trader. Yes. And you've contested since then as a candidate for 3 more times. Is that right?
Yes, 2 more times. But yeah, in all cases,
against your brother-in-law.
Yes, by my brother-in-law.
Very well. Yes. Honourable members, the floor is open.
Well, let me. George Boache. So the CV you have before us, I find something very intriguing, even though those days in Legon and in Sifon, we all would have said that. When you come to page 3, Electoral Commissioner, 1984, watch it. If you don't put it in context, as Student Electoral Commissioner, yes, you may think that Commissioner.
Student Electoral Commissioner.
We can understand, and we all use that nomenclature. But just to emphasize it, then which committees of Parliament? I see it now. Select Committee on Education, Poverty Reduction, and then House Committee.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But interestingly, with the House Committee, I see you put 5th Parliament. The rest you didn't put 5th Parliament. Are you being consistent?
I think it was a typo error.
Okay, that's noted. Now you would be the president's nominee for the Ahafo region, a region which remains a major food basket for the country. You have a number of exportable products, even in that region. I note with some joy and satisfaction the interest of the people in Ahafo in cashew plantation and then poultry. I'm treating it as if I was talking to the Bono Ahafo region as one whole, even though down divided into 2. What plans do you have to grow the agricultural potential of the region to improve the livelihood of the people in the Ahafo region? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Honorable Chairman. It's true, Ahafo is mainly an agricultural region, and we grow a variety of foodstuffs and then cash crops. Fortunately, the government launched the Planting for Food and Jobs program, and when I'm giving the nod, I would, apart from those who have already enrolled onto the program, I will intensify education on the program so that we get more of the youth to enroll in the Planting for Food and Jobs program, where they will be encouraged to grow some of the cash crops that we are talking about. Cashew, which is not too popular in Ahafo, but some cash crops like cocoa. Cocoa is very popular, and most of the cocoa trees, as we have them now, are diseased. And there's a program of rehabilitating all these cocoa farms. And when I'm giving the nod, I will encourage the youth to enroll in some of these programs so as to be able to get jobs to do.
Thank you, Chairman. Now back to your CV. You were a member of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association delegation to observe the British elections, and then also you attended some other important workshops. Any lessons learned there that you want to share with us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, the British, I was a member of the Commonwealth British Commonwealth Parliamentary Delegation to observe the elections in 2010. The only lesson I want to share with Ghanaians is that in Britain, elections are very peaceful, and it is not so tense as you have in Ghana. So this is the lesson I want Ghanaians to also learn.
So how do we ensure that there is no tension and it's peaceful and results are declared electronically? What advice do you have for Ghanaians and this committee? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My advice I will have for Ghanaians and for that matter politicians in Ghana is that we should not see elections as do and die affair. When we see elections as do and die affair, it brings tension. And that is what brings about the problems that we normally face.
Chairman, thank you very much. At some point between 2016 and 17, members of Parliament were downgraded by the British High Commission and the Embassy of the United States of America. And in their argument, some members of Parliament, including you, hadn't conducted yourself well on what is popularly referred to as MP's visa racketeering. Were you associated with that?
My name was mentioned as one of them. But
what did you do that your name got mentioned?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When my name was mentioned, I was a little bit embarrassed because I traveled with my daughter to the UK.
You want to provide the name of that daughter?
Joyce Boachi. Joyce Boachi. We traveled to the UK and we procured the visa through the laid down regulations. We did not pass through any third person. And when the news came out, we used our diplomatic passports. But I didn't use my black passport. At that time, the black passport had not expired.
Call it the ordinary passport.
Ordinary passport.
Thank you, Chairman.
So we went. We were to spend 1 month. But after spending 2 weeks, I had a message that I should rush home to attend to an emergency. So I told my daughter to prepare so that we could come back home for me to attend to the emergency at home. And I also needed her home to do some other things for me. But the following day, my daughter came to me and pleaded with me that, Dad, allow me to stay for the remaining 2 weeks with a certain gentleman he had already introduced to me as the uncle. Since I did not marry the mother, I didn't know much about the family tree, so I accepted it. And then I allowed her to stay. I came back to Ghana. So after 2 weeks, he hadn't come. So I kept on calling and finding out what was happening. But in all cases, he kept on postponing her coming. So at a point, I got fed up because I felt as a 38-year-old lady to bear the consequences herself. So I left her and didn't call her again because I was even very furious. Then, around 2016, November, I had a call. And when I responded and demanded to know the person who was called, the person said he was the British High Commissioner. I doubted it because at that time, I never thought I would have a call from such a high-profile personality. So when he demanded to know the whereabouts of Joyce, I told him I didn't know, because I thought he was one of these scammers. Then in about 4 or 5 days time, he called again, this time with a text message. Then it dawned on me to be very careful, and then I responded. He demanded to know the whereabouts of Joyce, and I told the commissioner that Joyce was still in the UK. So the following day, I went to the office. They demanded her address, her telephone number. I provided everything, and then came back. So when I came back home, I called Joyce again. For about 2 years, he had not received any call from me. So I called her, and the way I was talking, he realized I was very, very furious. I told her to choose between 2 things. Either me, the father, dying, and he remaining there. So he said that, give me 1 week to prepare, I'll come. So this time around, he came back to Ghana. And then I took her to the British Embassy. They interviewed her, and then we were asked to go back. We came back, and then 1 month later, the gentleman who kept her there also came, this time with one of my friends. So when he came, he rendered an apology to me and said that he had deceived me, and that Joyce was not the niece, but the fiancée. But I was very furious, but there was nothing that I could do, because in the tree, like we have a problem. So so good now, the only thing you have to do is to clean it, not to cut it. So, so I accepted the apology, and then he added that he had come to perform the marriage ceremony. I allowed her. We did everything. He was station, and then went back. He applied and then joined her. And then on the 30th of October 2018, Joyce was given entry permit. I have the copy here, to go back to the UK. So as I speak, she is in UK and was issued a residency card on the 6th of June 2018. So, Honorable Chairman, my argument is this. If my daughter, who was at the center of the whole controversy, was allowed to go back, then describing the whole process as fraudulent, when we say, I can't think far.
Chairman, we didn't describe the process as fraudulent. It's the British High Commission, as you note, and note that it even affected members of Parliament who wanted to travel to the UK. They were either given shorter periods to go or denied visas, because in the words of the British High Commissioner at the time, we had abused our privilege of those visas. Is it correct to say that Joyce Boachi is your blood daughter? Is it correct to say
my
that?
blood daughter.
She's your blood daughter?
Yes, blood daughter.
So before
the eldest of all my children.
Great, thank you. So before her return in 2018, can you share with this committee what period did she live in the UK? Because again, in the words of the British High Commission, she overstayed her visa illegally and unlawfully. Is that correct?
Oh, it's correct. She overstayed.
Do you find that conduct scandalous and embarrassing to Parliament?
That is, she overstayed all right. But the scandalous part, if you read the statement well, was linked to the acquisition of the visa. That is what you go to.
Sorry, it's my fault. I'm punching
to say that.
Kindly hold on. You said you obtained the visa with your regular passport. Now, how did you obtain the visa? Did you use the protocol services of Parliament?
I went to the office at, I think, Laboni. And that was where all the typing and other things were done.
So you did not use the...
For myself. Yes.
You went to the embassy yourself?
Yes.
All right.
You didn't use the parliamentary protocol or a letter from Parliament introducing her as someone accompanying you on that delegation. Is that correct?
I wrote a letter myself introducing her as my daughter.
Do you still have a copy of that letter in your possession?
No.
You want to go through your record and just share it for our purposes, but just to appreciate it.
I don't think I'll be able to trace it.
That's appreciated. So if it was ordinarily, I still will protect the long list that the British High Commission and the shared with us as leadership, as what informed their decision to treat you members of Parliament out of privilege and out of turn in the acquisition of visas. Do you, after hindsight, today, if you had an opportunity, would you want to be associated with such a conduct?
No, because it was too embarrassing, especially the media, the media reportage was very, very embarrassing.
So when the British High Commissioner sent you a text, is that correct? You didn't respond to it?
Oh, I responded.
The first very text.
The text came, and at the same time he called.
Do you remember the name of the High Commissioner at the time who sent the text?
John Benjamin.
John Benjamin. All right. So, Chairman, back to the Ahafo region. What are the tourism potentials in the region, and what do you intend to do to improve it for the livelihood of the people of Ahafo? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, thank you, Honorable Chairman. Ahafo is one of the new regions, and it has a lot of potentials. Among these potentials is tourism. For example, if I'm giving the nod, I have three sites in mind. One, there is a village in my brother-in-law's constituency called Churches. I'm sure he knows that. There is
myself and Chama, we don't know that. What's the name of the village?
Chen Siboso. Chen Siboso.
Siboso.
Yes.
Chen Siboso.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
There is a rock, and on that rock is a tree called Chen. So the Chen is on the rock. That is why it is called Chen Siboso. And according to those, Chen is a
kind of palm tree, right?
Not palm tree. It's I don't know how to describe it.
Chen is a tree.
Yes, one of the species like Wawa, Umina, and others.
Okay.
So when by God's grace you give me the nod, that place is going to be developed as a tourist attraction. And then in our hometown, me and my brother-in-law, Sankori, we have the Confanochi tree. Confanochi tree. The one that is directly opposite where the mechanics are. As we drive towards Western region, the Western North. So you will see Nanami and then develop that place to as a tourist attraction. And then the main board, I spoke to my immediate predecessor, and then he made me aware of the fact that feasibility studies have already taken place, and that they are waiting for Tourism Development Authority to come and then look at how best Mimbo can be developed into a tourist attraction. This I'll pursue if by God's grace you give me the nod.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So again, in the Ahafo region, timber. Any hope for timber? Again, notwithstanding the destruction we ourselves have done to our forestry, what plans do you have for forestry development in the region? Thank you, Chair.
Most of the species are being depleted. And in order to restore the situation, what I will do if I'm given the nod is to intensify the afforestation program. Of course, the government has started the afforestation program, but I feel when I'm given a nod, we have to intensify it. Apart from giving jobs to the youth, it will also have to re-afforest it will have to renew the forest into its original form.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Congratulations. Right here on your left, sir. Yes, sir. Right here. Most of the stools in your region are subjects of the golden stool. Am I right?
True.
Ompukum, Gosu, Achensua, Tepa, Bechim. Tepa is Ashanti, sorry. But Bechim is part of.
Bechim is part, Yamfo.
Yes.
Bianquanta.
Bianquanta. Yes. How are you going to ensure that the sanctity of the chieftaincy institution and the respect for the golden stool? I know sometimes there are issues of conflicts there about, and allegiance is respected by customary authorities to ensure that there is peace within that region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Chairman. Fortunately for Ahafo, we don't see much of this kind of disrespect for the golden stool. Almost all the Amahim owe allegiance to the golden stool, and they respect the golden stool. Every Akweside, or in some of the Akweside, some of the chiefs go there and they celebrate with the Utunfo. So I don't think it is any big issue so far as Ahafo is concerned.
My last question is on main timbers and main cashew, the drinks that they started producing from Ayomso and main timbers. What's the status? Because with the demise of Desmond, I think there were some problems within the area with respect to job creation. And what is the status, please? Thank you. Chairman,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. From the briefing I had from my immediate predecessor, Honorable Ivan Supoku-Bobie, a young forest product has been revamped, especially the private section, with a stimulus package of 6.5 million Ghana cedis. As a result, 700 of the employees from a stimulus package, 6.5. As a result, 700 of the employees have been called back, but we still have a lot of them. So when by God's grace, you give me the nod, I'm also going to find out if we can get additional funds so that the other sections can also reopen and they recall workers who are at home now. Apart from that, too, the youth who are also coming will also get jobs to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The cashew, the problem, when I went there, the problem that I was made aware was the fact that they are finding it very difficult to get cashew to buy because the market is very competitive. And looking at the competitive nature of the market, if they should buy at that price, they will be running at a loss. So they are producing at a very low capacity as of now. But I'm sure with time, when things improve, they will be able to improve production. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Santiago.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the honorable nominee, when giving the nod, who held the Regional Coordinating Council of the Ahafo region. I am saying that when you are giving the nod, you head the Regional Coordinating Council of Ahafo region. Can you tell us the composition of Regional Coordinating Council and some functions of the RCC?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. The RCC is made up of the regional minister and his deputy, if there is any, and then all the chief executives in the district, all presiding members in the district, and 2 chiefs from the regional house of chiefs, and all the heads of the centralized departments, but they don't have voting rights. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, honorable nominee, if you are given the opportunity to recommend for the creation of districts in your region, which areas will you recommend?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After having gone through the brief from the Regional Coordinating Council, that is what I inherited from the Honorable Ivazopoku Obie. 3 areas have been earmarked: Techimentia, Lim, and then Sankore. So these are the areas that they have already earmarked for district creation if the need arises.
Mr. Chairman, from the handing over notes, your predecessor has recommended that a military camp should be established in Sankore. What are you going to do to ensure this is done in Sankore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support that idea because apart from everything, it will offer jobs to our youth. So I support it.
Mr. Chairman, my last question is, the nominee has been a district chief executive before and a member of parliament too. Now you are going to be a regional minister. So you understand the workings of DCEs and the members of parliament. And you agree with me sometimes the confusion that ensues between district chief executives and the members of parliament. Having been a former MCE, having been a former member of parliament, what are you going to do to ensure that you create a good environment in your region for DCEs and MPs to work peacefully with you to ensure that the region is developed?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. This is one area I will pay much attention to, because as you rightly said, I have operated in all these 2 situations before, and I know how it is when you are an MP and then how it is when you are a DCE. First of all, you have to know what brings about the conflict. One, especially when and an MP are from the same party. And then there's an expression of interest to contest on the part of the DCE. It can bring about conflict. And then secondly, when funds are not released on time, it can also, on the part of the MP, when the MP brings a request and it is not released on time, it can also bring about conflict. But in this case, when there is no money in the account and the request is made and pressure is put on the DCE, it can also bring about conflict. So to avoid all this, what I intend to do when, by God's grace, you give me the nod, is to organize a breakfast meeting with MPs and DCs thrice every year. During such meetings, I share my experience with my DCs. We discuss the volunteer programs in the region, and then we also listen to the concerns of the MPs, and then collectively we put our heads together and then redress the problems. I think this is what can bring about unity, which is needed for development. Thank you, sir.
Lastly, Mr. Chairman,
you have done 4 already. Can we leave it there?
2.5.
Please leave it there, otherwise. Yes.
Honorable nominee, congratulations. Your region is one of the newly created regions. Your predecessor sitting right in front of me here, I believe he has laid foundation for a smooth takeoff. Now, due to the fact that it's a newly created region, the structures are not there. You have an excellent opportunity to write your name in gold. Now, after 4 years, assuming you stay the tenure, what legacy would you want to be remembered for, if you can mention just 3 for this committee? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. It's through my predecessor, Honorable Opoku has laid a solid foundation for the smooth takeoff of the region. When I was in this with some friends, as I said that we can equate it to an airport. The runway has been made. It is left to me to sit in the plane and then take off. And in taking off, there are a lot of things that I have in mind. One important legacy that I want to leave in Ahafo is to make sure that the youth in Ahafo, majority of them are gainfully employed. Sustainable jobs, of course. Apart from that too, there are certain things that my predecessor did that I have to make sure that they are completed. That is our road network. If I'm able to ensure that most of our highways and federal roads are completed and well paved, it will be a very good legacy for me. And then, finally, girls' education. We want to produce more of the traders. So, I will liaise with the regional girl child education officer and then those at the district level to embark on education to get more of our girls into school. And if this is done, I'll be satisfied when I die and I'm in my grave. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I've looked at the size of Ahafo region in terms of, square kilometers. It's 5,193 square kilometers. Now, my beloved Gushegu municipality is 5,796. That means my municipality is bigger in terms of land size, but of course the population is way lower than yours. Now, that, for me, means that the road network in your region with 6 districts is one that can easily be tackled head-on as a region than I could even do as a district. Are you able to tell us if you are able to, do at least 50 or 60% of the road network in your region? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. As of now, as I've already said, during my predecessor's time, about 60% of our major routes have been awarded on contract. So my duty as the new regional minister is to ensure that these routes are completed. And this is exactly what I will do. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, Honorable Nilanti.
Mr. Nominee, how are you? How are you? Fine. Okay. My first question has to do with mining. Yes. Earlier on, Honorable Patrick Guama asked you a question about MIM timber and the role. After timber, mining has become the most predominant industry in the region. What do you think has been the impact of mining on the economy of the region, and especially on the agricultural sector? Because that area used to produce, it was almost a food basket of the region. When we talk about the same, that's where it comes from.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. To be very honest with you, in a way, mining has impacted negatively on agriculture. Because if you look at where Newmont is operating, people intentionally, when they find out that Newmont's operation is being extended to where their farms are, they intentionally plant crops and vegetables so that when they get there, they'll get compensation. They think more about the money than the crops they grow. They don't look far ahead. So it has impacted negatively on agriculture. But the good side is that if you go to a place like Kenyasi, if you knew Kenyasi about some 15, 20 years ago, and you go there now, you realize that the whole township has been transformed. Look at the type of buildings we have in Kenyasi, and the lifestyle of the general populace. All these things have improved because of the mining. The only problem they have in Kenyasi is their town routes network, which, as I've already said, have been awarded on contract, and I'm very sure maybe very soon the contractor will finish and then they will be relieved. When, by God's grace, you give me the nod, what I intend to do is that I'll call for the SRA that they have signed, the various communities have signed with Newmont. Inspect them and then see whether we can improve upon them. Then I also make them aware that we now have a new region. So the region also needs a social responsibility agreement, quite distinct from what the communities are having. I will impress upon them to build a monument in the regional capital so that in future, when mining in our area is done, people will know the contributions of Newmont to the economic and social development of Ahafo. Thank you, Mr.
Chairman, if the Honorable Nilanti and yourself will indulge me, now the road network between Kenya, Sifidiem, and Ntotroso is in such a deplorable state. Now, what do you intend to do about it, other to what the Honorable Nilanti observed? Galamsey, very popular in Kenya, and probably they have not even contributed to attaining the President's vision on fighting the illegal mining. What do you have to say to this? Thank you, Chair.
Please, can you go over the question?
Honorable, he says that Fidiem to Totrosu Road is in a vast state. What do you intend? Fidiem in Totrosu Road. What is your plan?
It's true. It's true. It's in a very deplorable state. But my immediate predecessor has made me aware that it is in the hands of a contractor. He even gave me the number. I spoke to him, and then he said he's preparing to come back to site to complete the work. So when, by God's grace, you give me the nod, I'll make sure that this road in particular is completed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Continue, please.
Okay. In your earlier submission, when you were asked about politics, and you made reference to the UK politics, and you said the UK is very peaceful and violence-free. What do you think are the causes and who are the perpetrators of the perennial political violence in Afo, especially between you and your brother-in-law? Huh? What's the problem? How can we minimize it? How can we solve this so that the people of Afo will conduct politics in a very friendly and peaceful manner, as you saw in the UK?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable, if you recall, 2020 elections, a different picture about Afo was painted, which is very good. And my assurance is that I'm going to collaborate with my 6 MPs and then the 6 district chief executives and then regional security council to ensure that this progress that has been made is sustained. I don't think we'll go back. Yesterday is gone. We look forward to tomorrow. If we were children yesterday, today we are men. Especially between me and my brother-in-law. We have to demonstrate to people in Sankor in particular to know that we are not enemies. We have to make them know that we are not enemies. And Honorable Chairman, when my name was mentioned, the applause that came out was from both sides, and I was very much impressed. But for the COVID, most of them would have even come here to give me the moral support. So as for that, don't think about it anymore. It's gone forever.
Honorable Kopuku was also happy when you were nominated. He was also very happy when you were nominated.
Okay.
My last question. My last question. George, I know the area very well, you know. I played football around there, you know. And I went to school in Bechem. For the past year, I went to Bechem Presec. Yes. For the past 2 weeks, I've done some work within that area, especially educational institutions. You know, Ahafo used to be the hub of education in the then Brong Ahafo region. You went to St. Joseph Training College, or you taught there? Yeah, that was another time when Asiudin Kitia was there. Okay. Almost all the schools, especially my alma mater, Bechem Presec, have uncompleted, stalled infrastructure projects. Almost all of them. The former minister didn't do well for you. Almost all the schools, Bechem Presec, for example. What are you going to do to ensure that these school projects, infrastructure projects are completed? Because when you go, some of these children are just sleeping on the veranda. What will you do to help? Especially now that we have SHS, free SHS, more of the children are going to school.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. I quite remember when I was in this house, Education Committee, we went around throughout the country, and you realize that there were a lot of abandoned projects dating back from Nkrumah side. And we have some of this in Afro, as you are saying. When by God's grace you give me the nod, I'm going to take an inventory of all these projects. Those that are from common fund, I'll pursue them from the common fund. And then those that are from the fund and procurement management unit, I'll also have to go there and make sure that they are completed, because after all, it is government money that has been invested in these projects. So count on me that I'll make sure these projects are completed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Honorable Ayaga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Your CV says that you were a tutor of sociology of education between 1984 and 1999. And then you became district chief executive between 2005, 2008, and 2001, 2004. So that's an 8-year period. Can you give us an indication of the performance of your district in BEC exams during that period, and to what extent your knowledge of sociology of education impacted on educational performance in your districts, and what hope I should have that the Ahafo region will see improvement in education during your tenure?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. During my tenure as district chief executive for Esunafo and then Esunafo South, performance was very high. The first year, it was about 70%, and then the last year, when I was in Esunafo South, it was about 75%. I'm not too sure, but I am aware that the performance was very impressive. And then my knowledge as a tutor of sociology of education. You know, if you are a sociologist, you understand society very well. And if an educationist and at the same time sociologist, you understand the society and then you understand education. So the marriage between the two is what is called sociology of education. You study and then build education based on your knowledge of the society. So all the needs of the country are fed into the education system, and the system produces what the society needs. So that is what I can say for now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The thinking is that our educational system is not really serving us well, because you are producing a lot of people who are either not employable, can't find jobs. So do you think that our education system is well suited for our current development?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. That is why I support the TVET program. It is focused on employable skills. And if we all give that the necessary attention, the issue of youth unemployment will in future be a thing of the past. So I think that we must focus more on the TVET than the liberals, because the liberals will produce people who do not have any employable skills. They want to sit in the office and they work. By this time, because of technology, we don't need a lot of people in the office. We need people who can use their hands to do something and they fend for themselves. Thank you, Mr.
So as regional minister, we're likely to see that in your region, your infrastructure development will be skewed towards technical and vocational education as against grammar education.
Yes. If by God's grace you give me the nod, I'm going to make sure that the Yamfu Vocational School is developed. The youth training school is developed. And I'm very sure you'll get one TVET school And then there's another school that is being built at Akrodi, Science and Technology School. I'm going to place emphasis on this school and make sure that they produce the required people. Because if there are people who have skills.
But there's already a lot of TVET going on. The mechanics, the seamstresses, the hairdressers, they are already doing TVET. What are you going to do about those ones?
That is the former I'm talking about the formal structure. But when it comes to the informal structure, we can put in place the youth apprenticeship program that is being done by the Youth Employment Agency Authority. So with this, you can make use of skilled workers from the informal sector to train those who will not be able to go to the formal system. They will also learn skills. And then as they learn, you can even tax National Board for Small Scale Industry to give them training, and then when they finish, they will be able to be on their own. So the TVET program is very, very important, and I wish you as legislators will help to promote it, and it will help and save the country.
Honorable, yes.
Good day, Honorable nominee. My first question is, how many of the government new TVET centers are coming to Ahafo, and where are they going to be put?
According to the briefing that I had from my predecessor, we are getting one.
Every region is getting two, so you have to start thinking about where you're going to put the second.
Okay. I've not thought about where they are going, but now that we have given the indication, if you give me the job, I will think about where they will be sent to. But in this case, at this particular time, it will be my secret. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My second question, how many MVTI schools are in your region? And how many local government vocational institutions are in your region?
There is no MVTI school. We have one vocational school at Yamfo, and we have one youth leadership training school at Famhede. Apart from this, we don't have any other MVTI school.
Yes, Honorable Jari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable nominee from my former region. Yeah. At first, we used to be together, now they're on their own. You've been DC for almost 8 years. You have been DC for about 8 years. What's your take on decentralization in local government? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Decentralization, to me, is the best form of governance. Because in decentralization, we bring governance to the doorsteps of the ordinary person. So, I think it is a good idea, and we have to intensify it and make sure that it succeeds.
One last simple one. I heard you talking about MIM timbers. MIM timbers. What about Scanstyle? What's the status of Scanstyle?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Scanstyle is not producing at a high capacity as it used to do because of financial problems. And as I've already indicated, when by God's grace you give me the nod, I will assist them like what my predecessor did, and then find out if you can get some stimulus package for them to be able to produce at high capacity and then employ more of our youth. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Honorable Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Honorable nominee, I want us to revisit the visa matter. I hold in my hands the letter the High Commissioner wrote to the Speaker dated January 20, 2017. There is an aspect which has not been dealt with by the Honorable Minority Leader, which relates to a 10-year ban that was imposed on you from 2017 to 2027. Is that ban still in force, or has it been lifted?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. I asked my lawyers to write to the High Commissioner, and the feedback I got from the High Commissioner was that he did not mention ban in any of his communications. So that is what I know about it.
So if I can read it to you, Mr. Boache is highly unlikely to be issued any further visas to visit the UK in the next 10 years for his role in facilitating his daughter's travel to the UK, including should he be re-elected to Parliament in a subsequent election, unquote. This is what the High Commissioner told Professor Okwe, the Right Honourable Speaker, at the time. So is this, whatever, if you don't want us to use ban, the High Commissioner says you are unlikely to be issued a visa in the next 10 years. Do you know if it's still in force? Because if confirmed, the chiefs and people, investors may want you to lead them to the United Kingdom between now and 2027. If this is still in force, it appears that you are incapacitated in that regard. That's why I'm inquiring.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. As I've already indicated, the correspondence I have from him did not indicate anything like that. And since my daughter was made to go and subsequently issue of a resident permit, I know that if I put in an application, it will be accepted and then I'll be given visa.
Meaning you haven't applied since?
No, I have not made any attempt to.
Okay, let me come to my second question. It's quite curious. Listening to you carefully, you have spoken quite fondly of your political opponent in the constituency, who is here, the Honorable Eric Opoku. You say he's your in-law, you refer to him as your in-law. But anybody who does a quick desktop research about the political activities in the Sunafo South, it will appear that it's a war zone. I have here Ghanaian Times, we did not clash with NDC. They attacked us as Sunafo South MPP candidate, and that is you, 19 September 2016. Sunafo South carries out retaliation attacks, 8 March 2017. Minister accused of assassination plot. That is you accusing the Honorable Eric Opoku. That is dated 4th March 2018. There's another one, Wednesday, 4th April, GhanaWeb. Former MC responsible for my attack, and this time it's from Honorable Eric Opoku accusing you. So it's a back and forth. You accusing him, he accusing you, and a lot of clashes, bloodshed, injuries, and all of that. Exactly what's going on. Today you are telling us you are in-laws, you have respect for each other, but from our research, that's not what is transpiring on the ground. So can you tell this committee exactly what is going on?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I've already said, if you look at 2020, there was any incident in Sankore, on Faramata, Ahafo. And I also said that yesterday is gone. If yesterday you were children, now we are adults. So I don't think there will be anything like that. Now, as the regional minister, when it comes to the constituency, it is my duty to protect him, and I will do that.
Mr. Chair, with your leave, what you are saying is that both of you have resolved to work together and do things better than before.
Exactly so. We are going to work together. We are going to work together in the supreme interest of Ahafo and in the supreme interest of Sankore.
So,
that's
so this, Mr. Chairman, this peace pipe you have smoked, are all your supporters in sync with you, your followers, the youth who have been pursuing all of these violent tendencies? Are they in agreement, your supporters? Yes. Are they aware that you have smoked the peace pipe and that moving forward there will be no clashes anymore?
Yes, for both sides. Our Omani is even here. He can testify to that. And I'm doing a project now. The gentleman who is doing the electrical works for me is a known NDC man. It wouldn't have been possible in those days, but now it is the interest of Ahafo and Sankore that matters. So never again. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, my final question.
Mr. Chair, with your leave, this gentleman doing electrical works, you are saying that in the spirit of reconciliation and the fact that he is able to do his work well, it's not that you chose him over your own party member who can do it better. Yeah, clarify, it's important.
Yes, he is a certified electrician. Yes, and when for example my in-law is doing some work, I'll also ask him to employ somebody from the other side. So, the bricklayer is yes. The bricklayer is an MPP, and then the bricklayer is an MPP, and the electrician is NDC. Yes, say so to prove.
Honorable, please look at me. Ignore their sides, please.
So the mason is an MPP.
It's okay. We have that.
And then the electrician is an
MPP. Very interesting indeed. Mr. Chairman, my final question relates to a major issue of concern, which is illegal migration. Illegal migration using very perilous routes. A lot of the youth in your region. I have followed their tracks. 2 years ago, I went all the way to Spain, and over 80% of the illegal migrants were from your region. I even made a statement on the floor on my return. This is a matter the IOM, the International Organization for Migration, is concerned. I know that they've carried out a number of sensitization and public education drives in your region. Has this come to your attention, and how do you intend to stem the tide? Because many of the young people lose their lives and they just perish and nobody really hears about them. How do you intend to, first of all, block the channels and then create opportunities for the youth in the region so that they do not risk the deadly Mediterranean journey across the Sahara Desert in search for greener pastures to go to Europe and all of that? How do you intend to deal with this menace?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. So far as I know, this is not a serious problem in Ahafo. But that doesn't mean that we don't have to put certain things in place so that in future nobody will even think about going. So what I intend to do, if by God's grace you give me the law, together with the district chief executives and the various administrations, we are going to come out with a comprehensive job placement and creation program, which will be launched in the course of the year with the cooperation of my 6 MPs. I'm drawing the framework, and if you give me the nod, I will invite them around June. We study it, I get their inputs, and then together we launch it. And this is going to offer skill training, and it is also going to offer placement programs for the youth. I think this will, in future, prevent our youth from traveling outside to some of these areas at the peril of their lives. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Somebody here? Very well. No, not you. Honorable Sweeney.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
You are not here.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to also take the honorable nominee back to the earlier issue of visas conducts. I listened to the nominee when he gave his explanation, and there were still some gaps in the explanation as you gave it. So you applied for a visa for, as you claim, an adult, to travel with an adult, 30 plus. You were a member of parliament then, yet you were traveling abroad to stay for a month. Was Parliament on recess at the time that you were traveling to stay for a month with this adult daughter of yours, but returned after 2 weeks because of an emergency at home without her? And she also, according to your narration, did not return as she promised. Again, you spoke of the relationship with maybe her husband now. Did you say he was introduced as a niece? So I just want to know, first of all, you didn't know your daughter's niece? You didn't know your daughter's niece? Nephew? Yeah, well, so she was a nephew. You didn't know your daughter's nephew? And so he was misrepresented to you. And again, you traveled as a member of parliament intending to stay for a month. Is that what you are telling this committee?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. At the time of the journey, I was not a member of parliament. It was after I left parliament in 2013. So I was not a member of parliament. And then the second issue, as I've already indicated, I was not married to the mother, and therefore didn't know much about the extended family. So when he introduced her to me as the uncle, I gave her the benefit of the doubt and then agreed to her request.
Yeah, so you applied on 11 September 2012. You were still a member of parliament then when you applied for the visa with her.
Yes, but I traveled in 2013.
Okay. You didn't. Well, you have spoken about the fact that you didn't know the extended family of the mother's side that well. Okay, but let's look at violence also in Sankore. You spoke on Ekosi saying in 2016. I think that was November 2016, where you talked about. Yes, that was November 2016. After it was suggested that, yes, I think my mic is on. Yes, sorry.
There was a follow-up on the visa issue. Since you are moving away from there, if I could have honorable nominee, please, at the time you applied for the visa, you were not required to give undertaking. You were not required to give undertaking to the High Commission that you will return to Ghana with your daughter. you were not required to give such undertaking.
There was no such undertaking.
Then 2, you applied to travel, have a personal vacation, or you were not going in your official capacity for any program in Parliament.
Thank you. I applied to go on my own. I was not going on any official program.
Maybe because he has done a follow-up on it. So this action of yours affected the integrity of Parliament and affected even the institution of Parliament. You already spoke of how embarrassing it was to you. What do you have to say about how this conduct affected an institution like the Parliament of Ghana?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I already indicated, when the whole story came out, but the caption, visa fraud, was something that was not good. But if one didn't take his or her time to read about the contents, one might even think it is a visa racketeering sort of thing. But if you read it, you know the true fact. So by the fact that that thing came out, I will say I will render an apology to the institution of Parliament, because somebody may read the caption, I will not read the body. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So why did you, or do you expect that your adult daughter should, be responsible for what may have happened, yet you didn't consider that in applying for a visa of her? Was she not old enough to have done that for herself? If you are suggesting that since she's an adult, she should be responsible for whatever may have happened, wasn't she an adult enough to also apply for her own visa?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. She could have, but he decided to travel because I was going to UK. She decided to go with me, but she could have applied on her own. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, were you sponsoring the trip? Were you sponsoring the trip? Were you the one buying the ticket?
Yes, I bought the ticket.
So that's why you did the application together?
Maybe a final one on violence in Sankore. It's become a hot spot, especially when elections are approaching. Since 2008, it's been back and forth. In September 2016, you hinted of a reprisal attack on Ekosi Sein. A reprisal attack, yes, on Ekosi Sein program. And this was after you claimed that NDC thugs had attacked your home and destroyed some vehicles and even slashed the finger of one person. Then came 2018. The house of Honorable Eric Opoku was also attacked. And Eric Opoku is your political rival from that same community. In that attack also, vehicles, Toyota Land Cruiser, registration number provided here, were destroyed, Kia Spectra destroyed, VW Passat destroyed, and, some goods made away with. Given what you said about reprisal attacks, what will you say you know about this 2018 attack on Honorable Eric Opoku's home?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. I don't remember saying anything about reprisal attack. I've never spoken to anyone about reprisal attack. I did not make mention of anybody's name as having plotted my attack. I did not do that. Then maybe it might be misreporting. I have never said it anywhere. I don't think Honorable Eric Opoku or other people to come and attack me. Neither will he also think that I will order people to go and attack him. So maybe it's misreporting. I've never said that. And I don't think I'll ever say that.
All right. Chairman. Yeah.
Chairman, just one more there. Are you a violent person?
No, Honorable.
Chairman, I know the nominee and I need an assurance from him. There are very respected chiefs in the area. Gosu Omahine. Yamfu, I was there, so I'll follow up. Honorable Napo's question. I visited the Yamfu MVTI facility with the Honorable Frida. So you needn't even ask which institution will qualify. In my view, as the supervising minister at the time, the Yamfu MVTI school, the young people were doing very well and they need support. So you'll be working with the Omahine of Yamfu, Omahine of Sankore. Guarantee us that you will secure and provide for the peace and security of the region, working with the chiefs in that area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, when you give me the nod, I am going to declare zero tolerance for violence in Ahafo. Yes, I'm going to do it because I need to defend my integrity. I won't sit down for any group of youth to disturb Ahafo, for my name to be linked to that. So I'm going to declare zero tolerance for violence in Ahafo. But before that declaration, when you give me the nod,
if two people are fighting at a mechanics workshop and they attack one another, you will not be there. So don't take on responsibility which you have no control over. Yes, they have a lot of police who deal with that. No, we are done. Honorable Chief Whip, he finished.
No, I was just on my last question. One leader interrupted.
You had
a leader came in with a follow-up. I beg you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, and it's actually even just a follow-up. I don't think my that question was, very well addressed. You have denied speaking of possible reprisal attacks. I do have the recording on a Kosi sign. I may make it available for the committee to look at later. But my question really was, what do you know, or what did you know about the 2018 attack on Eric Opoku's home? What did you know about that attack?
Honorable, thank you, Honorable Chair. I don't know anything about it. And I don't think...
Did you get to hear of that there was an attack on the Honorable Eric Opoku's house?
Yes, I heard it.
Did you get any information apart from hearing?
I didn't know anything about it.
Not the incident happening, after it happened. Did you hear anything?
After it happened, it was all over the air. In the airwaves, yes.
Chair, with your leave, please, did Honorable Eric Opoku accuse you of having instigated that attack? Did he say that to you? Or did you hear him?
I did not hear him.
Yes, Honorable Chief.
Honorable Washi. I served on the Poverty Reduction Committee with him. And we went around a number of the districts together. And most of the time we sat together in the bus and usually have a lengthy conversation. Honorable Washi, I just want to find out, the election between you, that occurred between you and Honorable Eric, you acknowledge that it was violently there were a lot of violence associated with that election. The number of times you and Honorable Eric have contested, there have been a lot of violence associated with those elections, right?
Oh, yes. Honorable Chairman, yes.
And most of the time you accuse each other. This one will say this one is the one in charge, this one said this one is the one involved. So when the 2016, the attack in your home happened, did you reach out to Honorable Eric?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. I did not reach out to him.
And did you identify those? Were the police able to identify those who were involved in that?
Oh, yes. They were able to identify those who were involved. Some of them were arrested. They were in court, but at a point, I decided to discontinue because I realized they needed more counseling than, and some of them are my friends now.
And will you associate them with Honorable Eric's supporters?
Oh, they were people from Sankore.
Okay. And apart from maybe politics, you couldn't have imagined any other motives apart from politics.
Come again, please.
I'm saying that aside politics, you couldn't have identified any other motives that could have that could have led the youth to do that. Was it politically? You think that it was political, the attack in your residence?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I found it very difficult to understand the reason behind the attack. Because most of the guys were people who were close to me, we talk, we chat. So I didn't know what actually made them do what they did.
But in the 2016, did Honorable Eric reach out to you when he heard about your attacks?
No.
So in 2018, when his residents were equally attacked, did you call him?
Oh, I didn't call him.
So now you are giving us assurance that both you and your in-law are going to ensure that the enclave become peaceful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ahafo, as I've already said, and Sankore Enclave will be one of the peaceful areas to stay in Ghana.
Is it
under my watch?
Is it because you were coming for vetting, that's why now all these assurances are coming, or this is something that has happened long before your nomination?
No, it's not because of the vetting. Because after all, what do we need in life? Whatever happens, we all die.
Yeah.
And when you die, what account are you going to give?
Yes, I know. Anytime we were traveling, you talk about God-fearing, and so I want to believe you. But I just want to find out, even if you ask me myself now whether I'll contest the next election, I may not be able to give a definite answer because I don't know how long my life how long I will live. But I just want to ask, should God spare us our life, will you contest the next election?
My mandate now, as the President has appointed me, is to coordinate, supervise the activities of the district assemblies in Ahafo. That is my concern now.
So you're not be able
I'm not thinking about elections.
Yeah. Because you know that once you decide to contest, and Honorable Eric decide to contest, naturally, not even you, your supporters will definitely go back to their old ways. Maybe that's why I was just asking. You know, your area has a lot of cocoa. Is it still producing a lot of cocoa?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The production level has come down a little bit because most of the trees are old and they are deceased. The government has just started a rehabilitation program. I'm very sure that in about 2-3 years' time, we'll go back to our normal levels. But as of now, the levels are low. Most of the cocoa trees have been cut down, and they are in the process of being replanted. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity. I just have
some 2 questions for clarification. In the elections that you contested, you had the Honorable Eric Opoku as a candidate on the other side, correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, you will describe the atmosphere in these elections as a very tense one and not a violent one. Would you?
Yes, it was tense, but not violent. Between the two, you don't fight.
So you can talk about political tension and not violence.
Yes, political tension and not violence.
Correct. And those who attacked your residents, you say that they are Sankore boys. They are residents of Sankore. Do you know them as party activists?
Yes, they are all party activists.
As in NDC party activists or CPP party activists or MPP party activists?
Those who attack the blue sides.
Take your time. I'm talking about the attack. Take it easy. I'm talking about the attack on your residents. Those who were identified were party activists, correct? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable nominee, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. Honorable, you are discharged. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
think that I was born an artist because growing up, all that I've known is art. Yeah, some of my friends call me a magician. I basically graduated with just 2 CDs in my pocket. I was there and I wasn't having anything to eat, honestly. I wasn't having money. All that I had was curry. And a friend of mine too was having sugar. So we had water.
So you added your curry and sugar,
yes.
and then you...
But then as we were making this mix, we started pondering on life and we're like, okay, so if we should die now, honestly, we'll have family members coming to cry and spend money. As we were saying that, I was like, okay, this is a beautiful idea for a concept for an animation film. So I will work on it.
Girl, if I had this your body, I would do this. You know, pastors' wives are doing it, politicians, lawyers, doctors, everyone is just getting their body done. So, but I think because I was the first person to sort of do it, I'm the Ghana Kim Kardashian, so yeah. And I've done a lot of things I'm not so proud of, you know, but I just cry over it and I'm like, you know what? I'm still going to fight and become a better version of myself.
Who, in what profession, or what kind of person in any other profession would you never date?
I just had good people around me, I think, that knew who I was. So they were like, you know, girl, if I had this your body, I would do this.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
to roll out the COVID-19 vaccine in Ghana and to administer the very first shot. The world has had no peace since COVID-19 hit us. To roll out the COVID-19 vaccine in Ghana and to administer the very first shot. The world has had no peace since COVID-19 hit us again.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.